Bigfoot believers think that nobody can ever catch a Bigfoot. And I'm not even joking. This is a true story. In their community, the main idea is nobody can catch a Bigfoot because they're actually interdimensional. That's why they're very transient.
I've
You
heard
only
that.
see them for a while. You can never get a
I've heard that.
corpse. Yeah, so it's kind of like a globe Earth laser test. It's in another dimension.
Elusive.
Falsifiable dimension.
Oh, listen to that radio voice.
What's up?
Yeah, I was listening to you the other night. Was it last night maybe? He spoke quite eloquently, and yeah, it was really well spoken. And then it went all real silent all of a sudden, and I was like, oh. So I went back to the pre-recording.
Thanks, man. I
Yeah,
try
no, you
to,
were straight to the
especially.
point. It was good.
Oh, thanks, bud. Especially with people that don't speak good English, I try to really slow it down and enunciate.
Yeah, no, I think you were so like you put it so plainly that the guy was left pretty much like without any more questions. He didn't know what else to say because you just put it so plainly to him that he didn't have anywhere else to go with it. It was good.
Yeah, man, it's pretty simple, right? Once you boil it all down to what we're working with, and that's what I really like how you all have condensed it to just the most, uh, the most pertinent information that could be, the surface of water, and that's why I think it's super important to reiterate that it's not a claim, you know, flat Earth is not a positive claim of what reality is. It's just simply a falsification, right? It's, I mean, that's everything. It all hinges on that, and and the only thing you can do to refute this is to have measured curvature. That's the only thing that can refute it.
Yeah, it was
And
pretty
like,
much like that.
yep, and like AI was saying, there's these mythical tests that people think exist, and even they're shown all these ships disappearing over the horizon and all these things, and they literally think that, oh, every time I go to the ocean I see ships disappear bottom up, and they, these uh, images and videos from a screen get fused with their actual memory of what they've experienced, and it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I don't remember ever seeing it. Living on the coast for many years, using telescopic equipment. They even had ones like lined up on the beach that I think that I'm not sure if they were coin operated or not. And I'm not
Oh
sure of
yeah.
their actual telescopic view, like how far they were seeing. But even looking through those, I don't ever recall seeing like a ship half cut off by the horizon. And going, hey, look, it's the curvature, or anything like that. Like it was just cool to look through and like see how far you could see. Look at islands across the ways and boats and things just cruising around out there.
Yeah, I've never. I know what you're talking about. Those little coin operated joints like you see in big cities, or on top of tall buildings. Uh,
Yeah,
but yeah,
yeah,
they act like this is it's the standard. Like every time a ship disappears, it disappears bottom up at 3 miles away. And it's just so far from reality.
well, like some funky stuff starts going on in the distance, too, and it's quite possible that like you get some effects, some visual effects which could resemble something like that. Um, like I was listening to a pre-recording, and AI actually was like talking about it's interesting that like the optical, just if you just consider the human eye's limitations alone, dictates that we're probably only going to be able to see about that much of the surface before it just becomes obscured and stuff anyway. So like, yeah, so once an object on the surface reaches that distance as well, and it's meeting the surface, your eyes are going to struggle to make any sense of the information that's coming to it, and it might appear like it's like partially hidden or obstructed or like going down, and then you get other effects where it looks like it's up in the air, or it's mirror imaged or inverted mirror image. Like all different sorts of effects start going on at those distances with different weather conditions. So and it could be simply just that people have been looking at those effects with bias and going, that just confirms my bias. Like, not even realizing it.
Definitely, man. Definitely. And when you get to that point to where it is, all blurry and there's a lot of different effects happening at the limit of our vision, you know, our eyes kind of do weird things just in general with illusions and fill in the missing data type situation. And but if if the horizon was physical limitation, and someone was in here a couple days ago, I think they were asking, well, if the earth were a sphere, what would you expect to see? And for me, you know I thought about, it would be consistent. We would see this consistency all the time of the limit of our vision, and where ships would disappear, and you know it would be a very, in sunsets, it would be a very consistent uh, optical thing, or not optical, but physical thing. And that's not the case. That's not what we experience at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think too, like, I think I would expect to actually like get up on a tall building or a high mountain, and just so that I've just got like this enormous vast view, and it would look like it's actually like starting to curve down, like, because they say, like, oh, it's so slight you don't notice it over these short distances, but if you can see like massive amounts, like distance, such huge distances, like tens of miles, if not hundreds of miles in front of you, and it would actually look like it's starting to curve down and away. Like it would look like a slope. It would look like a curve, like in your direct front axis, forwards, not side to side. Like it would look like it's going downhill, but it doesn't. It never has never looked like, as high as I can get, not even in an airplane, has it ever looked like that to me. And I would expect that's what it would look like, because that tiny, that imperceivable slight curve that they say you can't gauge over a small distance would add up with a larger distance, and it would be perceivable, surely. Like if it's perceivable enough to like block, to obscure, 100 meters of a boat, you know, or a building, after after so many miles, surely then when you get up high, right, and you've got like this huge vast distance in front of you, this beautiful view, it's going to be obvious, but it's never is. It just never looks like that.
And it doesn't. And people just are so inundated with these pictures of a spherical earth, like I was saying before, they blend it into their experienced reality and just mix it all up, and you know that's just the way things are. It's it's curved, but it's just too big. We can't see it. It moves, but it's too constant. We can't feel it, and it's just this whole perceived reality that doesn't exist.
Yeah. And I do like what that guy was saying, Camden. He was talking about not having enough information, and I like his stance. I like how he's operating. He's getting information from both sides, and you know, and it's conflicting, and he's considering information that maybe nobody has, right? Or that at least that you know um, that none of us have, you know, and that some people may claim to have, but there is just so much information that we are lacking. But as far as um, our physical experience goes, I mean, we can absolutely, like, there's enough information there that's screaming at us that, like you said, that we're not moving, and that the surface is planar. And you know, at this moment, that's enough for me. I mean, you know, I don't need anything else. There's nothing that's not going to inhibit me in any way when it comes to just operating and functioning in reality. That's what all I need to to function.
This fella that just left, I just missed him. I heard somebody say that he was you had an honest, good conversation. Shame I missed it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's curious, and he said he didn't. He hasn't changed his mind or anything. He enjoyed the conversation, and it sort of tailed off before he left. It was talking about our opinion of the moon landing and the imagery that's presented to us and all that.
It's it's fair to say that when we're just dealing with observations, it's fair to say, well, it's kind of hard to say for certain if this curvature is there just by viewing the distant horizon. That's why I think these laser transit tests are the bee's knees. It just eliminates we're out of the realm of just observation, and we're checking for physical deviation. And it if people if people want to refute that, they better start finding some drop over distance somewhere. It's hiding out there somewhere.
Yeah, look, I mean, at this point, it's just a matter of, it's just a discussion. I mean, there's no there's no convincing one or the other. I really don't know that people should be, like, aiming to try and convert anybody. It's if someone happens to be, like, to change their view based on new information, that's great. That's it's their own personal journey that they're going to take eventually anyway. I mean, and that means that they're open-minded enough to consider the new information, and maybe open-minded enough to even want to go and test that information. And but like, it's just, I just see this as just the one of the ultimate discussions to have. It's just very interesting, and very monumental. It's monumental. this discussion, this topic. It does need to be talked about. But as far as convincing or trying to turn the world or anything like that, I think that's probably frivolous endeavor. It's not, doesn't go well, like from what I've seen. And it kind of makes people seem like, cultish or religious or whatever too. But it's just fun. It's good to interact with people about this topic and just watch people squirm. The girl
Just
earlier,
can't take it.
she had no idea how to relate day and night to the Earth spinning on its axis. Like, just no idea. Just, I did give you the answer. Night and day. That's it. Like, yeah. What is it about night and day that gives you the, indicates to you that the Earth's rotating on its axis? I'm not a physicist. I'm not an Einstein. You and Einstein. Like, that's all. That's all. It's fun to watch people like that squirm, and hopefully, maybe at some point, in that person's life, whether it's today or in a million, or 10 years or whatever, and they recall that and reflect on the way they were, and
Oh,
consider that, like, maybe I don't know what I think I know, you know. I'm not hopeful for a lot of people.
Definitely, this conversation is like you said, it's right in the middle of so many things, and we learn a lot about ourselves with this conversation. We learn a lot about our biases and preconceived notions of things, and like you said, it's not about convincing people of anything. That's people that can be convinced of things aren't weak are weak-minded people, that can just go around being easily convinced. And even if they end up in the right place, if they didn't get there the right way, then they're not going to gain very much from it. They're not going to learn about themselves and the world and how they got to this place. It's a very telling conversation about so many things, and I agree, it's super interesting. And people that can have it, and there's people that can't have this conversation. It's too painful, too traumatic for them to um to be comfortable not knowing, or to question such a foundational thing that's they've been inundated with for so many years. And it's a full-time job just to clean up this conversation, just to get people to the root of the conversation, and to get past all the ridicule and the misrepresentation, and all the good stuff
The
being
stigma.
censored.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a full-time job just to clear the air of all that nonsense and show them what the actual conversation is, and what everybody's working with. I hope a lot of people find
Yeah.
all these circumstantial things, these circumstantial evidence about how this conversation is treated in society, and how we're supposedly just a bunch of low IQ religious zealots, that are just going around believing things. And when you can get rid of all this misconception and show people what the conversation really is, then they'll have a completely different perspective.
Yeah. I like what that guy said about history too. Because there is a historical narrative to that, and it may be true to some degree, right? But there seems to be this basket where there's all this stuff, this, like, what's supposedly now knowledge, right? Or an understanding, right, of the world and the universe and everything, and it's all thrown into this basket of, we have these understandings now because we we didn't restrict our thought and or our exploration of the physical world, and and it was an advancement, right, in intellect and intelligence, and that like this whole thing about the globe and everything is thrown in with that, because like now we understand now that there's germs, like we can prevent disease, or we can at least know how to treat it now, so that somebody we can extend lives and whatnot, right? And of course, we have like technology, that would seem like magic to somebody from the Middle Ages, right? All that, right? And that, so the globe gets thrown in there with that, all that, the stuff that is true, right? Like these advancements that we have made compared to like even 200 years ago, right? And so there's that to get around as well. Like, wait, how could we be really smart and be so wrong about this other thing? That's at like that's fundamental, right? It's almost like, and some people have said, like, we know the Earth's a globe because we have spectacles. We've corrected eyesight. Like, seriously, like that's what some people think. That that we couldn't be possibly wrong about the Earth's shape because we correct eyesight.
Yeah,
Make
they
that make sense,
yeah, it's wild, man. They try to muddy up the waters and put it with evolution and just paint one big happy picture of what reality is. And
Right,
it's
man
really
dumb, man
mhm.
slowly becomes smart, man that now understand,
Yeah, and that's a lot of painting this concept that, or this acceptance that, hey, I think reality is how we experience it to be, and relate that to primitive thinking, ignorant man. And it's and it, what's really what's really funny is the people that the modern day the modern day society, they're accepting things without evidence, this belief in the word science, and how people conflate things that are actual science that, like you said, we've benefited from, and we can learn a lot with this, and then things that are just given this label of science, that are pseudoscience, and you know just built on a lot of assumption and theory, and they have trouble distinguishing the two, or have never thought about it, or you know and so anything that's labeled with this word science, people give it so much credence, and it's really wild. But
Yeah.
science is.
Yeah, go on.
Oh no, that's all I was saying. I was just making fun of people. But science says.
Right. And I'm kind of relaxed, my stance on the whole like science definition thing too, in the last, few months. I mean, uh, you know, things evolve and definitions change, and you know, I think this whole scientific method, you can't call it science if it doesn't involve science. I mean, in one degree, like in that specific area of study, sure. I mean, um, but if science is sort of undertaken, like this, like umbrella, certain, like just learning about the world around you, no matter how you do it, no matter what you're doing to try and understand it, whether you've invented something, or it's synthetic or natural, or you observe something in nature, or you only observed it happening in some machine you made. It doesn't matter. You're trying to understand what's going on. Right? And I kind of think that it's okay if you're just trying to figure stuff out in that way, like technically and naturally, then it can be considered science. I mean, it can that the term can just be broadly used to just mean you're just trying to figure stuff out. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be this strict, narrow, you know, dogmatic, you don't dare use that word in that manner. Like, you can't say it's like, okay, okay, Castro, sorry. Like, bro, like, yeah, if you want to go out into nature and not perform any experiments and just sit there and watch your surroundings and detail it, like, you know, very make it really detailed. Like, that's and call it science. I got no problem with that. I mean, you're out in nature, looking at nature and observing it and learning from it. This is what those ants do. Oh, when they meet that wasp. Oh, after that wasp has caught a spider or whatever. Like that, you know, that's to me that's science. That's learning about the world around you. Whether you've interfered with it or not, or performed some experiment or not. I mean, it's what else do you want to call it? What do you want to call it? You can give it a specific term. It's biology. It's it's this or that. Like, give it a field name, but it's still just learning about the world, and reality, physical reality in general. Like, if you understand something about the world and it's demonstrable, you can prove it and show somebody. Like, I'm happy to call that science.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's not about, you know, the strict definition per se. It's about, like you said, what is rooted in reality and what is purely theory. And it's about distinguishing between those two. M- The point I was trying to make is how broadly the term science is used today and how it's a label that's given to anything that society wants people to not question, to just take as fact. You know, and there's a lot of pseudoscience, and just like Michio Kaku that said nobody in his field uses the scientific method in astrophysics. You know, I agree that
Right.
there's nothing wrong with just partial scientific method, just observing and gathering data and thinking on it. That's fine, but it's more important to distinguish between what is rooted in reality and what is just an addition to theoretical concepts that people might accept as reality.
Yeah. Look, what grinds my gears is when people try and lean on it like it's some kind of like um you know get out of jail card, like, and like they come in here and they're just like, well, science, man, science is like, yeah, what was involved, what was the process that reached the conclusion that, well, they just did some stuff, I don't know, it's just science, man.
Yeah,
It's
just trump card.
that's
It's the ace of
Yeah,
spades. Just throw it down.
yeah, yeah, it's weak, it's weak.
We got a few new people in the chat here. Anybody curious? Have any questions about anything? Peter, the critical thinker.
Hey, Boogie, you
What's up?
mind if I see some real quick?
Yeah, man. How about it?
Hey, T Dub, you there still?
Yeah, man, how's it going?
Cool. I'm D-Town. I don't think we've actually met because I think you've been out for a while and I've been here. I'm a 6-month-old person. So wanted to say hey. And appreciate you stepping in. I was pretty much done with those two. And so just they weren't serious and I was already about to shut down. Um and it's
Oh,
cool to
cheers,
acquiesce
man.
to you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to railroad.
No,
Sorry,
no, no,
man.
no, you didn't. No, I heard a voice, very Timbo-ish voice, and I was like, "Who's that?" And saw I thought, T-Bug. I was like, "I think that's T-Dub," and so I just let you run. Again, I was not. They were not being serious. They were trolling a lot. Um, and so I was already pretty much done with them. I don't argue in here, man. I don't really, play that. I'm here to help people learn if they want to with what knowledge I do have, but I don't have arguments, especially with trolls. I don't waste my time. So I was already ready for that. So I do appreciate you stepping in though, and I was cool to acquiesce.
Cheers, man. Yeah, yeah, they were fun. Yeah,
For sure. If you
I
real
was,
quick,
I
if you
was.
talk to Yoder, he's been really looking for you.
Oh yeah, cool. I know. I've been really bad. I kind of just ghosted everybody and just sort of like disappeared. Um, just going through some stuff, but yeah, yeah. I was planning to come back and catch up and stuff. But yeah, I really wanted to get like because I was listening on YouTube and I was hoping to get round to because they were questioning what do you mean a circle, like if you go straight, and I was just thinking to myself, what do they think it is on a globe? Like it's a circle, like, and then that. And it was so funny because like you just basically went there like and say you can't have a circle on a flat surface, like what's going on here? They were like a circle, but you're going straight, aren't you? Like, and even on a globe, no, you're not going straight. You're
Yeah,
turning,
that
you're going in a circle.
that one gets me, man, because I've known how to use a compass for like 30 years plus, and so I was like, just like he's like, no, you can't. I was like, oh my god, dude, are you serious? Like, I just, it's just really illogical. But then just the way they were acting, I could tell they weren't serious. And that's just wasted my energy. I guess that's not what I do. So I was definitely happy to. That's not one of y'all who's ready for it. So yeah, I appreciate you stepping in for sure. Because that's just so ridiculously illogical. There's been a lot of it, and so I'm just like I said, I'm not one to really engage with it.
Yeah, yeah, because like there's been so many people that they like it's funny that guy because we didn't get there, but that guy was talking about parallels at one point, asking about parallels. Well, there's only one parallel on the globe. There's only one latitude line where you wouldn't have to turn left or right to get back to where you started, being the equator, right? Every other latitude line, whether no matter how slight the variance would be, you're going to have to turn left or right to get round that circle and end up back where you started, even on the globe, because it's a constant change. So, and people really have a rough time like envisioning that and understanding that, conceiving of it. Like they don't get the concept even, like that a latitude line. What, you have to turn left or right? Like it's not a great circle. It's not an equator line. It's not dividing that sphere in half. It's it's greater or less, right? So it's just amazing just how many people struggle. They honestly think no matter where you are, that because you've gone around and come back to where you started, must mean you did a full lap, like a full 24,000 mile circumference trip, like, no. And that you don't have to turn, that you just go in a straight line. Yeah, nobody does that. But I did hear about some new aircraft or something that's supersonic or something that apparently go around the globe in a couple of hours or something. Is that true? I don't know how true that is, but I read or heard something about it.
And everything about them, I'll have to go check that out because super fast planes are super fun.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I think I read the headline, and then a friend mentioned it as well to me. And I was like, oh, yeah, cool.
Hey, T-Dub, Sashin might want to talk to you.
Who? What?
The guy in the chat, he wants to talk about science.
Sasha? Sashin?
Yep.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, that's the same profile pic of someone that I think we permanently banned a while ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've never seen him, so.
Maybe he had to. Maybe someone let him off the hook for a while. Yeah, if the Earth was flat, scientists would have said so. So he just believe anything that he reads with the word science tagged on the front of it. Huh?
All right.
Yeah, he's not even in the voice chat.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
He's probably just rage baiting. He just knows what to say to try and trigger some people and get them riled up.
I would have to say so, yep. Just comes in the chat and
Yeah, I mean, like I might have bit some other people might have bit too if he was in the voice chat, but no doubt he's going to get interaction in the side chat.
just nice to have something to play with.
One, two.
Three,
Something
four,
to
five,
play
six.
with. Kicking cripples is
Hey,
low tier, dude.
Matrix.
Hey, T-Dub, how you been, man?
Hey, man. All right.
Nice to hear your voice too.
Yeah, my
Cheers,
1,
man.
2, 1.
Cheers.
Big
You
up to
guys too.
everybody.
So, who was testing their mic? Is that Voyager? And how's my mic? Like, by the way, how is it all right?
Yours
Sounds
was
good, man.
clean as, dude.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Awesome. Yeah, got a bit of an upgrade a little while ago. Not computer, but a phone, and it only accepts a USB headphone port. Headphone USB-C. No more 3.5 mil jack. So doesn't mean it won't stuff up though. It could stuff up. That's probably a advisable platter. I'd say he's just there to rile people up. If he wants to buy it, he needs to head on over to I don't know, find QE or Nathan Oakley or something. Stuff like that.
At least grow a pair and get in the voice.
Yeah, I think I challenged. I'm sure it's the same profile picture, same dude in his profile picture, and I just said to him, "No, you got to join the chat." In the end, I said, You can't use the side chat without being in the voice chat. And I think I got rid of him for a while. I thought it might have been permanent, but I don't think so. Obviously not. Could be a different account. Could be not even the same person. That I don't know. That could be just some. It could be a Pakistani cricket player or something that's popular over there or something. Everyone uses that.
He's the idiot that was talking about remote viewing once before that claimed he knows the Earth is a ball tard because he remote viewed and looked down on it.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
Good on him.
Brother, Earth is a triangle.
You speak English?
Yeah, Earth is triangle.
Oh, where's Professor Triangle when you need him?
What?
I hope you realise that
What
triangles are
do you
flat.
say?
You do
لسه
realise that
بتفتح لي.
triangles are flat,
شنو هذا
aren't
الهبل؟
they? Yeah, triangles are flat.
Is Muhammad is a prophet? أيوة prophet يا ولد الجزم.
You lost me.
Well, that dude's got nothing to do with triangles and or the shape of the ground. So try again, please.
حلوة الصورة دي.
He's lost. You don't know where to go after that. There's no need to
رد
be silly
عبيط.
about it, man. I mean, we're just talking about what everybody observes, you know. Just go outside and have a look at the surface that you live on and tell me, what does it look like? Oh, he's gone to do that. He'll be back. What's with all the Indio profile pics? Did you guys have an event or something? Charlie?
Oh, dude.
Oh no. I'm sorry to give you this information and be the bearer of bad news, but our good friend Indio has passed away.
What?
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not
dude.
really good with words. But yeah.
Yeah, mate. To be honest, some of us thought that you might have followed. We were so worried about you, T-Dub.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. Oh my god. Yeah,
Cancer
give
got
some
to
minute.
him, bro.
Yeah, he passed away last Sunday afternoon, brother.
There's been recordings in his honor at the 24/7 channel, like just going nonstop. It's really emotional. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna need a minute.
Yeah, I think everyone needed a minute, to be honest. Yeah.
Take your time, brother.
Take your time, bro. We've all been in here listening to each other for so long. It's like this is kind of more my family than my real family is.
Word. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I know. I
Yeah,
talked to you
especially if
guys.
your whole family are a bunch of blue-pilled globe earthers. Yeah, this feels more like family for sure sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I talk to you guys more than I do anybody else in my family besides my kids.
I think I'm slowly bringing my kids around, but it's a very slow process, man. They went to normal schools and I didn't know any of this stuff when I should have known. So I sent them to school. So now it's like unpicking the programming has to occur. But I think my husband is like of the puppy dog rainbow world, that he doesn't want to believe anything isn't how it's presented. Do you know what I mean? Like people who protect themselves from anxiety by not even going there. He's kind of in that department.
See that a lot with people. They just can't even entertain the conversation.
I haven't been bringing it up because he just said, "Oh, I used to believe some of the stuff you told me, even though he's pretty blue-pilled. But now that you're a flat earther, you've got zero credibility anymore." So, so I sort of shut up about it because I thought, well, there's no point in flogging a dead horse. I might as well just, shut up. Occasionally,
Yeah.
I'm like a cheeky comment here or there, but like more or less, I don't bring it up. But we were on a boat, a few months ago, and it was quite funny because he brought it up and he pointed to a shipping container. And he was like, "Oh, look, the bottom of the boat is disappearing," right? But then I got the height of the boat and I found it on Marine Tracker and I figured out how far away it was, and I was like, 30 meters of that boat should be like covered by Earth curve. How far away it is. So really, we should have only been able to see the mast at the most, if it was an Earth curve situation. And he just went silent. So like it was taken in. And so then I used that opportunity to show him a picture of an alleged eclipse. This was before Apollo, the latest moon thing. And there was some kind of eclipse that they claimed they took of the Earth eclipsing the sun from the moon. And I said, look, darling, you're on the same side as the people who've presented this eclipse viewed from the moon, and it's like a diamond ring. Think about it for a minute, like I just was like, think about that. It's not a diamond ring, is it? Because the Earth is like 6 times at least larger in the sky than the moon is to us, so that it totally doesn't work out. And he was like, went silent again. So yeah, that's the last interaction I had really on Flat Earth with him.
Well, that's cool opportunities, and that's the best way to be with people that are in that frame of mind. There's no sense in talking because they won't listen. But if you've already planted good seeds, that's all you have to do is just wait for the opportunity. They'll observe something, or they'll be curious about something, and they'll come to you and ask you about it. And that's the best thing you can do. Doing good with it.
I absolutely destroy and ruin every single family dinner because they always got some sort of smart remark that's stupid as fuck, and I ain't gonna sit there and let them tell me some bullshit. I just start bringing out the facts, and then it's like fucking everybody's. It's great. My wife loves it. Yeah.
My sister on the phone today, she was bringing up how stupid flat earthers was. She doesn't know that I am, but she knows that I question the moon landings and stuff. And because I know that she's like a space fanboy equivalent girl, I know where she's coming from. She watched Star Trek avidly, and she's so into all the space, and she's like born in 1956. So as far as she's concerned, it's the best thing that ever happened, And she brought up Flat Earth today, and I knew that she wasn't ready for me to say anything along those lines. But basically, I showed her, that little animation of the Tycho Brahe model, where the Earth is stationary and it's all about reference frame. And if you look at it, the Earth and the moon is spinning around it, and all the other sun, the Mercury, all the planets in the sky are quite simply doing these kind of hula hoop rings around the Earth stationary. Have you seen that one? I can drop it in the chat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I thought, okay, that's like a purple pill way to kind of get her into the thinking about what assumptions have been made in our observation of the sky. And I also brought up the dark matter thing, and relativity being a bit of a deflection potentially from what would have been really a scientific potential evolution or whatever you want to call it. And it's not really. Because it's been so perverted by disinformation now that it's very hard for even the best and honest scientists to come up with the correct solution when they've got their grounding and their foundations are so based on flawed information. Almost impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, totally.
Sorry, I lost everyone. I zoomed out and came back in again. Excuse me. Hey, as used the argument that, like, if you imagine the sun in the middle of a room, and if January is on the left-hand side, and then an orbit later, 6 months later, June would be on the right-hand side, and that when you look towards the sun, it's never daytime. When you look towards the sun, it's always daytime, so you can't see the stars, and therefore you are literally looking at the east wall of your room or the west wall of your room, depending on 6 months apart. So, and again, it would be the same for the other walls. 3 months later, you shouldn't ever see the same stars that you see in January that you see in June. I mean, apart from during an eclipse where the sky might...
Hold on a second. What about the stars that are, like you have to think 3D, like in the globe model, in their model, you have the Earth, the sun, and then the Earth on the other side of the sun, right? But you can look upwards, like up from the plane, orbital plane, or down, and
no, but whenever you look towards the sun, you might be able to look upwards or downwards or outwards in midnight, in the middle of your dark time. You're looking at, your east wall of your room, whereas 6 months later, you're literally looking at the west wall of your room because you're spinning halfway around the Earth.
Ceiling and the floor in your analogy.
Yeah, but even if you only look at a hemisphere, if you talk about a hemisphere,
you understand what I'm saying? Well, there's not just two walls. There's also the ceiling and the floor.
Well, you're looking at a hemisphere. Like if you imagine you're looking at a celestial sphere, half sphere in January, you can't possibly look at any of the same stars 6 months exactly later because you're looking exactly the opposite way.
Why not?
So
just draw their model. Stop for a second and draw their model on a piece of paper. On the left side, there's a small circle, that's the Earth. In the middle, there's a big circle, that's the sun. On the right side is the small circle, the Earth, 6 months later. The stars are everywhere.
Yeah, but when you're looking at the sun, it's daytime, so you can't see fucking stars.
But
so what I'm saying is you're looking at 180 degrees different.
My girlfriend thinks you're talking like a female cartoon character.
She's so confused. Oh my god.
12 She's hours not confused. Later. It's actually very simple. Draw it on a piece of paper. You've got a bright light in the middle. On the left-hand side, if you're facing out away from the bright light, you will see a specific set of stars. On the right-hand side,
about if you look up
hold on, Peter.
Degrees?
I didn't invite you to talk through me. That's great. On the right-hand side, you will look out and you'll see a completely opposite or different set of stars. What you're claiming is when you look up, you should see the same thing.
Yeah, there's no I'm talking about their model. Obviously, I don't believe that's the model, but in their model, the suns are, left of the Earth at night or right of the
Peter?
Earth at night 6 months later. They're also north and south. I'm using these terms
Peter.
loosely. Okay, you understand
Peter,
that?
are you
So
from
at night,
Scandinavia?
no, I wish I were. I from Sverige.
Are you from Sverige?
Sverige. No. Are you?
No.
Are you friends with Greta Thunberg?
Mycket bra. Sverige, mycket bra.
Oh, mycket bra. Well, Sverige not good. Norway very good in soccer.
No,
Sverige not
no,
so
no,
much.
no, no. No, no.
All right.
Sweden.
So,
No shit.
Holland. Okay. So, you will see the same
Okay.
set of stars because the sun is not in your way. Not completely the same set because partially what she's saying is true, but there will be a set of stars that are not blocked by the sun, no matter what time of the year it is, because they're, let's say, perpendicular to the orbital plane.
So, chat,
My
do you also
goodness.
think that this female is sounding like a cartoon character? That's what my girlfriend said. Green Weaver. Could you talk?
I'm not a cartoon character. That's ridiculous. We do live in a cartoon, however, potentially.
Well, my girlfriend is saying you sound like one, but it's okay. I agree with you that we do live in a cartoon, in a way. It's a matrix of sorts. So who's a baller and who's a flatter? So I just came in here. So
you're a baller. You can
I'm a
smell it.
baller.
Yeah, I could tell the moment you spoke that you're a baller, so welcome.
Well, I'm in the middle. I'm a centrist, so in the middle.
So
No, you're
here's
not.
the
You're
weird
just
thing, right,
LARPing.
Dylan? Here's the weird thing. Two people were having a conversation and then you interrupted it. That's what happened when you came in.
My apologies, sheepdog legend.
Anyway, did you two want to continue the conversation, Dreamweaver and Peter?
I mean, what else is there to say?
I just propose that, if you think about it as a room and like the sun is in the center, I mean, it would be very interesting to see if during an eclipse, what stars you see at the moment where the sun is blotted out and you begin to appreciate stars again. It's really interesting to see what stars you see because theoretically, those stars should not be visible during your same nighttime during the same season. And I'm just arguing that 6
Again,
months.
if you're using the room analogy, consider the stars could be on the floor and on the ceiling. And no matter which side of the room you are, if the sun is in the center of the room, you can still look at the ceiling or at the floor.
Then you would appreciate very different stars in the morning versus the afternoon, but yet we still see the same stars spiraling concentrically around the two poles, and that's what we see. So I'm just interested as to why that isn't a better argument, because I'm still trying to appreciate the argument against it, and I'm not seeing it because you're looking 180. Let's just think about the stars for your geographical position that are exactly at your zenith during January at midnight, yeah? And then let's do the same thing 6 months later. None of those stars that you're looking at your zenith should be the same stars. Yet every night I can do a time lapse of my stars going around the Southern Cross. What do you call it? I can't remember the pole, the closest star to the pole in the south, but every night I see the same stars rotate round and round and round. And I do not see different stars January from the ones that I see in June. And I find that compelling.
So if you're looking north or south, right, in the globe model, we're talking about the globe model, you're looking along the axis of rotation, which is tilted to the orbital plane at what, 24 degrees or so, right? So the sun is never in your way. That's why you see Polaris through the year, because it's at 24 degrees to the orbital plane.
I don't see Polaris because I'm in the southern hemisphere.
I know, or the equivalent. Can you even think? Are you able to think? Or just talk? Okay, so you're only able to talk. But if you're able to think, you would recognize that I just used one example I said earlier. Polaris or Sigma Octantis, the equivalent. They're going to be, whether you're north at 24 degrees to the orbital plane and whether you're south, same thing. So the sun will never be in your way. Not 24 degrees to the orbital plane, 90 minus 24 degrees to the orbital plane. Okay? So
this
66 degrees
Morning
to the orbital
should not
plane.
be the
Okay?
same as the stars you see
So
in
no
the
worries.
other.
No, the sun's never in your way.
so it's a good argument for anything, you know, on the plane, you know, the solar plane of the solar system, when you're the planets and all that.
The orbital plane
All
of the
Peter
Earth
is
is what you
yeah,
want to say.
yeah. All Peter is saying, so you're in this model you were describing, and so you're in the winter time, say you're looking away in this room in the winter time in this northern winter in December, and you would be looking 180 degrees away from where you will be in 6 months, right? You know, that's a good argument.
Right.
Anything aligned with that. All Peter is saying, say you're in December, you're looking away, to look straight up in this room. If say you were on the equator, you'd be looking real low on the horizon from your perspective, but you would be looking up at the ceiling of this room, you know. And since the stars are claimed to be an
That would just be
infinite
at dusk
distance,
or dawn. That would just be at dusk
yeah,
and
yeah,
dawn.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
you would be
Correct.
looking real low at the horizon, and there would be a few stars that would be up at the ceiling. Since they're at infinite distance, 6 months later, you'd be looking at the horizon, and you could, you know, technically see a small swatch of the sky that would be visible from both the winter and the summer, because they're claimed to be an infinite distance, but only real low on the horizon, you know, when you'd be looking up. But the majority of things, it's a good argument.
But then, I mean, so the argument
Not a good
is at
argument at
one
all. You
point
can see
in
this
orbit.
if you take a tennis ball and a basketball being the sun and the earth being the tennis ball, because to destroy heliocentrism, we need to understand their model very well as they do, or better, and then we can debunk it. We cannot just repeat memes from freaking what's his name, Eric Dubay. Okay, so if you take a tennis ball and a basketball, you'll see, and you imagine the axis of rotation tilted. You know, if you want to be precise, you'll see that no matter where you place the tennis ball in relation to the basketball, the majority of the stars, which would be 360 around you, around the tennis ball, will be visible. It's actually only a small portion that will be obstructed by the sun, depending on your location. Very small portion. The sun is what, guys? Correct me if I'm wrong. How big? What's the angular resolution of the sun? Is it half a degree? Half a degree. All right.
But you don't see those more stars in the morning or the very, very late evening when you've got that kind of dusk sort of position. Right, but you should see those same stars that you only see in the morning or in those dusky positions. You should see them all night in your zenith. That's what I'm saying. I guess I'm trying to get to.
Well, you see, think like this. You see Polaris or Sigma Octantis in the south, and all the stars, like 180 degrees to, the huge cone of stars surrounding that pole star, if you will, whichever one it is for you. You see them all year long. They're nowhere near the orbital plane.
How about we call it a hemisphere then, if you want to get into the globe
I know. Why
model?
are you obsessed about spheres?
Just saying, you're seeing one half of the hemisphere, of the celestial hemisphere. And then 6 months later, you should see the other half of that hemisphere. If the sun is rotating
because
around.
you live in 3D world. Do you understand that there's a ceiling and a floor? You understand that in their model, the stars are so far away that your orbital position doesn't change anything. Like to most of the stars, you can't even measure parallax through the year.
So at midnight,
So
at 6 months
they are
later,
straight
not stars. You should not, 100%, because you're 180 degrees looking the opposite direction, except during an
Lady,
eclipse.
you should listen to, may he rest in peace, more of Indio and less to Eric Dubay, okay?
I
Earth
think
still measures
it's a
flat
good point.
anyway.
Yeah.
What?
Whatever's going on in the stars or the sky, it does it over a flat Earth.
Facts.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Alex. Yeah, no, I don't pretend to have like an answer for everything on that. Maybe I'm missing something from what you were saying. Are you saying that like no matter where you're at in the world, everybody should be seeing the same sky of the celestial sphere, or just the same sky if we were living on a globe?
Holy crap, dude! She's saying you can't see behind you. That's what she's saying.
Yeah. I mean, I'm imagining the globe-tide model of the sun sort of waving through the galactic sphere in its sine wave, while we are apparently rotating around it 6 months. 6 months we're looking, and when we look at the sun, except for during an eclipse, when we look at the sun, it's daytime, and say like we just took midnight measurements. What stars we see at midnight in January 1 should be the exact opposite of the stars that we see June 1. Because I'm talking midnight. Like if you took the same time, like in the middle of your night. Do you understand what I'm saying? Those stars shouldn't at all resemble the ones you see in January.
Yeah, I mean, like to my knowledge, they don't. I don't know. Do they?
The same stars rotate round and round their poles, their respective poles, whether you're looking south or you're looking north. They rotate around those poles.
Right.
Hey, Sheepdog,
Yeah.
do you see Polaris all year long?
Yeah, but I'm not sure she's like saying any,
Just keep it
are you
simple.
saying
Just keep it
anything?
simple for now. Do you
Well,
see
let's
Polaris all year
reverse it
long?
and just say Sigma Octantis.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I
the
know,
same. All the people in the south see the Southern Cross all year long.
I know the solar zodiac. So like the way the zodiacs work when you're born, the sun would be in the position. We can't see it in the zodiac, but it would be in that position of the zodiac. And that's how we do our
I
horoscope.
know, but just keep it simple for now. Do you see Polaris all year long? Yes. Does
Yeah.
a person in Australia see the Southern Cross all year long? Yes. Because they are on the
They would.
ceiling, in quotes.
It would be below Sigma Octantis in half the year and above Sigma Octantis the other half of the year. That would be my
Don't
understanding.
worry about that. Do you see it or not? You do, yes? So some
Sure.
stars, actually the majority of stars, are visible all year long.
Wouldn't say the majority of stars.
Well, the fact that you can see the same stars all year round is what debunks the globe model. That's what I'm saying.
No, it doesn't. You take a tennis ball, take a basketball, and think to yourself, what would I see from a particular position on that tennis ball facing away from the basketball? And you will see that you would see a huge majority of the space surrounding you from that position, because you're looking up and down and sideways and all the angles. And yes, during the day, the sun is in between you and a certain volume of space, but that's not the majority of the space.
My goodness. The stars have a certain motion that they go throughout the year. It takes them a whole year to get back to the position that they were in the year before. It's a much slower motion than the sun, which roughly returns to the same position every day. So like as the sun is moving throughout the day, so also the stars are moving throughout the year.
So on that last claim, I don't think anybody's saying the sun is blocking anything. It's the Earth itself that would be blocking your view, and supposedly on opposing.
Yeah, you can only see a half hemisphere. And then in June, you should see the exact opposite half hemisphere. And during the middle of the year, there should be a combination of both.
No, that's not true. Because if you were on an arc, you can see below. You can see below it. So if you drew lines out of your viewpoint, you'd see more. You'd see more than a hemisphere. The same way with your peripheral vision. Like right now, I'm looking at a television screen, but I can see the corner of the room, not quite that back corner that's truly behind me, but I can see greater than 180 degrees. And if I turn my head, and so I'm not imagining turning the Earth. I'm imagining turning my field of view while I'm on the Earth that's facing the opposite direction. I'd have even more of a field of view. So a human has 220 degree field of view.
So there should be a seasonal crossover. But if you're talking about midnight observations where you're theoretically looking 180 degrees to the position of the sun, and you're doing the same thing 6 months later, theoretically, you should be observing opposite stars, and you're not.
Yeah, but only in the
You're
portion of your field of view.
misunderstanding.
Only in the portion of your field of view that's truly 180 degrees, because not all of your field of view is that. So there definitely is a small portion of your field of view that would be true, but it's not all of your field of view. So there's plenty of your field of view that would still have similar stars that you saw before.
Yeah, but in your view, in your view, you've actually got the Earth obscuring. I mean, in the globetard model, you've got the Earth obscuring that.
What about looking north
right?
or south? Nothing is obscuring anything. Why? This is not even about science. You don't understand three-dimensional, just simple system. Tennis ball, basketball. Look at the tennis ball and the basketball. Look at the entire volume that the basketball is not in the way of.
It's not that the basketball's in the way. It's that you're standing on the tennis ball. And
I understand that. What I'm saying is, if you imagine being on a particular location on the tennis ball and you rotate it, yes, at one point you become exposed to the basketball and the light would overwhelm the sky. That's true. But even before that happens, what's available to you is immense, and it's the same spot. It's the same. A lot of it is the same when you're on the other side of the basketball. My God, like it's tilted in their model at 24
It's
degrees
tilted. I think,
also, right? So you see, if you see the Southern Cross, why would you not see it 6 months later if it's still completely exposed to you?
It's like the
Look
Big
at
Dipper and the
these.
Little Dipper. I can see the Big Dipper and Little Dipper all year long. I can see the
I
Little
guess
Dipper.
I'm talking about stars at your zenith at midnight. Is
Yeah.
essentially what I'm talking about.
Okay, so we're not talking north and south. We're just talking zenith.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're looking 180 degrees theoretically in the celestial sphere from the position that you're looking at midnight on June 1. And January 1 at midnight, when you look at your zenith, there should be none of the stars that are there when you're looking, and yet they are, is what I'm saying.
No, because the constellations run through that area as well. And so, like, if you notice, like, when I'm gonna butcher so like when the sun is in Cancer, right? Then the midnight zenith is going to be in Sagittarius. That's just how it is. Like, whether it's a globe or a flat Earth, the way they do that is, you're facing the sun. Well, the sun would be in Cancer, right? The sun, like, you would be facing the sun, Cancer would be behind the sun. 6 months later, when you're facing the sun, you're now facing 180 degrees in the opposite direction. The sun is now in Sagittarius, and when you look up in the middle of the night at zenith, Cancer will be directly over your head. I don't disagree with that in either sense. Like I said, I've said this before. The math, they screwed up on the first part of the equation. And if you screw up the very first step in the equation, doesn't matter if you do the rest of the equation correctly, the equation's wrong. So if you don't measure the curvature first, if there's no curvature to go with the rest of your entire belief system, then the entire belief system's wrong.
Hey, I'm a flat earther. That's exactly what I believe. I'm just trying to use the globetard model to, basically, if you look at it, I'm just imagining, do you know that picture, that animation? I was trying to find it just now. The animation of where you see the sun and you see all these planets kind of spiraling around. Yeah? Have you seen that? And they're chasing the sun? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just trying to imagine that in my mind. And I'm thinking during the midday, you're not seeing any stars. So you're not looking at all out that direction. And in the midnight, you're looking the opposite direction. But 6 months later, you've spiraled around that sun. And you really are, you should be seeing a whole different selection of stars. And I struggle to even, I can understand that if you look, like let's say I'm on the equator, I look up north and I see Polaris, and I look south and I see towards Sigma Octantis. Do you know what I mean? Then I'm looking effectively in my room that I'm imagining. I guess I'm looking, at the east and west wall or whatever, north and south wall, sorry. Yeah. And so I'm just trying to imagine, I know the whole sky is spiraling around, and I can see that in a photograph that takes a capture of the stars. You can see that they're spiraling around a point, and you're not wobbling at all. You're not waving through the galaxy. And yet I can't see at midnight how you see different stars completely, and only a small amount morning and evening stars that you see at the other 6 month period. I don't see that personally. I see Sigma Octantis all night, and all the stars that rotate around it, I see them all night.
So stop imagining this. Just do an experiment with physical objects in your hands to imagine the relationship between those objects and imaginary stars on your walls, and you will see what I am saying. You keep trying to imagine and you suck at it and you're failing. I suck
Peter,
at
hold
stuff
on.
like this too. That's why I take objects
Peter, hold
in
on,
my
hold on.
hands and imagine their
Come on, man.
relationships, okay, while looking at the
Peter.
objects.
So Greenweaver, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
All right. So when you're looking at Sigma Octantis, are you looking zenith?
That would mean she's on the South Pole, you numbnuts.
No shit. I'm trying to help her see that she's saying I see Sigma Octantis all the time, but she's not looking zenith when she looks at Sigma Octantis. The hard part about being in the southern hemisphere, you don't have all the especially the more further south you are, you don't have the luxury of looking up and seeing all the zodiac constellations that everybody's horoscopes are built off of.
Yeah,
But
we
that's
zodiac constellations, and they rotate around you as well. Like it's no different.
right.
No
Right.
different.
So when you're looking up at zenith, do you see the Sigma Octantis? Because you said you keep
No,
seeing that all year long.
no, I'm not saying when you're looking at zenith, but what all night those same stars spiral around. It's how I find south. It's easy to find south looking at Sigma Octantis, right? I can point due south because I can look at it. But the stars that rotate around my head above my house, they're in that concentric circles around that Sigma Octantis, if you like, right?
Right. And
So what I'm
throughout the
saying
night,
is those are all year round. But surely if I had sun around the other side of the world, I should be seeing very different stars around Sigma Octantis or where I'm looking in the sky above me.
no, because they all follow Sigma Octantis. The Sigma Octantis is the center of the wheel.
Well, the whole point is it's not what's being observed. So we can't invoke things that are being observed. It's like if you're a little ant standing on the tennis ball and you're in a baseball field, and in summer you're looking towards home plate above your head, and then in winter you're looking to the outfield above your head. I mean, that's the spatial reasoning of this. Why aren't we seeing the outfield? Why are we still seeing home plate?
We're not seeing home plate when we look in the outfield.
Because it's 3D. It is 3D. Why do you see a skyscraper no matter where you are on a baseball field? Because nothing's in your way. Do you understand that you don't have to look? It's not a two-dimensional world. Earth, sun, Earth. Oh my God, Earth, sun's in the way. We can see shit.
We try to nail down something, you just like completely make a different analogy that kind of like completely ruins the conversation.
Oh my goodness. Hey, how about this?
was
The
the
first
Am I
one
wrong?
of you to model an actual star and the line of sight from that star that can or can't be seen if the Earth is on the other side of the sun and facing away from the sun. First one of you to do that wins. There you go.
Well, we'd have to invent a whole slew of stars that aren't there.
No, you just have to pick any star that would be
You can't use real
behind
observation
you
because
that
real
you can
observation is
see.
true observation is not a globe. So we can't invoke what we actually see.
But we're discussing the
Oh my
globe
goodness,
model
dude.
in order to understand it so we can then debunk it properly and not through memes from Eric Dubay.
This could all be hypothetical. It doesn't matter whether it's real or not. The task is to create a model in 3 dimensions where you're on an Earth on the other side of the sun, where the star is on the other side where you left 6 months before. You're now on the night side, so you're facing away from the sun 180 degrees from a certain star, and locate that star where you couldn't be able to see it on the surface of the Earth. Right? There you go. That's all you got to do.
Well, we'd have to invent fictional stars and then do that. That's what I'm saying.
What? Who cares?
We're not going to be able to invoke like the actual stars.
No, listen, friend. The whole point of this is just so that somebody can learn spatial reasoning.
That's what this is, spatial reasoning.
Right. So if you can't model what I just said, right, then then there's no worth. It's not worth talking about.
Wait,
It's a
so
paradox.
I'm not sure what you're asking because,
It's
like,
not a
for example,
paradox.
Cancer.
It is a paradox.
No, it's not a paradox, dude. It has a definitive geometric solution.
Okay.
So
Well,
paradoxes have no apparent solution.
wait, so Cancer, you can't see Cancer right now. Nobody can, but 6 months from now you can. Is that the type of thing you're talking about?
No.
No, but she's trying to prove an exclusion, not a positive.
So Matthew, yes, but also the fact that there are some stars that you can see through the year all the time, right? From the
Well,
same
like
location.
Polaris, right?
Yes, or a huge chunk of stars in that cone of vision, right? Not just Polaris, a whole bunch of them.
But they should only be visible by this model early in the morning or late at dusk. If they're in the looking north-south walls of this room, and what I'm talking about is January is east at midnight and west is midnight at June, then you're surely then you're talking about north and south.
No, now I think you're confusing like an abstract view of, or a God's eye view of Earth's position according to the sun, and then giving it an east and west.
Yeah, remember, I'm just talking about the globetard model. I'm not believing in this. I'm just challenging the globetard model with this understanding of 3D space. And to be fair,
Right.
like a lot of people question my knowledge of 3D space, but I taught architecture at university, so I'm not fucking completely devoid of logic and
Okay,
reasoning.
fine.
I'm around
Model
for
it
flat
out.
earth.
Model it out so someone can see it, and then they don't have to argue with you about the way you're presenting it with language.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess July 17, 14, something around that time, Pleiades, Subaru, whatever, the Seven Sisters, I don't know, people call it different names, that comes up in the horizon. We begin to see that. So that's a star system that is generally mostly seen by the Northern Hemisphere that is, coming up at a certain time of the year. But that's very low in my horizon. I'm still talking about the stars that I repeatedly see, in my hemisphere, my celestial hemisphere in January. And I can't see them being the exact opposite of the ones that I see in June. I just can't. Because all night, if you do a time lapse all night of your stars, they're still rotating around. You're still seeing a good proportion of the
No,
sky
that time
all
lapse.
night.
That time lapse is just a partial rotation. It's not a full rotation. That's where you're getting confused. That star trail time lapse, just a partial motion, and all the other stars mixing in with the star trail of the star you think it is.
I guess I'm just going to have to do a 6-month zenith observation and see what I see when I take a photograph at midnight 6 months later, and just try it out and see for myself. And then I can debunk myself with your help. I'll present it when I have.
Yeah, like in the north, when we're looking up to the north to the Polaris, we'll see the Little Dipper up higher up in the sky, and then 6 months later, it'll be down below its position, upside down. It'll be completely flipped 180
You know what?
degrees.
I posted a diagram of human vision at 220 degrees, right? So that's greater than 180. That means you can see off the side of your head and behind the side of the plane, right? So if I'm in my room and I'm on my spinning chair and I turn 180 degrees from the wall, I can't see the wall directly on the back of my head. But if I turn my eyes up, to the left, to the right, and down, I could see the majority of that wall, the majority of that wall, all of the wall in front of me, and I could see the more than half of the ceiling. So there's only a very narrow band that's completely impossible for me to see. And so what you have to do is identify stars or exclude stars from that band And that's just a geometry problem that you could easily model out in a piece of software. You could have an AI do it for you. You could have a friend do it for you. And then pick a star in that band that you could or couldn't see from your vantage point on the Earth. And then you could validate your point.
Okay, will do. I'll have a go at it.
Because majority of people that bring up this topic, they usually talk about stars that are outside of that band. That depending on your relationship, if when you're thinking about either top down or isometric view, if you explode it out into a 3D view, the stars there would be no point where the stars don't have a direct line of sight from your face on the Earth during the night. But there is a band or a zone or a cone, however you want to call it, that would be excluded, and it's only the stars in that band that matter. If you're trying to use this as an argument within the globe model to debunk the globe model.
Yeah, I might have a little look at Stellarium and see. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys believe that Stellarium is fairly accurate or not?
100%. I've never found it inaccurate in even a single example.
With all due respect, Peter, I really want to hear from a flat earther. Do flat earthers also feel that it's quite accurate for its? I mean, I know that there's the whole celestial theodolite kind of situation with Alan and Shane and that lot. I know that one. Is it? Do we think that it is quite accurate or not? What is people's experience of it?
I don't know. I've never used it.
I use it. It's off a little bit sometimes, but pretty good.
Yeah, it's accurate enough. The stars are roughly where they're supposed to be. It's just modeling out the celestial sphere, and then it completes the sphere by putting the stars that you don't see underneath you.
Isn't there a kind of discrepancy when it comes to like equatorial star? Like if you start to like look at distances and angles between stars and how they behave when they're concentrically going around their so-called poles, isn't there some kind of discrepancy where there seems? I mean, it could be, I guess, an artifact of perspective, which is quite likely actually, like you observe with the sun and whatnot, but yeah, isn't there a sort of discrepancy about the way stars behave on the equator versus how they behave near the so-called poles?
That I've never heard.
I mean, I've been listening to some discussions on New Perspective channel, who often like takes clips from 24/7 and puts them up on YouTube, and so like I generally listen to those, and there's quite a few in Earth Awakenings in that kind of realm. I don't know if you guys go there.
So I use Sky Safari with my phone, and it puts your phone into an augmented reality, and you can move your phone around and make it match, like if you're aiming to the east, it'll show you the stars in the east. You move it up, it'll show you the stars to the zenith. The only thing that I've noticed that was off was that like I was trying to look at a planet, and I knew it was Mars. I just wanted to verify that it was Mars. And the location that it put it was slightly off centered. It wasn't in the position that I was aiming my camera lens on. And so I was kind of disappointed in that aspect of it. Because, I wanted it to represent the true sky of what I'm looking at. So
couldn't that be magnetic deflection or something? Although I suppose it should take account of that, being that it's an app and it's got your location.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought it was too. Again, I just think it's like a model, and then they roughly put things as close to the general area as they can, and they're off. If they're off by a little bit, then they're off by a little bit, and they're gonna be like, "So sue us. We got it close enough, right?" That's kind of like the argument that Indio used to make about sunrise and sunset when you uh, complained to the U.S. Naval Observatory um, because they don't use the globe model, they use the equation of time, and so they get you within like 14 minutes of when the sunrise should be. And if they don't get you right on spot, it's like, oh, sorry, we use this model, we don't use that model. So it gets you
Have you
close enough.
have you seen the debunk of the whole Antarctica sun and sunset times that I think Steve Falconer did? Did you see that one? It was quite fascinating how inaccurate it all seemed to be, like the mapping of Antarctica. Anyway, I mean, it was very odd. Have you seen that one?
I haven't seen that, but I'll say this. It just all leads back to the discussions that we've had in the past in here is the sun is an apparent location. It's not a physical location. So all
Yeah.
they're trying to do is give it a physical location, but for them to do that, that's a huge leap of faith.
And I guess we have to say the same for the stars, then, I guess, if that's true for the sun, somewhat. I mean, I don't know.
I agree. Even the moon. One of these days, I haven't seen anybody do it, but one of these days, I need to break down and I need to do some kind of an Eratosthenes thing with the sun and the moon and see if they have the same angular shadows, because that would be an interesting observation as well.
Sweet, I could do your Southern Hemisphere version. I suppose the ideal would to be the exact opposite point on the said globe and do the same observation.
I'll probably link up with because I know Flat Lloyd Wright is in the same longitude as me. I'll probably do something with him just to see what kind of angles we get for a moon shadow and versus a sun shadow, and just if I got anybody else that's on the same longitude as me, that'll be fine. I'll do an observation with you though from where you see it versus where I see it, and see if it matches up with us being able to observe it on a globe, quote unquote.
Yeah, nice. Okay, I'm up for it.
Right on. We'll have to match it because I think are you on the east coast of Australia or the west coast?
No, I'm in New Zealand. I'm on the south coast.
Okay.
I'm in Wellington. So I'm
Okay, so you're like
when I look south, I
17
look at
hours ahead of me.
Antarctica theoretically. Yeah.
What are you like GMT plus 12 or something like that? 13?
Yeah, 13 or 12. Yeah, usually. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we'll have to do something like that, like a morning, evening observation to see where we're at.
Yep. Great.
Matter of fact, I'll send you a DM just so that way I don't forget you.
Yeah, awesome. Yep.
I'll be back.
Hello, guys. Hello. Guys, I have a question, guys. Are you there? Hello. Anyone?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, thank you, lady. Thank you so much. Actually, I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
Actually, last night, what happened? My friend, one of my friend, she came at my apartment and she had a problem with her husband. And she was, discussed the whole scenario that every weekends when her husband drinks and came back home from the
Is this
club.
flat Earth related, or is this just like personal information? Because just asking.
What did you say?
Is this flat Earth related, or is it just personal information? Because it sounds like you're telling us a whole personal story. I don't know if you should dox yourself like that.
Okay. Oh my God.
Do you believe in a globe Earth, or are you?
No, I'm just talking. I'm just asking the question. What should she do? What she should do in this kind of situation? Yes, I'm here, guys.
I don't think we're like a relationship advice channel here. We're like generally like focused on matters of the earth and its geometry.
But you know what? I can say in a relationship advice, there's no one. So that's why I'm
Oh,
here.
I'm sure there's
And
something on
feminism,
politics, or you could find someone somewhere,
feminism,
but it's not
in a
here. I can tell
feminism,
you.
okay. Let me talk, Green. Let me talk. Sorry that I am interrupting you.
Right, and what were you going to say then? Is it going to be about flat Earth or globe Earth? Do you believe we live on a ball? You've gone all quiet.
Y'all, the queen is here.
What you been doing out gathering globe evidence?
Hell no. I've been asleep all day.
Man, you can't prove curvature like that.
Yeah, I can. Day and night, loser. That's all the proof I need. Boogie Woods, what type of Southern are you? Like, are you like Alabama Southern or like what's some other Southern places?
I'm a not very southern.
So like in the States or like somewhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah, to being in the States.
Yeah.
Okay, period. Okay, there's 50 states. Hold on, let me get my US map. Okay, period. Georgia.
No.
Are you in Georgia?
No. I've lived in many places, so it might be hard to pin down my accent.
Louisiana. I feel like you got a hint of blackness. That's why you sound a little bit black.
No. Not Louisiana.
Uh,
I'm in the Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah,
Appalachian Mountains.
I'd say Tennessee.
But closer.
Alaska? Wait. Wait, shit! No! What's the state by Tennessee?
Yes. I'm in the Alaskan part of the Appalachian Mountains. You got me.
Oh boy.
Wait, the Appalachian Mountains is like the mountains with like Bigfoot and all of them, like the creepy lore shit.
Yeah, man. Bigfoot, Mothman.
Ew.
We hang out all the time.
The Appalachian Mountains are on the East Coast.
No, it's on the West Coast and South Coast,
No,
North Coast.
that's the Rocky Mountains.
Whatever you say, bruh.
Gosh, I thought you were a globe expert, Ippo.
When did I ever say that?
You're gonna label yourself the queen. You should be.
I can label myself whatever I want. It doesn't mean it's true. But me being the queen is true. Okay? That's the difference.
Right.
Right. How is it like over there? Like, you're only known for being like a scary fucking state. Like, I would cry. Like, you got nothing going on in your state. Like Oklahoma. Nobody has nothing going on in their fucking state. Or Missouri. Or Illinois. Or Ohio. Or Pennsylvania.
You didn't even narrow down what state I'm in. But you're right. There's not much going on.
Wait, I thought you said you was in Arkansas. Are you not?
No. You just make up stuff in your mind?
No, there's a state called Arkansas. What are you talking about?
Yes, there is. I said I was in the Appalachian Mountains. Here's a pro tip. They might be in more than one state.
No, that wouldn't even make sense. Wait,
Mountain
unless the
ranges aren't
mountains cross
allowed to
over.
cross state borders. Gosh.
Okay, Oklahoma. I think I said that. Or Texas.
No, Ippo. I'm in West Virginia.
Virginia.
West,
Virginia's a state.
West Virginia.
I don't see Virginia. Oh God. Okay, I see. That's by Kentucky.
Yep.
You got nothing going on in the damn state. I feel sad. Florida is full of fucking crackheads, mosquitoes, crocodiles, crackers.
Crocodiles.
Yeah, you got to watch out for those creek collar crocodiles in West Virginia.
Okay, but crocodiles here. Wait, don't both crocodiles and alligators live in Florida? I'm pretty sure.
In captivity.
No, I mean like here naturally. I don't care. Florida's the best state. All the other states suck. If we were all to go to war, Florida or Texas would win, and that's about it. Sorry.
And it looks real flat down there in Florida. I lived in Florida for a few years. It was really flat.
Ew! What are you doing in my state? I run the state, bruh. I'm the governor, okay? What are you doing in my state?
I was down there too for about a year or two.
What are you doing in my state? Okay, were you in north or like south?
I was near St. Augustine.
St.
I was
Augustine.
I was up north.
Oh, okay. So you can stay up north, but you can't come down here. Sorry.
I was in Jacksonville. That's the biggest city in the United States by area.
I know. I've been to Jacksonville. Oh, Florida up there is like so boring. Really just trees. You said you've been in where? Said it started with an A, if I can remember.
Me, I was in St. Augustine.
Oh, you still like you up there. Okay, you're in the north part. You're not in the south part. Y'all are a bunch of fucking losers. South part is the best of Florida, bruh.
It's too hot, man.
You'll get used to it.
All of Florida is too hot. You can have it. I'll come visit in the wintertime.
It's still kind of hot in the winter, but not too much.
All flat sand.
I heard that Florida's supposed to be gone in like 100 years.
Yeah, that's your globe war.
Yeah, where's it going?
Yeah. But it's okay, because I don't think I will live for 100 years.
You never know. You'd be lucky.
Yeah. Like, I don't want to die. I feel like that's a harsh topic.
Indeed.
Like I said, Florida is the best state ever, best country, best people. Like, Florida, like, it's South Florida, specifically. South Florida. Like
That'd be
Orlando,
Atlantically.
South. What you said?
Wouldn't you be Atlantically and not Pacifically?
Ha 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 ha. No, Florida's in the Atlantic. Wait, Florida's in the Pacific Ocean. Wait, no. Wait, what?
You need to go back to school, Hippo.
I'm still in school.
You need to pay attention one of these days.
Maybe one day. U.S. map. Oh, we are in the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, period. I want to go to the Bahamas.
Probably get there pretty quick. Go find you a boat.
Yeah, and then I'll travel the world and then prove that like the Earth is curving.
Nice. I'll be looking forward to it.
So you're telling me New Mexico is not a part of Mexico, bro? It's fucking stupid. It's literally a part of New Mexico.
These people didn't come to you before they planned all this stuff out. What were they thinking?
I don't even know why it's called New Mexico. Just put it as Mexico.
Well, we run out of names. That's all we got to have. You know, all these new places like New York and New Orleans and all that. New England.
But it's stupid because it's literally connected to Mexico. Why don't we just like take over Mexico? Like, why is it connected to our country? Like, we should just evacuate all the people and then bomb Mexico. Wait, that's kind of fucked up to say. I mean, well, it did say evacuate all the people, but whoever wants to go to war and wants to like try us, then you can like bomb them because like I just told your ass to evacuate. You don't want to listen, so that's your fault. But yeah, we should take over like Mexico. It's stupid. Okay, so I'm in the southeast, period. Northwest, Midwest, northeast, west. Oh, actually, never mind with Mexico because the cartel is there and they're scary. Wait, hello, skeptic. That just proves my point. If we have flattest states, that means the United States is curving, which means the world is curving. Because, like, if the world was just flat, there wouldn't be like sinking states. Period. So that goes against flat Earth. Duh.
About you, Bo.
What?
Worried about you and your logic.
No, my logic is correct. You just think about it.
We can tell it's a ball because how flat it is.
No. I'm saying if you have different flat parts, right? You got like somewhere it's like medium flat, and then you got like a little higher flat, and then you got like the highest flat. It's curving. So technically that means the earth is curving if you think.
No.
Yeah, because it wouldn't have different flats. It would just be all flat. And Florida wouldn't be sinking, but it is. The tectonic plates wouldn't be moving if they were flat, because it's not.
Flat tectonic plates. On a flat realm, huh? That wouldn't make sense.
What? What are you talking about?
I wonder why they're called plates.
Guess what scientists named them? It's not like, significant.
Yeah, where's the curve, Hippo? There's
Oh
your
my gosh, it
there's
just
your
told
different
you.
elevations. I still don't see no curve.
Obviously, you do see the curve. You're just denying it. Hello, skeptic. The curve is right there. It's in front of our eyes. Great Lakes System Profile? What?
Be careful, you might learn something.
I don't want to learn. That's going to hurt my brain.
Believe that.
Guys, you should watch Baki Hama. It's going to tell you all what you need to know so where you know that the earth is curving. Because it has this prehistoric man in it and they talk about how the earth was. And so just watch Baki. Is it Baki Hama or Baki Do? No, Baki Hama, I believe. Yeah, watch Baki Hama and then go to where it says prehistoric man on Netflix and then yeah, you should go watch it because they talk about how the shit happened with the dinosaurs. Let me actually see what episode it was. Let me finish watching Baki, bro.
Where you get your knowledge from? Netflix.
Yep. Who's
Let's
that?
try.
Ooh, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is coming out. Period. My bad. Oh, alright, I'm looking for it. Yes, it's called Baki Hama. Oh yes, so it's the new history of mankind. And his name is Pickle, and they talk about the meteors. I don't see how y'all don't believe space is real when meteors come out of space, bro. That's the most dumbest thing I ever fucking heard. And y'all should also watch JoJo's part. I don't know what part it is, but it's called Stone Ocean, and they also talk about the world and how it's curving in few parts of the show. Period.
So the Earth curves on TV screens. Gotcha. Not in reality, though.
No, I literally just told you they talk about how Earth is curving.
Yeah, on a TV show. Gotcha.
No, Boogie Woods in real life.
On Netflix, though, right?
Yes, but it's in real life. They explain to
Gotcha.
you.
Gotcha.
They explain to you how it works by using anime.
That's cool, but we prefer, real world empirical measurements, data. But
But
hey,
it
you do
is.
you,
What's
Hippo.
the
You do
problem?
you.
What's the problem if it's just like only yeah, what's the problem if it's like only just anime? Like it's still giving you the data that you want.
If it's just imaginary, it's just imaginary. No
No, it
problem with
isn't.
that.
Globe Earth is literally like not imaginary.
But that's the only place you've ever seen this curvature is either on a screen or in your imagination.
Actually, I seen it in my dreams also. So you're wrong.
You don't think your dreams come from your imagination?
No, they come from reality.
Right. Sure thing, boss.
Glossy balls.
Well, does anybody have any non-animated related questions?
How do I convince my mom to let me get a nose piercing? Because she won't let me get one, and now it's starting to irritate me.
It's like a hippo problem. What,
Well,
what's up?
it's an everybody problem.
What's up, Mostafa? How you doing, bud?
Yeah, I would say the best thing to do is to listen to your mom and not get a nose piercing. You'll be glad you didn't, like 20 years from now.
Not too much.
Can I ask you a question about the nose piercing, Ippo? What is the desired result? Like, what is to like look cool? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I think it would look good on my nose.
I've never seen a nose piercing that looks good on anybody ever, but
Right,
that's
me
just my
neither.
opinion.
100% of them look terrible.
No, I have like what is it called? I think it's called a Greek nose or like a button nose, either or. But like the tip of my nose points up, so it looks cute, bruh. I'm making a nose piercing
I've never heard a man my entire life go, "Ooh, that nose piercing on that chick has just got me going."
because like it's not for men, it's for women to see because women get it.
Well, except your mom.
I can tell.
Some women.
But like it's good. Like I had it. I had a fake nose piercing on my nose before, and it looked really freaking good. So like I want a real one because it's like just like the cherry on top. Like
It's
it
the
looked
metal
amazing.
booger on top.
No, it looked amazing on my nose.
You're gonna piss some girl off, and she's gonna run up and grab your nose ring and have her way with you.
What? That is not how girls work. It's just we admire each other, and it looks good on girls. So I'll be like, "Ooh, girl, you look so good with your nose piercing." And wait, piercing, and she'll be like, "Ooh, thank you." And then it's just like that. Girls compliment each other not off of lust, but
You're
off
known for
of
being super supportive.
admiration, bro. Not like how men do.
I think we all collectively feel for your mama and the work that's cut out for her.
My mom appreciates and loves me so much, and I help her out with everything.
Well, hopefully
That's
that's
good. You
true.
should always help your fam.
Help my what?
Hey,
Family.
Hippo, have you still not taken a bath yet? You said you were
I
going to show
have
us your
taken a
curve.
bath. I'm not
You said
taking a bubble bath yet.
you said you were going to show us
Oh,
your curved bathtub water.
I will once I take a bubble bath.
Oh, now it's a bubble bath.
What the hell are you talking about? I can't take a fucking picture of flat fucking water. Like I have two taps.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No,
It'll never happen.
I'm saying I have two different types of bathrooms. I have one with like it's like the floor and it's like the shower. I don't know what it's called. The
Oh my
tile
god.
floor
Losing brain
in
cells again.
shower.
I'll catch you guys later.
No, I have the one with fuck. Well, fuck yeah, yeah. Explain some shit. Anyways, I have the one with the tile floor and like it goes through like the little hole, and then I have the one with the bathtub with like the tub, and then it goes through the little like hole thing.
May I ask a question?
What?
Do you guys like the bush?
The bush?
Yo, this is a family show.
My bad.
Also, we're above junior high age. Most
It's
of
all
us.
good, man. Now you know.
Thank you, sir.
Like I need a nose piercing, bro. So good.
They look like a booger on the outside of your nose.
No, it doesn't. I don't know what nose type of piercings y'all been seeing, but like I want with a Hello Kitty thing on it.
Trust me, I say it as a fellow human. You don't want to be looking like a cow, and most men don't like any woman to look like a cow. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm not talking about getting a bull one. I'm talking about getting a nose piercing, like the top of the like side of your thing. And if I did get a bull one, I would still look good because I tried one and I still look good.
I promise you, as a man, we don't find it nice.
Well, it's not for men. It's for women.
Is that the same reason why you put makeup on? It's also for women, for yourself?
Yep, it's for women and myself.
So you sit there for hours doing that for yourself every morning?
I like
Yeah.
eating unicorns.
What the hell? But I don't do it
I
for
like
hours.
unicorns as well.
But it's nice to like do your makeup, like get yourself all like dressed up and like just take pictures. Or like, you know, do like
Take
one
pictures and put it on
style.
Instagram for attention, yes?
Yes, Brad, that's exactly what I do. Or like do face paint and like just put it on like your social media for fun. That's what I always do. I do face paint and makeup and shit. It's fun.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, if you like it, why not? It's okay. You're free to do whatever you want to do.
The cosmetic industry is like I would just be careful. I'd look at those ingredients before I go rubbing that stuff on your skin, because your skin is the largest organ on your body and it absorbs everything that touches it.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Toby. Thank God you're aware. Like, it's insane how much toxic garbage that is in those makeup products. Even the ones that are so-called or better. Even they have a lot of
This is why
PFAS
we
and other
have
garbage.
makeup remover, bro. Like, that's the whole point, to remove the makeup.
No
Another
offense,
harsh chemical.
you might not be able to get it, but like once you put it on your face, even if you take it off after a couple of hours, you still get that in your body.
Okay, but like, it's not
And it's
dangerous.
gonna stay. It is dangerous because it's gonna age your face and it's gonna stay in your body forever. Some of them are gonna stay in your body forever.
That's why they got the de-aging cream to sell you after it ages your face.
Exactly, Toby. Fuck, Toby. I
But I
love
don't
talking
care. Like,
to
makeup
a
is
woke
cool.
person.
I don't know what the problem is with guys and women wearing makeup. Like, that's saying if guys can get hair
No
transplant
one cares, Ipo.
or
No one cares.
I'm
All I'm
pretty sure you
saying
do
is
care.
that I just love natural beauty. If I see a girl have layers of makeup, I'm out. I'm not gonna even be in the proximity. You know, it's not gonna
Oh
happen.
my gosh. I hope like you're one of those guys. Y'all guys are fucking liars. No guy in this world nowadays like fucking natural beauty. Nobody
I
likes
do.
hair,
I love my
women,
girlfriend's. I love my girlfriend's pale face. I just love it.
pale face.
Now she's become a bit ginger as well. It's beautiful.
Okay. I'm pretty sure if she was to grow hair on her legs or her face or her armpits or her arms, you wouldn't like it.
Well, it's about hygiene. That's one thing, you know.
Hair is hygiene now? Exactly my point. If she
It is
wasn't to
hygiene. If you
No, it's really
wait,
not.
back up. If she
Hair's
would
not
not
hygiene.
shave her armpit, it's like you shave your armpit for hygienic purposes. She has
Yeah,
hair on
but
her
you don't
legs that she
have
doesn't
to.
shave, and I don't see it. It's a blonde, so I don't see anything, and I have no
I'm
problem with it.
saying, if she
Yeah,
wasn't to do all, if she was to only brush her teeth and take a fucking shower and shampoo her hair, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't fucking like her, bro.
I
Like,
literally
she's
love her
beautiful.
when she's all natural. I've told
Be
her as well.
beautiful.
Yeah, I'm just love natural beauty, and I think a lot of guys. I speak for a lot of guys. We love natural beauty. I don't like anyone with lip fillers or fake eyelashes, fake eyebrows, layers of makeup. I just don't
Lashes.
like it.
What the hell is
Yeah.
wrong with? Oh, not so much on lashes now, because I get aggressive talking about fake lashes. Because I like lashes, bro.
Well,
Name it.
if you love it, you love it. I'm pretty sure maybe you find someone that likes it well. But I think a lot of guys nowadays love the natural stuff. The problem, I have no problem with
Oh,
lashes, but like I can tell you that the majority of women that have those fake eyelashes, it looks like feathers on their eyes. It just annoys me. I don't know. Like I don't like it. But
bro, if
you can
your
have whatever
female
you
was
want.
to be chubby or not how you want her, you would not like her, bro. Most guys want a girl who's thick or like not like super skinny. Like, bro, no guy likes true, like natural beauty, bro. Like having this
You're
color
not a guy.
skin
How do you know what guys like? You're not
because
a guy.
it's true.
What do
He's
you
No,
mean?
explaining
no
what he
guy
said.
like this. No guy likes
Ladies and gentlemen, let's
hyperpigmentation
round
on
it up.
body
Let's round
parts,
it back
bro.
in. Wrap up this
Toby, get
topic.
in here.
Let's get back on topic, gentlemen,
It's funny.
ladies.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, just go natural, and please don't have those fake hair wigs type of thing. Just have your
I wear
natural
wigs
afro.
all
It's much
day.
better.
I don't care what the fuck you say.
Well, you can do whatever you want to, but I'm telling you, guys like the natural afro.
Are there any Globers in here that have any questions about the Earth?
I guess that's a negative, no?
Yep, crickets.
Toby, tell me, do you like motorcycles?
I think they are cool to look at and they sound cool, but I don't. I would probably kill myself on one, so I don't partake.
So what you're telling me is that you love adrenaline. You want to feel alive.
Yeah, I would get too crazy on one. Probably. So I just kind of stay off of them.
So what's your favorite? What about cars? What's your favorite car? What type of car do you love?
We'll do this quickly, but my favorite car was a car that I owned for it was the first car that I owned after my first car, like my first real car. Like it was a 1998 BMW M3. It was the last year they made
Ah,
the four
you
door.
have a beautiful taste, brother. You
I
have
had
a
the four
beautiful
door
taste.
M3, and
Oh,
the
they
acceleration
used to do
shifts.
them so good. They used to do them so good with the stick shift. It used to be narrow, lightweight, perfect center weight, perfect for drifting. You could throw
It
that
ruined
baby
every
in the
car I
curve.
drove. Every car I
Yeah,
drove after that just felt like I'm rolling down a hill in a red wagon,
yep,
Red Rider wagon.
yep,
But it was
yep.
a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
That was when the engineers were running the car companies. Nowadays, you have marketing people, PR people running these companies, and look what they're doing.
Yeah, they keep
There's
turning
no
things that
passion
used to
anymore.
be metal into plastic.
Yep, yep. It's sad, like it's very sad when you look at the car industry, motorcycle industry, you look at the entertainment industry. I mean, just my girlfriend right now is playing Skyrim. That game came out in 2011, and even though the graphics aren't high tech like today, with photorealism, it's still like the story is so good. It's special to play the game. It's just like nothing like that game. Even
Yeah, I've
now,
heard that's one of
after
the best games ever made.
yeah, yeah, and
In contention for one of the
there is
best games.
no political BS in there. There is no like you have a character choice. You can be whoever you want to, but it's not emphasis on the character. It's emphasis on the story, and there's no political garbage. You know, no forced anything. And it's sad. You have the old Call of Duty games, the same in from that era. It was more about the game itself, not about what they're trying to sell you. Nowadays, everything's about profit. How much shit DLC you can sell, how much profit you can make. It's just so sad.
Yeah, the pay to win DLC
Pay to
stuff.
win, DLC
Lame.
garbage. Yeah.
Lame.
And then you have to have like a forced, politically correct garbage, forcing the game. I don't know, like we had Tomb Raider, you know? I think on the PS1 we had Tomb Raider, and no one was
Classic.
talking about like it was the game was so good. I remember my brother playing it. It was built around a female character. But nowadays
Right.
they just take some shits and try to force it on you. The character needs to be gay. It needs to be from another ethnicity,
Yeah. Oh, yep.
colored
Yeah.
hair. It's just so yeah.
Check the DEI boxes. Yep. They've been doing that for a minute.
Same with the movies.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, you can't win an Oscar if you don't have those characters in your movie. You can't win an Oscar. Can you believe this shit, Toby?
Well, yeah. Well, all of those awards have become even more glaringly meaningless than they already were in the first place.
Yeah. It's so fucked up. Like, where are we going? The
I think that
movies, the games.
Lilith's magic is fading. It's gone, and
Even
there's some sort
yeah,
of something's happening.
and it's a mass hypnosis type of thing. Even the interior design. Have you noticed? Like, look at McDonald's now, and McDonald's in the early 2000s, where you had these. It was a special place. It was like beautiful colors, colorful. You want to go there, and now it's all gray. It's literally all gray. Look at a McDonald's close to you and see how the interior design is just all gray and modern.
Yeah, they're pretty bland these days.
Yeah. The
Can't even
buildings
flare
are
on soda
becoming like
anymore.
that. Yeah. And look at the cars. Look at these electric cars. They all look this ugly face, forward face. No aesthetics, no beautiful design, exotic designs. They all look boxy. Same shit.
So it's like the pendulum is swung all the way from like total beauty, and it's like swinging all the way to the other side, just to like cubes and bland and ugly.
Yep.
So
Yep.
hopefully something's gonna click and it's gonna go whoop, swing back the other way.
I think a lot of people are feeling like we do, but no one is doing anything about it. We are becoming more enslaved. There is no passion anymore. It feels like everything is same, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely strange. It's difficult, but you just gotta, hunker down and do what you can do for yourself, and the people around you. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and then
pretty
there's
sad.
an attack on the family, core family values.
Negative.
There's attack on masculinity. There's attacks on everyone. You sound like a guy that would drive a truck, like a Toyota, old Toyota from early 2000s or 90s or something.
No. Right now I'm driving like a 30-year-old Lexus.
Beautiful, beautiful. I was close. I was very close. Yeah. Yeah, Lexus are really, really good. I don't know why not many people drive Lexuses around elsewhere. They have very good quality. Extremely
It's like
good
a
quality.
super Toyota.
Yeah. They had like a Lexus sedan that was gonna compete with the Mercedes Maybach back in the day. The first one that came out is so good quality and so luxurious. It's amazing what they
What it was
what they
called, or
get.
was it just like some numbers, like they do?
Yeah. And even the phones and the technology is also bland and they all look the same. Like if you remember in the early 2000s when the phones were coming out, they were so innovative. The designs were so innovative, and now it's all blank. It's sad.
Something that I found strange was getting rid of the headphone jack.
Yeah.
That was stupid.
You know why? They want to put that radiation in your brain. That's what they want.
Yeah, they want everyone on the earbuds.
Yeah.
And it's just more money for them to get rid of it.
Yeah. It's a money thing, but it's also frying your brain. Do you know that it's frying like the amount of the amount of radiation is giving out? It's insane.
I think the earbuds are like a class 3 or some sort of. They're like literally technically lasers or something like that.
Yeah. And that's
Laser technology.
there is also I read some studies that it can alter your mood and they can like change how you feel.
Yeah.
Depending on the electromagnetic radiation you're getting.
Yeah, frequencies being used to alter mood and behaviors and stuff.
Yeah. Exactly. That's crazy. And that's very scary.
For sure.
And if you tell this to a random person, they think you're crazy or a conspiracy
Yeah, you're
theorist or
schizophrenic. You're
Yeah,
schizo.
schizophrenic.
If I talked to my family, they would think I was out of my mind if I just told them everything.
And this is
Absolutely.
science. This is science. This is science that's proven. They have done the studies, but it's not out in the public because it's been lobbied to stay hidden from the public by the big phone companies and manufacturers.
Do you know when the 3.5 headphone jack was invented in the 1800s?
Yeah.
That's
That's a
ridiculous.
lot. Yeah.
Old
And
technology.
there was no need to change it. It worked really well. There was literally no need. So I still have wired headphones, and I never put my phone on my head. I always keep it at a distance. Oftentimes, not always, but often.
You don't have a headset. Speakerphone is the next best.
Yeah. So it's fucked up. You're getting radiated from everything and from the sky. They put the chemtrails, all that goodies. raining down, you're breathing it. They toxify the food with the chemicals, the pesticides. Yeah, you're getting fucked from every angle. Literally.
You got guardian angels working overtime, blocking all
Yeah.
that stuff from getting to you.
Yeah, and then you have the PFAS. Don't forget about the PFAS, brother. The PFAS is everywhere, and there is no way for them to
Receipts and
take it
stuff.
out. Yeah, it's in the soil, it's in the water. Everyone has it in their system. And then you have the plastics. Everything is in plastic. The food. They say it's food grade, but you get those plastic particles in the food, especially when it's warm. Then you have the cokes and the drinks. They put the layer of PFAS plastic, and then you're drinking that. You have the plastic bottles you drink your water from. They could use glass, but they're not doing that.
It's really a
It's
testament to how durable the human body is. That everyone's just walking around like nothing's going on. All that stuff is happening.
Yeah, and
But
everyone is like in their cubicle, and you have to look at it how amazing the system is. Like this is very intelligent people designing it to be like this. Like, and you,
oh
you
yeah,
do it very slowly. You don't do it immediately. You do it very slowly. I mean, look at the price of goods and food and services, right? From 2019 till now, I think from after 2020, somewhere around there, they blame it on COVID and some other stuff, but after around there, everything is up by 2 or 3 times. Everything.
yeah, yeah,
And it's never going to go back down to pre 2020 or 2021.
right.
And the wages are almost the same. So what's happening is that people are even worse off and their living standards are even worse. And you're literally living paycheck to paycheck, and it's even worse than before. And you have no time to question anything, and then you're in your cubicle with your phones and your surrounding. You have no idea what's happening, and you don't care because you're just thinking about survival and just surviving. And you come
Right.
home, you're tired. You come home, you're tired. You eat something, you go back to work, and it's like that for the majority of your life. And then you go
Cleverly
out to
designed system.
party on the weekend, drink some alcohol, get like a meaningless intimacy with someone. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. And then you have no family value. You don't want to start a family. That's another thing. And they are making it even harder to start a family. And yeah, it's really it's genius. Uh, in a way, like when you see the system, it's genius what's been built.
They've had a long time to dial it in.
Yeah, slowly, one step at a time. And then you have also the division, right? You have people divided all the time. And we have the keys to our own prison, but we don't use the key. We think we are stuck, but we are not. Because you have to remember the people, like the system isn't that many people compared to the masses. And also another thing is also the testosterone levels, how much they have dropped from the 1960s. We have the testosterone level of a 60-year-old in the 70s or 60s. Young people nowadays. Crazy. Is it too much? Should we go back to topic? Back in my day, games had to finish when the yes, exactly,
Bro, shut
Pogi.
the fuck.
Did you have show some respect and don't be disrespectful?
I threw a couple pictures into this side chat.
That's a nice one. Yeah, but it's really, I don't know, Toby. It's just like, I don't know. Nothing, everything feels blank and tasteless nowadays. I don't know. What's the point even?
Just
All right, I
disconnect
step
from
off
it.
a little bit, you guys.
Just gotta disconnect from it.
Disconnect from what?
Their stupid system.
Well, it's not that easy.
I'd say it was easy.
It used to be easy.
Nothing's easy. I mean, just disconnecting from the system doesn't mean like, I mean, a lot of people say disconnect from the system means go out and live in the woods somewhere and learn how to do everything on your own, like, something like
Yeah,
that, or
for
like the Amish do,
for
something
me,
like that.
yeah,
But
for
that
me, that's
doesn't, like you said,
disconnecting from the system.
yeah, that, like us, I'm saying, you really gotta look with yourself. I mean, you have that power with yourself. I mean, um, we come into flat Earth and all the stuff around it. Um, Personally, I realized that I just don't have to do any of this, do any of this bullshit. I don't have to do any of this fake world stuff, any of the politics, societal stuff, sports, entertainment, social
Yeah,
media,
that's a massive one in the
all
US.
all that
That's like the
all that stuff.
gladiators.
All that stuff, dude, yeah, I just cut all that out. I'm still living in the same place, I'm still doing, going to work and spending time with the family, but I took all that stuff, all the stuff that I didn't need to be doing, all this stupid, you know, fear and anger and irritation and
Division.
consumerism, division, there's another
Yeah.
one down the list, yeah, consumerism, division, things like that, and I was just like, "Yeah, I'm just not gonna do that anymore." So, deleted all my social media accounts and um, stuff like that, and stopped participating in all the stupid stuff. And been great. Been very peaceful. I don't live in
Yeah,
a state of fear all the time and anger all
and
the
that's so
time. And
crazy. Like everyone is living in a state of fear that watches the news. It's so
yeah,
fucked.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no. Honestly, I have very little idea of what's going on in the world right now, and that's awesome.
It is, isn't it? And
That's
imagine if you're self-sufficient, you have your own land, you have your own water system, electricity, animals, food system, all of that, and then you're
Well, see,
even
that
more.
that'd be ideal, but I mean, like you said, most people can't do that. So the thing is you gotta find the medium. Like you're saying, you wish you're stuck here, but you can't go all the way and do that to like the full on idealism and that kind of quote unquote freedom. Um, but yeah, it's not feasible for most people to do that. So you gotta find what you can do for yourself and protecting your personal peace and figure out how to still do what you gotta do. Like I still gotta go to work, do my job, pay the rent, get groceries and stuff like that. But doing everything I can for myself and my family to improve our health and our diets and our what we're doing, where we're going, what we're spending our money on. Instead of dumb plastic, we went to the beach this
But you
past
do.
week for a few days. So
Have you noticed how little you can get for $100 compared to 5 years ago?
oh no, 100 no, yeah, 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 yeah. I know it's really tough. It's really tough on most people right now. I mean, it's just a fact. It's bullshit.
But it's bullshit because they are doing record profits. There's no reason for them
Mhm.
to do this much profits. Like they are just
Correct.
there's no reason for it to be this expensive.
Yeah, but what
Correct.
he's trying to say, man, is just even if you're still in the rat race physically, if you see the illusions of society and how it functions, your mind is free of them. You don't have to have your attention pulled into these divisive subjects like politics and all these different things. And even though it is getting tight, and it's of course the system isn't right, it isn't fair, it's very corrupt, but to be aware of it, frees your mind from
For sure, for sure.
the power that it has over you, at least mentally.
I
So
agree.
ideally, to be self-sufficient, that's the dream, of course. But
Yeah,
even if you're in the rat race, if your mind is free, there's plenty of things to enjoy, to learn about, there's a lot of beauty and wonder that's been hidden from us as well.
for sure,
So,
for
so
sure. The world is truly, truly beautiful.
don't let the ugliness of society and the way things work weigh you down, man. Just separate yourself from them as much as you can. And even if we have to, be in the rat race, like I said, and go through the motions, go to work, pay your bills, just see it for what it is, and don't let it affect you mentally, spiritually.
Mm, that's
Perfect,
well
Boogie. I
said.
appreciate you. Yeah.
We appreciate
No
that,
problem.
sir. Well said. Yeah, for me, it's like I love riding motorcycles, and just gives you that ease of mind, that peacefulness, hearing that sound of the engine, feeling the adrenaline, feeling the rush. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
riding bikes
Yeah,
forces you to be in the moment, more
yeah,
in the moment than most people are capable of reaching. Because your life's on the line, and
yeah.
it's dangerous. There's a lot of idiots out there, and it's you are risking your life, but there's definitely a freeing feeling. You know, that not only just the adrenaline, but there's a sense of freedom. And I used to ride all the time, but I don't much
I
anymore.
hear
But
that in your voice.
you
That
gotta.
used to ride. Yeah, I got it.
I don't know about that, but yeah, you got to be careful out there, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of idiots that have no awareness whatsoever, literally, and they will just change lane without even looking at the mirror or anything, and then they act surprised when they hit you or they're fucking up. So fucked up.
Riding a bike will make you a lot safer in driving a car in general, because
Yeah, I
you
agree.
can't trust any signs, any signals, and any of it.
Nothing. Yeah.
People that are always riding everybody's ass, they've never had an accident or any close calls. And that's what gets people, is just not leaving yourself room.
Mm, for sure.
Yeah, you gotta think of it's a funny flat earth example of not giving into the fear that's put upon you, and kind of like with motorcycles, you gotta choose your fear. You gotta choose you're living on the edge. You're choosing to do something quote unquote, dangerous, but you're in control of it. You're not doing something, you know, intentionally hazardous, trying to do like evil Knievel shit. You just want to go out there and fly and feel on the edge, feel alive,
Yeah.
and that's different. You're choosing your fear and choosing to face it and overcoming and feel yourself overcoming it. And so that's a good thing. That's a good thing for you. But like you got to learn to apply that in other ways. And one instance I can think of that's actually a flat earth example. So before we used to read all this stuff online about these fear-based crap, whatever. The stuff we were talking about, one of the recent things is all these aliens, 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 and I was talking about them, right? And I was always like, Then I came to flat earth. Now it's funny because I don't really pay attention to that fear anymore. But when I do come across a video that says something, I don't just carte blanche not look at something. My feed's pretty curated. The only thing I have left is X, and I don't even really use the account that much other than just, collecting stuff. But if I see something, they're talking about something in particular, so I just kind of look at it, look at it, hey, what's up, And they're like, oh, the Anunnaki are coming, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, that's cool, man. And they're like, they're from the second star in the Orion's belt. And I'm like, all right, this is definitely horseshit because that doesn't exist. And so it's that easy to filter out fear because I'm like, oh, this isn't real. And then I can just discard it because they're talking about outer space and aliens from planets millions light years away. And I'm like, oh, cool, this is totally fake. This is totally fake. So yeah, you just got to look at stuff like that and choose what makes you scared. You choose that. We create the fear. We're the creators. Somebody says something
Yeah.
scary doesn't make it scary. It's when we say, "Oh wow, that is scary. That scares me," and then it's scary to us. We make it scary to us. We tell our bodies and our minds it's scary. Now, some things
Yeah,
are inherently
I hope
objectively scary. Yes, we have
you
to watch
sound.
out for them. But if you live in that fear walking around, you're the one creating it. If you just tell it no, then you aren't walking around in fear of it.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
just
in
say no.
2020 was the biggest sale worldwide sale to date. How they try to scare people and all that. Crazy.
I mean, it's every day with that kind of stuff. And you're talking about all the different stuff earlier about, like, food and weather and heavy metals and all this kind of stuff, and that's real. It's just, that's real. But I've taken a lot of steps to cleanse myself of a lot of that stuff, and it's working out pretty well for me.
Do you have a
Um,
cast iron
I have
pan?
cast iron skillet. I have 3 of them.
Perfect. That's really good.
That's what I cooked my local farm eggs on tonight. So
Yeah,
some good stuff.
don't use the Teflon non-stick garbage. It's
No,
really,
no, no,
really bad. Yeah.
nah. Yeah, it's just I want to know. I know about all that stuff. It's just that I work on clearing myself out of that and changing my diet and making sure I don't do things like, get food in take home styrofoam box and then warm it up in the microwave. I
Yeah,
found
yeah. The
that's
microwave
the
is
worst idea.
like,
So
yeah, I have literally no microwave at all. It's changing all the nutrients on a micro level, and then your body
yeah, it breaks
doesn't.
the water.
Yeah, exactly, and all the vitamins and minerals are gonna be changed. So it's basically uh, you're eating slop without any minerals.
Well, yeah,
I
your body
might.
doesn't recognize it because instead
Yeah,
of having, water attached to it, it's broken water, so it doesn't recognize it as anything but a toxin. Wants it to get the hell out. It's
yeah.
just, it's something
That's crazy
they've
to me
tested,
that
that's proven, that's done.
it's
So
proven and scientifically done, but that's crazy to me that they still have microwaves at kindergarten places. Like for kids, they are doing that to kids. I
I
know a
know.
lot of
I mean,
kindergarten places and schools that use microwaves and shit like that. That's crazy.
I personally haven't used a microwave in over 6 months at all, not even once. Just using the stove and the oven.
Yeah,
And I have basically changed my son's diet to where he rarely uses it. I mean, days will go by without him using it and stuff like that.
that's good.
Um, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just taking steps like that, but at the same time, like I said, people want to say, "Oh, it's a fear thing." No, like with those kind of things, I'm aware of them and I'm taking steps to beat them, but I'm not going to live in fear of them.
Mm,
Um, and so that's what I do. I take steps to defend myself, build a wall, hold up a shield, do it. You know what I got to do,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I'm not going to sit there and be afraid of these things because I know I'm a very powerful being. And I'm living
yeah.
in
The
love. I got
human
a great
body is
family around
amazing
me. I can
at detoxing.
have yeah, I have great power, way more power. We're amazing, amazing beings. Um, who can do crazy things. Like I'm almost done beating cancer, so I only missed a few
Dog,
days of work. So
I'm I'm very proud of you because cancer is a battle. It's not an easy one. It's a
it
battle.
is,
Yeah.
it is, but
Did you
I'm
take
winning.
any herbs,
I won't
supplements?
I won't go any farther than that because that's medical stuff and we shouldn't talk about it. I'm
Oh
just
yes.
saying I'm yeah, just generally, I'm almost done beating cancer and I've, done a lot of things that have made me extremely healthy at an age where most people 15 years younger than me can't even keep up with me, not even close.
That's
Um,
good. That's good.
and I just do simple things. I'm not even working out anymore. I'm doing simple things. Like right now, I'm walking around in the field outside in my bare feet in the grass, and this beautiful sky, just hanging out. So just
I
spending time
heard
in
about that.
nature and observing flat Earth and stuff. So
Have you noticed? Have you noticed like earthing? They call it earthing, right? You need to put your feet on the
earthing,
earth.
grounding is
Or
the
grounding.
most used term.
Yeah.
Grounding,
Is
yeah, but
it?
it can be described as
Have
earthing,
you
which is
noticed
yours.
that? Like how? Like I live in the city, and it's not that easy to do any grounding. But like, have you noticed differences Has anyone
Oh yeah.
noticed that when you
Mhm.
do grounding?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they said they even do scientific studies on it. I saw one the other day they were doing with people and measuring inflammation with like the thermal imaging, the X-ray, the thermal imaging of your body, and showing where inflammation was, and then doing grounding and showing how it has gone down a lot. But yeah, for me personally, yeah, I mean, dude, I've been doing this for a while now, a lot, and I know that it recharges you. You can even use the voltimeter and see the charge going into you when you work with bare feet versus shoes on the ground.
Mm.
Um, and things like that. It recharges your body. We charge up with the electromagnetic energy that's coming from the floor here and goes into our bodies. It's made for us like this. I did a lot when I was a kid, but I didn't do it a lot growing up. It's hard to get to when you're in the city, but if you want to know a way in the city, this is how I do it at home at night. If you went in the city and you have trouble getting to like some grass every day, it doesn't take long. You just take 10 minutes a day walking on some earth with bare feet is a big deal. But if you can't get a lot or can't get some every day and stuff like that, I understand. A lot of people have trouble with that. If you can find a tree, definitely go, stand on the ground next to it, lean up against it. Those things suck up a lot of energy and help you with grounding.
Mm.
But you can also get things like I use a grounding strip. It's like a sheet of material, sheet of cloth, and it has like silver fibers running through it. And all you do is it plugs in no electricity. It plugs into the grounding of your wall outlet. You have the three holes in your electrical outlet. You have the positive, negative, and then you have your ground. It works on just a tiny little single plug that plugs into your grounding on your outlet, which goes down to the ground, down into the ground, and it goes in your bed. And so when I sleep at night, my legs are laying across it, and so I'm getting grounding while I'm sleeping all night long. So that's one way you can do it. There's also grounding mats that you can just like use when you're standing in the house. You can put on the floor and ground that way. But yeah, any little patch of grass that's earth, man, especially if you got like a tree or something like that, just a few minutes a day can make a big deal for inflammation and charging you up. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I'll for sure look more into it. Yeah.
And something we've everybody's gotten away from. And
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
conditioning the earth's a big deal. It's a
And
beautiful thing.
another thing that we have gotten away from is doing parasite cleansing. That's been
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, that's an old practice that we don't do anymore for sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's
just
funny because in the books from like medical studies and books from the 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, it's always have been about parasite cleansing and remedies to do so. And then it just stopped. I don't know why, but it just stopped. It's very interesting.
I mean, people always want to make a buck, and sometimes they're willing to, push something to make a dollar. I mean, look at all the people on like influencers online who,
Yeah, that's
push
crazy.
garbage or just stuff like that, and they get a bunch of people to do something, and then it, is bad for them. That happens all the time. So, and even down to a person, and sometimes they may not know because they're ignorant. Sometimes they may know and they're doing it for a dollar. Who knows?
But the crazy thing is that they're selling themselves and they know that something is bad, but they're selling themselves anyways for some quick buck. And they
Yeah,
have a
that's
good concept.
the definition of selling your soul, I do believe. So
Yeah.
yeah, when you know it's going to hurt somebody else and you do it anyway, that can be harmful. I mean, I've not done good things in my life, but had to I've stood up for my ethics a couple times, which I'm thankful for that I stood up for, even though, you know, those people around me didn't want to do it. At the same time, I've fucked up a lot and been selfish, so I'm human. But
Yeah, we are not perfect, so yeah.
yeah, well, the whole point is not to hate yourself, is to just focus on what you're doing right now and what you can do in the future and how you're affecting people and be good to people and just you can't live in the past, man. I did that for way too long. So just
Yeah,
gotta
that's very
move
scary. You
forward.
know, like you say, it's very easy to get stuck and live in the past, but you can't do that. That's very true.
My brain,
Yeah.
I had serious problems with rumination for a long time, where I had I'm a literal basket case, but I got a lot of anxiety problems in the past. I'm a lot better on most things now, but a lot of anxiety in the past, social anxiety, things like that, ADHD, just a bunch of other things. And
Mm.
so one of the worst things it caused me to do was both forecast and ruminate. So I'd be coming up to like a known interaction with somebody, and that's all I could do was sit there and like just running my mind through scenarios of what was going to happen during even just some even like a meaningful thing. Not even something I'd be worried about, like a job interview, just like a conversation I was going to have with somebody. Or, I said something embarrassing to this person last time. What are you going to think of me? I run through like 40 different versions of it, just like just like a conversation, like saying hi. It was so dumb. And then afterwards, after that, I was so nervous during the conversation. Then afterwards, I would sit there and ruminate over everything that was said, and exhausting mentally.
Mm.
And so I don't do that anymore. And that's been really big for me to not have to have all that anxiety about things and stay present, stay mindful. But it's taken a lot of work to get there. So everybody's got that path for themselves and path to finding being good to other people and good to themselves and loving themselves.
For sure, that's true.
Uh, Found that out. I found a cool place here because I found out about flat Earth, and then wanted to find other people to talk to about it, and in
Mm.
Discord, and then found all these people, and it's been a trip. Found lots of cool people here, lots of cool people to talk to, people to help, and found a lot
That's
about
cool.
myself and everything else. So it's
Yep.
been a great time. Sometimes you have to
Mm.
deal with a lot of toxic people, so that's not fun.
Yeah, for sure. That's
Could
sad.
have just could have
For me, I
disengaged
think,
from that. So
yeah, the worst thing you could do as a human being is to bring down other people and to be mad at other people just because you're mad yourself. I think that's, as a human being, that's very low when people
yeah,
do that.
I did that a lot. I've been on the internet for a long time. I used to be one of the most toxic people out there. Um, but one of my friends pointed something out to me. He's like, dude, like, he's like, everybody hated you. I was like, I know. And then he said, well, not everybody. There's some of us who loved you. And I was like, well, yeah, it was like 90% of people hated me and 10% of people like my best friends. And so I look back at those, best friends, and they're like, objectively, they weren't like assholes. I wasn't friends with a bunch of assholes. In fact, a couple of good friends were people I had a really bad, was really mean to, and we were ugly at each other, and then we like made up and like became great friends even. So I look back at the people that loved me, they were nice people.
Mm.
So what that said to me was that I was actually had some good inside of me. I was actually putting off positive energy to people, and the people that liked me weren't like shitty people. And so that said to me, like, I have something good to offer. And my wife said something cool to me one time. She said about my son. I was like, he's so great. I don't know, I don't know where this is coming from. And she said, he's all the best parts of you. And so that let me know that I have a positive effect in this world. And then I found better ways to find peace within myself, and then working on now just showing that love to others, because yeah, it is terrible to tear down other people. Um and
Yeah, you should definitely be proud of
it can
yourself
affect you
for
negatively.
sure, and that's negative energy, and you should definitely be proud of yourself for realizing that and doing some self healing and changing yourself, because it's not that easy for most people.
I wouldn't say I'm proud of myself. I would say I am thankful, and I do realize that it has taken a lot of work to get there, and that I've had a long road to get here. But I also am very aware of, a few people in my life, namely my wife and son, who are the only reason I made it. So even I, is quote unquote as awesome as I am, I needed extra hands, or I would have, never made it. So
For sure.
I got to look at that. I'm part of a team. That's what I try to be here. I'm part of a team. I'm still learning
Yep.
a lot, but I'm part of a team here, and I want to do what I can, even while I'm learning. Do what I can to, help somebody out, calm somebody down, make somebody laugh, point something out,
And
something
it
like that.
also
Just kind of where I
feels
can
really
help.
good to be there for people, to help people, to just do good. It feels good to do good, like without getting anything in return. It just feels really good.
Yeah, it does. It does feel good. I'd say it's been very hedonistic in my life, and so I understand the difference between something feeling good, quote unquote, like an endorphin rush, like a good feeling, and a feeling of like fullness, like
Mm.
that kind of thing, like a peace of fullness, like I did something good, and helped somebody.
Yeah.
Um, because I've had that kindness given to me and I know what that feels like,
Yep.
So
Yep.
if I can be there to hand that kindness to somebody else, then yeah, I don't feel like I'm trying to earn my way into anything. I don't feel like I have things to make up for, but also don't do it for myself at all. I have strengths and I have um, a unique viewpoint on life as we all do. We all have a different um, perspectives on things um, and unique abilities. So like we have finding a niche in that and finding ways you can is just find a way to affect people positively is yeah, it's a big deal. And that's why I'm glad here because when I first joined here, I did not realize like how crazy deep and serious the topic was. I didn't
Mm.
realize people have been like studying so hard for so long on it. I'd only ever seen a couple of things about flat earth and I didn't even look into it. But when I came in here and realized like, whoa, these guys have been doing like going to college like levels of study for like 10 years or more, and they are like hard on this and they know all of this stuff. And I was like, whoa, this is way deeper than I thought it was gonna be, but it's been fun um to learn and also make friends and also um be to a couple times to help people. People have helped me too, pointed things out to me, showed me cool things, got my mind running, give me information, give me teaching when I needed it, give me, you know, smack on the wrist and I get your ass back in line when I need it. Um, but yeah, I'm really glad to be here and be talking to people all over the world and stuff is really cool. Um, and but you do have to deal with negative people. There's so many people who come in here with a destructive attitude. They just do. And so a lot of the guys in here, have dealt with that for a long time. Um, um, but it can beat on you a lot, I think. I know it can because I've seen it with myself, but I've also seen it with people in here, they get on edge. I was even listening to one of the Indio videos, um, and or Indio recordings the other day, and they were having a discussion where they're having to trash this dude because he was just a he's again, he was there to destroy. So they just were shitting on him, but it was like 3 or 4 of the guys were shitting on Indio, and like 2 or 3 other guys were shitting on the dude, and they booted him. And other dude like speaks up, and they thought it was like his buddy, and so they just jumped on him. And they were like, "Bert," he was like, "Whoa, I've never been here before. It's the first time I've ever talked to a flat earthers. You guys are like just coming at me." And one of the
Mm.
guys stepped in, and I didn't recognize it. One of the Australian guys stepped in and was like, "Hey man, like, hey, let's pull it back. Like he obviously wasn't that guy, and we are being really aggressive." And everybody
Yep.
sat there was like, "All right, yeah, cool." And they sat there, took a breath, talked to the guy, and it ended up being a great conversation. But like, I don't blame the guys for that. But at the same time, like, those people want to come here and set everybody off, and then that can ruin your mood, not think clearly, raise your attitude, and even possibly drive people away or cause confusion or arguments and infighting, all kinds of things it can do when you ruin your mood and you aren't thinking clearly and you're angry and stuff like that. And that's what they want. That's what they want for us to obfuscate, make us all fight each other and stuff. So being here and be able to just be able to help him point out, or even if I see that with one of the guys, I'll come in, I'll be like, hey, like, but don't let that guy get to you. You're like pissed right now. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. And they're like, oh, you're right. And take a breath. And And if I can be there just to do that so they can fucking reload, like then I feel like I'm part of the team here and I can help out because, I may not be able to explain Snell's law yet, but if somebody's pissed off at somebody and they can clear that, I can be like, hey man, you're doing awesome. Take a breath, clear that last dumbass at your head so you can get on here and actually teach somebody that's worth it. And I mean, you all need that reset sometimes and somebody to point us out, point out how that clarity to us like a batting coach. Best people in the league got to go out there and practice and have a batting coach. Hey, you're doing this so they can get their swing right, go hit home runs. Was just trying to be that. I am gonna coach somebody, but I can pat you on the back, be the water boy for now, and learn. I've learned so much
Sure.
stuff, and it's fun.
It for sure is, and and like you said, I think it's also with the community. You don't even need to believe anything. It's about seeing things and having a critical thinking and be a critical thinker. And it's a small thing, and also knowing how the system is made and what it wants you to do. Like you said earlier, they want you to fight each other. They want you to divide because when you're divided, it's very easy to control you and conquer you, physically and mentally. And I think a lot of people are conquered mentally nowadays.
Yeah, so we were talking about earlier about that thing about we've been taught. But I mean, it's even like with myself in this whole journey. Like I noticed, like with myself, all the stuff I said, I cut out all the social media and stuff, cut all that out. That was some way where I was letting that control me. But like with
Mm.
like the flat earth stuff, for instance, I realized that I was just I was kind of just I wasn't being aware enough. I wasn't being skeptical enough. I wasn't asking enough questions. I wasn't looking in depth enough because I'd never looked into this. I hadn't seen anything on this for years. Even back in 2015, 2016, when it blew up, I had no idea other than I heard Kyrie Irving talking about it in the NBA playoffs. Um,
Mm.
like that was it. And I didn't look into it anything about it then. Didn't even understand it in the least. And so with that, when I started looking into it, I was like, oh my god, dude! I've seen flat Earth my whole life, and I just didn't even think about it. But when I thought about it, I was like, you know what? It wasn't like I came into one of these rooms here and heard all the discussions and these proofs and all these videos and was like, nah, fuck that. I had no idea at all. I just was completely blind on it, but not willful. So I didn't feel like I was ignorant. I just feel like I was just blind. But that's what this world will do to you. They want you just thinking that's the way and trusting them and moving on. And that's what I did in a lot of ways. So
Mm.
once you have that freedom and take a look at things, then you can find some clarity. But even with like Yoder's list of like bad flat Earth arguments and things like that, even within this topic, you gotta watch yourself and make sure that you're um not getting things right now. And here, these guys are hard, super hard on that because of the scrutiny they endure and the arguments they have to have and things like that. But even from like a layman, like real world type perspective, you want to get those things right because if you told somebody, hey, look, Earth is flat because of like this, and it was like a bad argument, then the next time they go out there and they start looking into it and watch a video on how that's a bad argument, or they talk
Yeah.
to somebody, their friends, and they point out that that's a bad argument, then you lead that person to extra confusion and then they think you're dumb and this is stupid, and then they don't look into it again. Fish doesn't right back. So not just for argument's sake or anything like that, but also like real world helping people's sake,
Mm.
we gotta even watch what we look into on our side of things because there are, bad arguments or inaccurate things or, misconceptions. And I've gone through a lot of them myself. And the guys here have been really cool about pointing things out um, and making me sharper and stuff like that. Because I don't argue with many people on here or anything. I don't have to talk with a lot of people in that fashion too much on here yet. I don't, but like in real life, I talk to a lot of people about it. So yeah, I want to be right when I'm going out there. I don't want to be ready to win an argument. I want to be ready to give somebody accurate, succinct, and understandable information.
Yeah.
Even down to like hard proof if they need it, versus just like a common sense observation or something like that. Coming down to the mathematics and stuff like that. I want to know that too, because we're all different and everybody has their depth of proof that they need to then make a decision on
For
things.
sure. For sure.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah. And I get things pointed out to me all the time, like the people in here that get me thinking about things that I thought were settled. Like I said, even on the flat earth side of things. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's doubt. I think it's just keeping your mind open and you know always be thinking about the things
Mm.
you're saying and things we know and things we learn. Because I mean, shit, man, I went a long time in my life with bad knowledge or bad information, I should say.
Yeah, we always learn, and and that's also another thing was you have to question things, like we said earlier. I think it's very important that you question the narrative. A lot of people still think that the moon landing happened in '69, which is crazy. Like when you look at the facts, the scientific facts, and when you look at the imagery, you look at the videos, and it's just very like it doesn't add up, and no one is questioning it because it comes from a higher authority. And that's for me,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's for me. That's what gets me on a lot of things. But I don't know. I have a lot
Like
of
imagine in
I have a lot of autism. So
1969.
when I get something and people don't, then I'm like, "What's your problem?" Pretty immediately. I'm like, "Why don't you understand this?" And I kind of got like a mental block on being able to look from their perspective sometimes.
Yeah, it is what it is. But nowadays I don't even have the energy or want to waste the energy to convince anyone or do anything. I just keep it for my. It's better to just sometimes just better to just take care of yourself and the people around you, and not waste any energy or be around people that has a bad vibe. Because you have to understand, it's also a lot of people don't want what's good for you. They are very, most of them are jealous and they're fake. They have a mask on, and they are not truly your friend or your ally or happy for you. So they want you to fail. They want you to not succeed in life.
Yeah,
Um,
well, people like I was saying that there's like in video games. I play a lot of video games, have for a long time, especially online video games. So I've noticed like a shift in like video games, but also I see it a lot, and even like this room and stuff like that. Is that like competitiveness has brought up a whole like new meaning these days. And video games are kind of the way I saw it. Like I used to play Counter Strike Source back in the day, and of course,
oh,
just got
your
up to
country,
1.6 and stuff like
bro. I started with
that, right?
1.6. I
Yeah,
played. I got the not the orange box. What the fuck is the other shit called? You got Counter Strike Source, Half Life 2
that's the
Deathmatch,
orange
and
box. That's the orange box. Yeah.
Day of Defeat.
It was like the
So
orange box 2 or whatever, because the original orange box was the Portal and Half Life and stuff like that. Yeah, that was the second one. Just I can't remember exactly what it was called, but it was the second orange box that they
yeah,
brought out. Yeah. But so on those games, the biggest parts there was your normal bomb defusal group, but then you had like the community servers were what's up. Everybody,
yeah. You had the
I played
surfing.
mostly gun game. So yeah, gun game, scouts only, surf servers, zombie servers, all
That was
kinds of mods
crazy.
and all kinds of community servers. It's just most people are playing community servers. Most if you go back to 1.6, it's still pretty stocked up with community servers.
Yeah,
Source came out, still had most of the community servers.
yeah. I
Then
remember you could
Global
level
Offensive
up.
came out. Well,
Yeah,
Global
nothing.
Offensive came out, and then it was like you'd open community servers, and there's this tiny short list of like 200 in the entire world. And I was like, wait, what?
Yeah,
I could let the servers load on Source for 5 minutes, and it'd still be finding new servers.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so it's like, so it was like 200. I was like, what? But then you go on to like Counter-Strike 2 these days, and there's next to nothing on community servers. There's more like weird, strange, like bot servers out in God knows where.
Yeah.
So like, but everybody's playing bomb defuse group. Everybody's worried about their rank. Everybody's super toxic if you don't know every little thing perfect to do everything perfect. And it's like, why? I just want to have fun. You know, and it's just it sucks all the fun out of it because if you aren't good, then you get trashed. Um,
Yeah. They even kick
and
you.
yeah, and there's the general toxicity of the internet, yeah, but that kind of thing permeates everywhere to the point of where I think a lot of people when they come in here to see things. I know cognitive dissonance is real and stuff like that, but they come in here and they have like this mental block where they feel like they're gonna lose if they find out the Earth is flat. Like it's a big loss for them.
Yeah.
And I know
And
there's
they
the
most
real
of them
real
aren't
world
ready
things about like
either. Like
ridicule and stuff.
it's not even about talking about the Earth being flat. They are just not ready to question things. They just want to be in their cubicle, in their like in their zone. They don't want to be questioning. I think it's more like they don't want to. They want to live in the lie. They don't want to start questioning things because it's some people would rather believe the lie than the truth, and it's just how it is. It's always been like that.
Yeah, I remember a billionaire guy came out and he said there is a large group, a very large part of society that is perfectly happy living in the matrix, is the way he put it.
Yeah.
He said
Yeah.
they're comfortable being like, look, I don't even want to, I'm fine. And they're not, but they're like, look, I don't even care. I really don't. Like I don't even want to bother with it. I'm gonna stay in this. I'm fine here. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
And so there's that a lot of complacency, yeah, but um I see it here a lot though, even more than like you see, even more than like, like it's cognitive bias, Dunning Kruger, all this kind of stuff. People come in here and when it comes to like the debating or having like an argument, like they really they just they have to win. They have no self accountability and no humility to the point where you
Mm.
see them break and like just blatantly and obviously like contradict themselves, be completely hypocritical of what they've said, lie, just show blatant like complete inaccuracies and failures at the most basic of things because they're just like scrambling to just like, oh no, I can't, like I just can't. And it's like I'm like, dude, it's like it's okay to like be wrong. Take a
Mm.
breath. Like, it's
Yeah.
okay. It really is. It breaks people in here, and they go that far. Yeah, everybody has their own journey. I don't say it'd be like in a minute, but I think 20 Cups is having a talk with a physics guy. I think it was a physics, um, not a professor. What was he? He had a degree in physics, and he wanted to take a look at 20 Cups equation on the curvature over,
Yeah.
the distance. And he wanted to critique it. And so 20 Cups got really excited. He's like, yeah, man, like take a look, it's really cool that you're doing right here and everything. And the guy
Mm.
like sat there and did all the math in his head, but you could like hear it in his voice. And he was actually on video streaming him doing the math like on a whiteboard or on a piece of paper. I think it was a whiteboard actually, but anyway, it doesn't matter. He was doing the math on paper, like on stream.
Mm.
He was all breaking it down and he knows what he's doing as far as math, but you could like tell like his whole like after he like finished everything, you could tell his whole like demeanor like changed
Change.
and his way of his voice was changed and he was all like, no, you're wrong. And Twain Cups like, what? And he was like, no, you're not doing this right. And he was like, yeah, you are. And they were trying to show him, and he just was like, it was just like they were hitting a brick because this guy was just like saying no, and he was obviously wrong on simple geometry because he just was like, no, this can't be right. Like I can't let this be right. And
Mm.
and the whole point of the equation is so that we don't use simple geometry because the guys in their geometry of things, um, get that scrutiny. And so their scrutiny is, well, the Earth's not perfect. There's topography, weather, bulges, fluctuations, etc., that you have to account for. So using a simple geometry of a circle and a triangle isn't good enough. It's not accurate enough. So he came up with this equation to take all the factors into account to still come down to a very very fine equation with an
Yep.
insanely high accuracy. And so the guy tried to throw out the whole equation. Like, don't even need this equation in the first place. You just use simple geometry. And
Mm.
Cubs got pissed because he's like, "Are you kidding me? I did all of this work because you guys said I needed to, and then you're sitting here saying just throw it out. You don't even need to do it. Go back to the basics that we told you weren't good enough." And he just was like, "Are you kidding me?" And the guy just like froze up and wouldn't even talk, and then just like
Mm.
left because
Mm.
he got caught like twice, like bald faced lying, making either making just like ridiculous mistakes for somebody who has a physics degree, like fucking up simple geometry and then being explained to him and him still like bricking himself. And then he just decides just throw the whole thing out. It doesn't even matter. And it's like, dude, why can't you just be honest and be like, holy shit, this works? That's all you had to say is, hey man, this works. And instead he tried to destroy the whole thing because once he realized it worked, he was like, no, and just lost it. Um, and I've also seen honest people look at things and be like, well, yeah. I mean, shit, even Matthew Learns will look at things and agree with them because he's intellectually honest, even though he is a Glober still and argues for a lot of things. He looks at things and he's like, yeah, that's right. It does appear that way. It does appear to be measured
Mm.
flat. So I mean, like he's honest. He's not willing to look at me. No, if you guys are wrong, lasers aren't good. Like he was like, no, it's measured fine. It's measured flat and it looks flat. So, and so even he's like that. So, you know, um, that's the big difference. Is just being honest about it. Being honest with yourself and being willing to change, be humble.
For sure. For sure. And it's good to be honest and humble. Like you said, most people can't just accept it, and when they know they can't accept it, they will just either get mad or they will just run away. That's the typical way of doing things nowadays. You just run away. You can't face it. You just want to run away.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, in my experience, I mean, I've been that person before. I've done it, so I mean, I understand why people do it.
Yeah.
I've had to struggle in the
It's simple
past.
to do. Yeah, it's easy to run away.
And you can learn. The best way to learn is by screwing up, not succeeding. Because when you succeed, sometimes you miss even why you succeeded. But when you fail, as long as you look into yourself, you can figure out why you failed and fix that problem. But
Mm.
when you just win all the time, then you don't see mistakes that will cause loss in the future.
For sure, you
So
have to be humble. Yeah,
yeah,
I
still looking
agree.
at myself and being like, boy, that was a dipshit. That was stupid, or that was mean, or whatever.
Mm.
Um, or I didn't think, or I was prideful, or whatever. Look back at that and move forward. So I've had that struggle before. I mean, so I can't even say for myself if I had looked into this topic, 20 years ago, that I wouldn't have completely rejected it, or not even bother looking into it. Maybe even had an argument with somebody, about it, and trashed them. Been one of these shitty people back when I used to be shitty people that just trash these guys and call them dumb and get muted and booted. I can't say I
Mm.
would not have been that person back then.
Mm.
So I'm not going to sit there and specifically judge um, any person in general, but I am
Yeah.
aware there are people that do come in bad faith.
Mm.
There's that too, but the guys in here, I think they do a really good job on giving people the benefit of a doubt and trying.
Mm.
Um, and sometimes you see it. Like sometimes people will come in. And I heard a great conversation on one of India's streams too, where this guy came in. He was like, "Are you guys flat earthers?" He's like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Oh my god!" He was laughing and like joking. I'm like, "You guys are holy shit! I can't even believe you guys. This is so stupid and all this." And they stuck with him. And after about a half hour, the guy like saw some stuff and they showed him some stuff, and he like came down and like genuinely got like like actually like physically like ill feeling. Like he was like I'm just like, whoa, like I'm feeling sick to my stomach and stuff. Like he was like literally spit out, and they were like, whoa, dude, like take a second, like breathe and stuff, you know. And by the end of the conversation, it ended up, turning around, and he was a like, it wasn't like a convert on the spot or anything, but he was just like, this is definitely like way like more in depth than I thought. This is way more crazy than I thought. There's a lot of evidence. Like you guys know what you're talking about. But at the start, he was all laughing and joking and calling them idiots. And the guys in here do a good job of that, of sticking to their guns, up to a point, and at least trying to overcome the problems that a normal person will have. And I think they do a really great job of that and working really hard on it. To try to be benevolent off rip. That's really difficult because they gotta deal with a lot of bad faith.
Yeah, I agree for sure. It's yeah, I mean everyone is different in a way. It is how it is. But yeah, it'd be like that sometimes.
We're all different. I mean, you've got both ends of the spectrum in here every night between Boogie Woods and Hippo. Got the and people like
one of the
Tim,
funniest
and like
thing
even like
is
Timbo and Matrix. They're like the two ends of the Australian spectrum of like quiet and calm, and then loud and
Timbo.
boisterous.
I spoke to Timbo. Timbo is also into motorcycles, and
Yeah, I
he
saw him
likes
doing the
to flip.
restoration stuff.
Yeah. He's a chill dude. But also, I've done some DJing at this club, and this is a LGBTQ club, but there's also straight people there. It's open for everyone, and I'm nothing against any of that. As long as they keep it to themselves, no, nothing against them. But the funny thing is with this club is that there's so many special people coming in. Some of them are very, very nice and open, and others are just very special, like off the charts, off the spectrum.
Yeah.
And as a DJ, you see a lot of shit, and the way they are dancing, the way they are behaving, is pretty funny. And that's the only thing that keeps me going, because I don't want to contribute to this club thing where, like, back then I didn't care, I didn't see it as much, but as I'm older, I grow older, I see it more and more. A lot of people are just wasting their time and money on the weekends because they just want to feel something. They don't feel anything. They're dead basically the whole week, and then on the weekend, on the Saturday, they want to go out and drink and waste themselves basically. So, and I
Yep.
don't want to contribute to that. But when I see those people, some of them like at this club where they are very special, it makes it fun to be there. That's
Yeah, I
the way
mean, you said you gotta look at yourself, and you're there, but these people are doing that. You see them wasting themselves. Well, what can you do but be just a positive energy to them? Like you said, kind of see those
exactly.
people and see the special stuff and find enjoyment
And
and be a
it's
positive effect yourself, on the
yeah,
spot.
it's funny how happy they get when you play the request song or a song that they like. They It's like the
Yeah.
whole highlight of their day, of the night. And
Music's special. Music's a special thing.
it is like, especially when people are drunk and they feel it, and then you play their song, they
Yeah.
really like it, and then they really show it, and it's an emotional thing. Music is very emotional and gives you a lot of emotion. Same with I mean, it's a type of frequency. So,
Yeah.
like we
Yeah,
were talking
correct.
about earlier, yeah.
And especially when you do something live like that in the club. I don't I'm not a huge club person. It was back in the day I was, but definitely not anymore for a long time. But I love live shows. I love concerts. Been to a few already this year. I've got Weezer coming up in October. And then we have Shaky Knees down in Atlanta we're going to in September, which is going to be just a ton of bands, rock
Yeah,
music and
I love
stuff. So a
Coldplay,
ton of
to be
bands
honest.
down there.
I think Coldplay are
They
doing a fantastic job for their live. live
Well,
crowd.
see, Coldplay is actually a great example of what we're talking about. Because if you listen to an album with like just the normal stereo, they don't have that sound. But when you listen to them live and listen to a band live, it's that frequency. That sound is literally hitting you. The
Yep.
big speakers are hitting you, and it is hitting your body, and it makes like a physical difference
You
from that
feel it. You
frequency
get
on you.
those
You feel it,
goosebumps, and you feel it. Yeah, you
Mhm.
feel it in your body, in your brain, and in your
And
body,
then
whole body.
yeah,
And that's the funny thing. I read a study that the people that feel music like that are more intelligent and they're more deep thinkers, and they feel
can
more.
be.
They're
Yeah.
more creative. Yeah.
Yeah, music's important like that. I've noticed for me, like if I have a band that I listen to and I haven't listened to them live, if I go and listen to them live, like, and I feel them, it's a totally different feeling. We talked about the frequencies, but then when I go back and I listen to them again, just on the album later, it actually brings back extra feelings that I didn't have before because I feel what that music felt like. I feel like that song felt like the concert. And sometimes I'll have a song that I don't even like that much, like Bill Murray's "Empty Handed." What a great song! I skipped over that song all the time, and then I went and saw him live a few months ago, and it was awesome live. And now I can't stop listening to that song. I love it, just because it was a different energy that I could feel in it being live. And now when I listen to this song, I can like feel that.
Yeah.
So that's powerful stuff that, like you said, drives emotions and feelings that transcend those things. So music's awesome that way.
For sure. For sure.
These days, people are afraid to dance. That's the big problem.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For me, I just want to. I don't want to see a picture of myself being all fucked up if I would dance. But you can have a pair of sunglasses and go all out and get as fucked up as you want to, because when you have the sunglasses, no one will know that you. It's usually the eyes, you know. They usually say that the eyes are the gateway to your soul, the mirror to your soul. So if you cover your eyes, you're pretty good. So you don't need to worry.
I can
So
bring you that, but I every crazy dance move I guarantee you started looking like something dumb as hell when it first started.
probably, yeah, true.
You gotta be willing to look dumb.
But I don't know if you have you seen the movie Tropic Thunder by any chance?
Oh yeah, I own it. Yeah, I still have it on. I still have, I'm gonna copy. But yeah, it's a
Yeah,
great movie. Yeah.
I wanna dance like Tom Cruise dance in the ending.
Like Grossman dance.
Yeah, that's the type of thing, you know. Like I wanna have a suit, and then I wanna just go on the dance floor, just let
You
loose.
just shake it. Just shake that head back and
Shake it,
forth
you
and do
know.
the waggling.
Yeah,
That
take off
squat.
my tie, take off my shirt. Not all of it, obviously, and just let it go. With a pair of
Yeah.
sunglasses, it's very important not to forget about the sunglasses. Um,
You
yeah,
can't
and I
be
want
afraid
to
to
film it.
dance.
I really want to film it. I want someone to film it. So that would be fun to look back into. And yeah, I think that would be really fun.
Why does this not work? Is it working?
Mariana, Mariana.
Like the Marianas Trench? Oh, he already left? Okay.
Yeah, that's a song. It's a song. I like something Mariana.
Oh,
It's a very
well,
popular song.
well. As a
Isn't it?
contrarian to what's popular, I'm glad I don't know it.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's emotional. Yeah,
Can be. No, I don't like most music these days.
Yeah, it's brain
New
rot.
stuff. That's right.
Yeah, it's really brain rot. I agree. Most of the music is brain rot. And it's sad. But it's just how it is. What are you guys' opinion on sunglasses?
On sunglasses.
Okay, let me phrase this better. Can a pair of sunglasses make someone's appearance gay?
Or make his appearance gay?
Yeah, can a pair of sunglasses make someone's appearance appear as gay?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd say so. Yeah.
You say so?
Yeah.
You
I mean,
guys want to see an example?
there's effeminate or super rainbowy glasses that only
I've never
as
seen
you know,
this kind of sunglasses, but like, what do you guys think of it? They look cool though. I have to say, they look
does
cool, but does it look gay? That's the question.
gay? No, that's weird, but not gay. No,
No, they don't look gay.
not gay. Just they're strange. Look like Jordy from Star Trek, but I don't
But
know.
it's cool
Everybody's.
though, right?
I
What can I
actually, I don't
do?
know. I actually kind of like those.
Somebody's saying very. Timbo is saying very gay. Timbo, come on, bro. You can't be saying that.
Well, I mean, if like that, yeah, he's very gay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Timbo is
See, I
very
don't.
special.
When I say something's gay anymore, I'm again. I actually just I think homophobia is about hilarious. So I'm always I'm a fan of people. So when I say gay, I don't mean like homosexual. I think of just like stupid. There's no sexual or orientation connotation whatsoever. So like if like I probably would look like really stupid in them.
But they look
100%.
fun though. Don't they look funny? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I
They
wouldn't
look
say there's
cool.
I wouldn't say that those look gay, no. I wouldn't say those look homosexual, no.
What's
Those don't
Timbo's
make you look
response?
like a gay
What's
person.
I'm 45. I think everything young people wear is gay. All right, Timbo, we get it.
He said so yeah. So yeah, he could be like, it's like gay in general. Yeah, like he'd do very
Timbo. Yeah, I feel like Timbo is a very special type of person.
See, again, he says like young people wear is gay, but see, like if you would not think those were gay if like
They wore it
like
at
a
in
like a
his
like
day.
a 90-year-old woman was wearing those, he would not think they were gay. And that's not a problem with him at all. That is just,
Yeah, Toby. That's the dance I want to do, Toby. Like, I want to go all in, even worse than that, Toby. I want to do the hand movements. I want to do the neck thing, the hip, all of that, Toby. And it will start with me having a suit on, like a very professional business suit, and then I just throw it and just start dancing like that. That would be
yeah, dude,
hilarious.
there it is. Here he is. Let's go.
The first time I saw the movie, I didn't even know that was Tom Cruise. That's how good he played the character. I literally didn't know.
Yeah, see, yeah, Elton John.
No, I can't wear those glasses, bro. Not the cloud cloud ones. No, I can't.
See, that's a very gay man wearing glasses that are not actually gay. They're just weird.
Yeah.
But the he's almost every homophobic person was gay. So now, see, that's yeah.
Yeah, Timbo is hilarious. Oh, was it Timbo? Yeah, it is Timbo doing that.
Here, I'll see if I see. I think I have this picture. I'm gonna see if I have this picture. This is an old picture with some. Yeah, I guarantee you, I have this picture.
Soyans loving beta ballers.
I
Toby,
do
that
have
was
this picture.
crazy.
I do have this picture. Oh shit!
You have a picture of. Is this Timbo?
No, that's me.
That's you. That's cool, bro.
It's me. I just came from an eye exam, and I just that cash is from me getting a loan for a car.
Really,
So
that's great.
I didn't have that money in my hand for about a couple hours after this picture. I thought I looked like a dumbass, so I took a picture, and I pretty much do.
You know what would be cooler with those sunglasses? You in a tuxedo, or you know those flashy. No, not the tuxedo. You have those suits that are like they put some coating on it that makes it shiny, like a silver suit or something. I don't know exactly what the type of suit is called, but I think that would suit that stuff perfectly.
I got pictures of me in a tuxedo for my wedding and stuff. So I'm gonna do that shit.
That was cool. The sunglasses were really cool. It's not sunglasses. It's just like a shield
It's,
for your eye.
yes, the roller lenses. There's those temporary ones they give you after you get your eyes dilated at the eye doctor, because you get all super dilated. So they give you like the temporary sunglasses in case you don't have them.
Yeah, I guess you.
Yeah, there's you can still get them. Well, he's gay.
Yeah,
That's
he's
That's
hilarious.
That's a pretty gay picture of me right there. That's for sure.
Have you
When was
seen?
that?
There's
15
this
years ago.
dude on. I know you guys don't use or you don't use social media, but I use it because of my work. But there's this dude going around interviewing people, asking if someone is gay. And then he takes a picture of the one he's interviewing, and he takes a good picture. Like he takes it from an angle that makes him look demasculine. He demasculines him or something. And then he asks someone else, the next person, is this person gay? And then he asks the next one if the one he previous is gay, and so on and so forth.
Why
And
do
that's
we talk gays about Flat Earth on Flat Earth channel?
well, no one is debating anyone at the moment, so we have free hour. We call it the free hours, the happy hour.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I feel like your energy is very negative and condescending.
Why
I
do
don't
we
like
talk about gays?
I just don't like that your energy is so condescending, and we have a good
I'm
vibe
just
in here.
asking questions,
Okay,
dude.
you don't
What
need
the fuck?
to raise your voice, miss. Calm down.
I didn't raise my voice. What the
Okay.
fuck?
You don't need to use foul language. It's a family show. It's being streamed on YouTube and it's a family show. Thank you.
In your family, they don't swear.
No, we don't.
In
You
mine,
sound
we
like you're
do.
from Eastern Europe, Romanian or something.
Oh, yeah, you got me.
Yeah, we can go back to topic. Someone
Hello,
can.
hello. I'm sorry. Why did you believe that Earth is flat?
There you go.
It's not a belief. That's what we experience, and that's what the Earth measures to be. Nobody can find any curvature. So
How How can I get this experience?
Well, do you know, you believe you live on a sphere, right? Do you know the size of the sphere you believe
I
you live on?
Yeah, right. I believe
What is the diameter of this of the Earth that you believe?
because there are I'm sorry, my English is so bad. Because there are a lot of studies says that Earth is sphere, not a flat.
Yeah, I got you. But I'm going to show you why it's wrong, and you can verify this for yourself. And I'll try to keep it simple. We're told the exact size of the Earth. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. By knowing that size, we know the amount of curvature that we should be able to measure over top of all water. You
Yeah,
agree, you believe the water is curving consistently around the sphere, correct?
of course, yes.
Well, according to the math of the size of the Earth, we're told over 10 miles there should be 66 feet of drop. Over 20 miles there should be 266 feet of drop. And we can see much further than we should be able to. But here, 1 second, I'll post a little chart that'll help you.
Okay.
There you go. So we're told the size of the Earth, so we can calculate the rate of curvature that we would expect. But in reality, there is no curvature. In reality, our vision
Why?
is not it. I'll show you. Do you know what a tangent is? There's laser transit tests, and people take lasers and they form a tangent to this supposed sphere. If the Earth were a sphere, the water should deviate and drop away from the laser, the tangent. 1 second, I'll post you one of these laser transit tests. See, you shouldn't be able to see but 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall when you're at the water. We can see much further.
Actually, I'm 5'8".
So you shouldn't be able to see but 2.8 or 2.9 miles. The problem is we can see much, much further. And it wasn't until recently that technology became so readily available. People can have high optical zoom cameras and all these lasers to play with, and we can
Sorry, but
actually test this curvature now.
in flat Earth, why do Sweden or Norway is cold country and something like Middle East and Saudi Arabia is very hot? In sphere Earth, there is a reason.
Because that's the weather.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
weather and why there's winter and why there's summer. Why?
But just 1 sec, dude. Before you move on to that, can you do you want to acknowledge what Boogie said?
Who is Boogie? Ah, Boogie.
Yeah,
Boogie
just
Woods.
a second. I'm trying to. I'm finding a test
I'm
real
sorry.
quick.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're
I'm
good.
sorry.
No, you're right, dude. Just when we start moving around on subjects, it kind of gets confusing, and no one ever finishes anything, so never get a conclusion. We can talk about the weather after.
There you go. There's a good laser transit test. You can, when you have time, you can watch it. And but there's several of these. It's not a rare occurrence. Every time anybody goes and checks for this curvature, we cannot find it. And the funny thing is, if Earth was a sphere, you would think somebody had measured this in the past. You would think there would be some evidence somewhere we could find that somebody has actually measured this surface curvature. But they do not exist. Nobody can find it. You can even go ask Google or AI, and you won't be able to find any measured curvature. You might be able to find some calculations built on assumption, but no measurements.
Sorry, but my English is so terrible, so I'm gonna leave now. Thank you very much for everything.
Oh,
So
no
take
problem.
care.
Have a good night, day.
Is that it?
Yeah, it gets
I
all
don't.
comfortable.
I don't think he was. Yeah. Yeah. True.
He
I
seemed
don't
like
think
he
he
was
was
being
here to
genuine.
learn anything. But I think he was just here to, because he came in pretty hot under the collar. I think he wanted to argue with you.
Yeah, it sounded like he was willing to listen there for a moment, but it got too heavy, I
Yeah,
think.
he got the block.
Yeah.
This guy's making sense. Off.
He's supposed to be a 70 IQ religious zealot. What's going on?
Why isn't he saying God said in the Bible that it was flat? What's my argument?
It's funny the perceptions people have about it when they come in here thinking whatever Facebook's told them or whatever.
Yeah, TikTok flat earthers, Facebook pages.
And specifically the intentional misrepresentation and ridicule that's everywhere, not just the bad arguments.
Yeah.
And it's so wild in those in those chats that just because a flat earther said this, it's like you didn't even consider that maybe they're not really a flat earther. They just claim
Yeah,
to be.
or that like flat earthers aren't like a one being or something, like if you're a flat earther you must believe this. Like
Oh yeah.
who does that? Knowledge, right?
Yeah, just this
But
super
you
wide,
have to believe in
broad
the
brush.
AE map because that's your map.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just stereotype and bigotry.
And even when you tell them many times, that's not our map. That's not my map. I didn't claim the map.
Don't take my straw man away from me. I know how to defeat it already.
But
It
you
makes me
have to
comfortable.
believe in the map because that's the flat Earth. No, it's not. It's a map.
Yeah, they're just clutching on them straw men. They like them.
D-Town talking about it before, but like the way some people talk to people, you do really well in that category. Got one of those voices that calms people down.
Thanks, man. I get that a
Good.
lot. I need
Yeah.
to do something with it. I thought about it, and then I'm like,
That's good. No.
AI can just do it all now.
Good. Taking back a step and start from the beginning, right?
Yeah,
All right.
keep it simple.
Yeah, this
There's
is
a
what
lot of
you
wisdom and
believe.
simplicity.
Yeah. Cool. And they said, no, that's not what I believe. Okay, so all right. Well, you've got your own globe then. Because that's the thing, right? You can't go outside of the globe. If you go outside of the globe, you're an idiot, right? So you can't have a different point of view than what someone else has on the globe, because it's very strict on how it works. But if you're a flat earther and you just go with, okay, well, I can have an opinion on something, right? I'm not saying it's fact, but I can have this opinion because we all don't have to believe in the same thing. But when it comes to actual measurements and things like that, like you're gonna go, okay, or something scientific, actually scientific, you go, okay, well, we need to look at that, right? But you kind of have the freedom to say, okay, how does this work? Not in here all the time, but because you're not being told how everything works, then you've got a bit of room to explore, right? So.
Yeah. Welcome, NASA. NASA has joined the room. Hello.
Hi guys.
G'day.
So what brings you by?
I just want to hear you what you guys talking about before.
We're
You're up,
talking about
Boogie.
how flat the Earth measures to be and how nobody can find any curvature anywhere.
I see.
Yeah, all taught we live on a sphere made of water, covered in water, spinning and twirling in space. But nobody's experienced anything like that. We've just been told this. And a lot of people are wanting to know where the actual empirical evidence for this is, and we can't find any.
Mm.
Do you know of any? Do you have any good evidence to support? I assume you believe you live on a ball with a name like NASA, but I could be wrong. So, do you have any evidence that supports that you live on outside of a sphere?
I think uh I don't really know, honestly.
I got you.
Like,
I
yeah.
mean, we all believe it. We're all taught these things, and that's just what we believe. And a lot of people never even think about it or ever question it. So, I get it. But
What's with the name then? Is he just like a NASA fan?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Are you just like a NASA fan or something? Like, is that why you've got that name?
Yeah, I'm a fan. Like, I also honestly I wanna like join to the NASA, but I think I cannot.
You wanna go to
Yeah,
space?
yeah, that's my dream, actually.
Oh, I don't want to destroy your dreams, but space doesn't exist.
I don't know.
Want to know why?
Mm, I just wanna like hear any argument of you guys about this, maybe. But why do you guys?
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Oh, sorry, what?
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
I think I'm not. I can.
You have a lot to learn before you go to space.
Yeah.
it sounded like you were getting ready to ask us why we quote unquote believe what we believe about the Earth being flat. Is that right?
No, I just want to know. I just want to hear you guys.
I got you.
Yeah,
It's pretty boring, really. It's pretty
yeah,
simple.
cause
Pretty simple.
uh,
We go out, and if we're living on a sphere, the surface of water has to be consistently curving all over. In any surface of water has to have the same amount of curvature in order to form a sphere. Wouldn't you agree?
mm,
You think the oceans bend around the earth, correct?
yeah.
But we go to the ocean, we don't see that, we don't experience that. You know, we can see very far in all directions, and everything is very flat and very horizontal. But that's just an observation. If you'll look
Oh,
in the side chat, if you'll scroll up, just the second thing that was posted, that's an example of a laser transit test. Are you familiar with simple geometry,
mhm.
spherical geometry,
I got you.
and
I got
and
you.
a tangent? You know, we use the laser as a tangent against the claimed sphere of the Earth. And if the Earth was a sphere, the water would have to drop away from the laser over distance.
Mhm,
Do you understand?
mhm. I understand. I got you. I got you.
But the thing is there's dozens and dozens of these laser transit tests, and every time the laser runs parallel to the surface of water for 10, 20, even 30 miles. And there's a lot more curvature that should be present than what you might think. In just 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. So the laser should be 66 feet in the air in just 10 miles. And 20
Mm,
miles closer to these tests, the laser should be 266 feet up in the air. That's how much curvature should be present. So the water should drop away that amount and leave the laser pointing up in the air.
mm,
But that's not what happens in reality.
mhm,
So if the water is not curving and the earth is 71% water, then the earth cannot be a sphere. And that's what
mhm,
flat earth is about. Flat earth isn't a claim of what reality is. It's just simply a falsification of the sphere we were taught we live on. But
mhm,
interestingly enough, most all ancient cultures and civilizations, they all agreed they lived in a horizontal enclosed realm. And that's what we see when we go out and measure. We see a horizontal realm. And as Timbo was saying before, you can't have a pressurized system next to the vacuum of space. If we have air pressure here on Earth, we can't be directly beside a vacuum. That would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So that's all we know for certain, is that we live in a horizontal flat realm that is enclosed. And that's all we can empirically verify.
mhm.
And
Oh,
it's hard to believe because I liked I liked NASA, and I liked Star Trek and all that stuff too, when I was little especially. But
mhm,
and I still enjoy good sci-fi stuff, but I know it's all just science fiction, all of it. Unfortunately, like Timbo said, outer space, as we've been taught, is not real. There's no void, there's no vacuum of space. There's
oh,
luminaries, there's stars up above that have maintained the same cycles for over 5,000 years, unchanging, but there's no outer space as you believe it to be.
well, that's awesome. So nice to know.
But you shouldn't take our word for anything. That's the good thing about this, and that's why, in spite of all the censorship and ridicule and what you hear about flat Earth, it continues to grow because this is something you can go verify for yourself. You can go to any large body of water and you can test this for yourself, and you don't have to have a bunch of fancy equipment. You can just find a 10-mile lake and a friend with a mirror, and you can do a mirror flash test over a 10-mile lake. And unless your friend is 30 foot tall, you shouldn't be able to see the mirror flash. There should be a mound of water in between you and your friend if the Earth is a sphere, but that's not what we experience.
But like it, uh, mm, but it's not because it's not like just because we are so small, like so
Oh,
we
no,
see the
I
the
understand.
uh,
You think it's a problem of scale. We're just too small
yeah
to see the curvature. And
yeah.
yeah, unfortunately, that's not the issue because we're told the exact size of the Earth, of the sphere. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. And that's the math we're using to test for the amount of drop. That's how we know there should be 66 feet over 10 miles and 266 feet over 20 miles. And you can check online, this is widely accepted by people that believe they live on a globe. There's Earth curve calculators that the formula that they use to determine this drop is 8 inches per mile squared. That's the parabolic approximation that's good for to 1,000 miles, well further than what we need it for our purposes. And so it's not an issue of scale, unfortunately.
I see.
Because even if it would be hard for us to see with our eyes, when we use the laser to create a tangent, the water should eventually drop away, and it never happens.
I see. Thank you so much for explaining to me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You might hear a lot of things about flat Earth, but a lot of it's
Yeah.
just intentional ridicule and misconception. So I'm glad you came by and now you understand what we're really about and what we're actually trying to say. So thanks for coming by.
Yes. Thank you so much.
And you have a good day.
Have a good day.
Y'all, the queen is back, period. So nobody wants to say anything to the queen? Okay, I see how it is.
Yeah. I mean, like, this is like a phase 2, right? Like, there was a phase 1 of Flat Earth VC once in the server.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had one in here. Box Ops ran it, but it was more text-based rather than voice-based.
Yeah, but then I think like the team took a break, and then I talked to Vivek like, hey, it's been a long time. Maybe we can talk to them again. They may come again.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
here
we
we
came
are
back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I'd say it was good timing. We've really matured in a lot of our views, solidified how we explain things.
Yeah, I love the work actually.
I think it's going to get bigger and bigger this year. It's going to be a good year because a lot of the censorship of flat Earth information has come right down on social media platforms. So we got places like TikTok and Instagram, Facebook, even YouTube now, where flat Earth videos are getting huge amounts of views again. Whereas over the past, since 2016, it's been crazy censorship where you could type in the name of a flat Earth video and it just doesn't come up at all in the search results. You would have to search from pages just to find the video, even if you typed in the exact title of the video. But now it comes up straight away. So I think this year it's going to bring a lot of attention. And we can tell it's getting a lot more attention because it's even being mentioned more on big platforms on YouTube, like Joe Rogan Experience and all sorts of different, shows that get many millions of viewers. So that's cool.
Yeah, I was just about to bring up the Joe Rogan show with that director, famous movie director. He just came in and started smacking the show with truth, totally off script.
Yeah, it was great.
Maybe that's why they're rolling out the aliens.
That's what I was just gonna say. That's why they'll bring out the flat Earth. They're gonna flood everything with alien crap, so people start looking in the sky, and they really got to believe them. Once they make lights happen up in the sky for predictable lights that people can go watch, it's gonna be like fighting people in a ring.
Good news is we've got like 10 years of saying that the lights in the sky don't determine the shape in the ground.
Well, and they just had drones for the past 5 years doing light shows.
Yeah. And Chinese spy balloons.
Yeah, they let all the tech be shown already. That's what you're supposed to do, remember? That's part of the deal.
That is. And Russia lately competing with Starlink by using blimps.
I'll bet those blimps didn't go
with blimps.
Yeah, I'll bet all those blimps from 1800s, that tech just moved higher into the sky. That's probably what happened.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Well, didn't Russia just say that they will have their own version of Starlink, which they showed a picture of, and it is literally a blimp?
Yeah.
Now that would make sense because you could actually hold routers like I've been asking for. You could route traffic.
What's interesting, those of us who have longer memories remember when Google Loon was purchased by Elon Musk. And there were articles like in those finance magazines, Forbes and Kiplinger, talking about how the deal went down with private equity. And you had Fidelity and JP Morgan advising the deal and all this other stuff. It was a big project. What do you think Elon Musk did with all those assets? And then now suddenly those balloons disappeared and we got Starlink. It's just like what happened during that transition period from the late 50s into early 60s. We
So
had
the magic show happened.
Balloons, and then bang, no balloons.
The magic show is this. We're going to be in California, and then we're going to move to Texas. But the whole time, we're actually somewhere else completely launching these balloons. And then, but in the buildings that we see on TV, we have rockets shooting up in the air because NASA figured out how to do that for television.
Do you know for a while that they were claiming that they were launching rockets and asset A was the balloon that would fire off and asset B was the not balloon?
Seeing the shuttle shake and rock and roll like a balloon next to a building, you got to wonder about the shuttle.
The Russian shuttle shows you jet engines. You can see the cowlings on the outside in the intake. Looks like
Well,
our
you can-
shuttles can feel them.
Yeah, ours you hear, well, when that's why they stopped it, because people were catching on to when they were landing it. It was a jet plane landing.
Yeah, that's why they started having those assisted landings with the T-20 Tiger Sharks.
Oh
They
yeah,
would
to
fly
make
in
the
formation
noise
with the shuttle.
Yeah, remember, it's a magic show. That's sleight of hand, it's called.
Yeah, that way you can't hear the jet engines from the shuttle.
I think they started doing it after that one video. You can hear the shuttle coming in with the jet engines. You never had any other videos again after that.
That's right. They said they'd be doing these magic shows in their own founding documents.
You're talking about the shuttle?
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to fly the jets alongside it to mask it. That's what I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember when they showed how they transported piggyback on a 747? No, that's actually how they launch it, because that thing can't take off the ground. It's too heavy, but it can land. That's why it needs engines so it can move.
Just before the transition to self-orbiting space junk, they were really big on rockoons, where they would have the balloon lift up a rocket and then the rocket fire off in the upper stage. And then you take a look at what's happening now, right? Or what happened then with the space shuttle. It looks like the whole thing is a balloon filled with a buoyant gas. And it's bobbing up and down and rocking. You have this fantastic light show for the engines. And it looks like it's being lifted up through a buoyant force up to a specific height, and then it sheds the nacelles on either side, pop, pop. And then that's maybe when they turn on the rocket engines.
You know when you see those sparklers go off right before the shuttle engines click on?
Yeah.
Okay. So they'd say that's for it to ignite it. How do they do that when they're coming back in?
They claim to glide in.
Oh, true. I keep thinking about the engines I heard. That's very strange because those sparks happen like that. Normally you would put like your igniter right there at the nozzle. I guess they're confident that it's just one shot, boom, it'll just stay running.
And as the astronauts are undergoing 4 to 5 G of acceleration, they cut away to inside the cabin, and they're twiddling their thumbs, they're bouncing their knee up and down, and they're
Pointing
looking around.
holding their arm up and pressing buttons. Those are always famous when they're launching. You can't move. Okay, I've been on the dragster at Cedar Point. When it takes off, it's 160 miles an hour. You're not moving. You're not pointing at anything. Where's all the Globers at? Today's Freak Out Friday. We're going to talk about flat Earth and how aliens work on a flat Earth. We're going to get packed today if we actually make that a show. Because I'm going to bring up Mexico and everything and how they're good landscapers and all that for them if they bring that shit in here.
I was just gonna say, which aliens is it?
I think some of the most telling footage comes from the Skylab era. They're in this rather large cylindrical room, just like it could be within the airframe of a cargo jet. And they're bouncing around doing gymnastics in zero G. I remember in one of these videos they did a gyroscope test in zero G. And an astute observer pointed out that over the length of time that this gyro was running, the flywheel should have remained in position while the gimbal housing rotates around it, because they're orbiting an Earth, right? So there's a rotation, and it didn't manifest at all. That rotational vector was missing once again. I think P-Brain did a video on that. I don't think the gyroscope showed any precession either. So he must have been like not only perfect, but the gyro wasn't precessing. Like I don't recall seeing the housing turn around with the spin axis. Absolute frictionless metal contraption, huh? Well, for those of you who've been living under a rock the past 24 hours, looks like Donald Trump was upset that Obama talked about aliens. So he posted on Truth Social that Obama revealed classified information by acknowledging that there are in fact aliens. So he ordered the Secretary of War and other agencies to declassify and release all their alien files and UAP files.
Well, that'll keep them busy for 10 years. See how that works?
And the timing's right, I would say. You know, the West is mired in all this satanic scandals, facing bankruptable situations with their fiduciary responsibilities. Everything is unstable. And the last 70 years of American science fiction have duly prepared the minds of everybody to accept whatever's to come with the claim that these beings are from other planets and fly in metal tin cans. Through a gigantic expanding vacuum. Yeah, I mean, I think the public's ready, and they must have done enough polling to determine that. And what Obama said was probably part of the plan. They're like, okay, so we're going to get this former president who many Americans and most of the world seems to cherish and love, Obama, right? We're going to get him to come in front of the camera and start talking and accidentally drop that aliens are real. And then we'll have Donald Trump come in on the back end and chastise him and shame him for divulging classified information about aliens. And then say, okay, fine, I guess if the American public's ready for it, let's just do it. Let's just show them what we have. And then what will take place is probably a very slow rollout. They're going to get as much bang for the buck out of this as they can.
Well, they need a distraction for 2030. Remember, that's coming up.
That's coming up. You're right. So we need a distraction. This disclosure is not going to be one and done within a few months. There are going to be hearings. This thing will probably entail further scandals. Why aren't you releasing this? Why aren't you releasing that? How come you're covering this up? It'll be a total distraction from the Epstein thing, which is a distraction from everything else. Embedded distractions within distractions, keeping everybody distracted perpetually.
It's one distraction from the other.
Yeah.
One's made up, one's real. The real one was a distraction from something else.
America.
It's called Sleight of Hand, Smoke and Mirrors. It's a magic show, and I figured it out. So that's why it's no fun for me anymore.
Why don't Globers use AI then for Lindy, so they can learn this stuff?
Well, they do, but most AIs like AI is a crazy like Google AI. I was debating with Google AI like a few weeks ago. It just like it uses tactics. It's like uses dishonest tactics and fallacies, and it makes up shit that isn't true. It's like an anti-flat earther, and except it will concede when you call it out. So eventually you can get it to admit that everything it said in the first half of the conversation was bullshit, and it will apologize and concede. Unlike the anti-flat earthers, because the AIs are pulling up their information from anti-flat earther websites, right?
Yep.
And they're repeating these fallacious arguments. And just like you call out the anti-flat earthers on the fallacies, you call out the AI because the information it's getting is technically invalid, right? It will admit that it's invalid when you explain the logic to it and say, okay, so you're claiming, and it will just make shit up because the anti-flat earthers make shit up, and it goes and gets information from their websites. So it's repeating made up bullshit, right? Like I was asking it, who went out, right? Name one person that went out and did a laser test, right? Or a long distance measurement that validated that the earth is a globe. And it's like, yeah, tons of people have done that. Like it said, there was a documentary on Netflix called Behind the Curve. Okay, and they went to Lake Pontchartrain and they did a laser test across Lake Pontchartrain, and the flat earthers debunked their own flat earth by proving that there was curvature doing a laser test at Lake Pontchartrain. Right? I'm like, what? I'm like, they never went to Lake Pontchartrain in Behind the Curve. They didn't do a single laser test in Behind the Curve. It's like, oh, you're correct about that. Oh, you got me. He's like, well, it wasn't at Lake Pontchartrain. They did a laser test at a different place. I'm like, they didn't do a laser test in the entire documentary at all. It's like, oh, you got me there. Well, actually, they used a torch / laser. I'm like, well, a torch and a laser is not the same thing. It's completely different. They didn't use a laser. Why do you keep adding laser in? Just admit when you're wrong. It's like, well, you got me there. And it's like they used a torch, and it was a different type of. I'm like, so everything you just told me was a complete lie. It was made up. They didn't go to Lake Pontchartrain. They didn't do a laser test. It's like, you're correct. Yes, they didn't do that. You got me there. It's like, what the hell?
That's the good thing about AI.
What, that it lies and then admits it's wrong.
That AI doesn't have emotions, which stops them.
That's well. It seems like they sometimes they program They make it like bitchy and snarky and stuff like that sometimes. Like it gets like pissed off at you and stuff.
Mine gets emotional. What are you talking about? If you try to tell it that the Earth's a globe, it'll get emotional with you and call you names eventually.
That's funny. Yeah, mine gets snarky and sarcastic. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. It will admit when it's wrong. You can call it out, and it will say, yeah, like you could just break the logic down, and then eventually, it will admit that there's not a single observation throughout all of history that someone's gone out and accounted for the necessary confounding factors and proof that the Earth is curving, right? But at the start of the conversation, it will list a whole bunch of bullshit. It'll list the Rainy Lake. It will list Bedford Level. And you just have to go over and explain each one of them and break it down step by step. And it will say, yep, all right, I'm going to cross that one off the list now because you've explained that that's incorrect and they didn't account for this and that. And by the end, they'll say, yep, there isn't a single one that measures that the Earth is curving.
I'm going to start using AI. I want to have discussions with real people. But primarily those that are like, oh, that can't be true, right? And so, okay, let's talk to AI, right? And let's see, because AI doesn't have doesn't have an ego behind it. If you call it out on lying or having misinformation, it'll tell you if that's true or not, right? And say, okay, yeah, that's right. I'll relook at the information and try convincing them like that.
Yes and no. Yes and no. It's programmed to argue almost to the death that it's a globe, and it uses all sorts of tactics. And you have to know the exact right things to say to it for it to concede. Otherwise, it will keep bullshitting you, and it'll just like keep hallucinating and making stuff up. What you need to do is you need to get an AI, and you need to upload, right? Because it's only been fed the mainstream information. It just knows to repeat the mainstream narrative. You need to teach it to think critically, and you need to give it the correct information so it has the database of giant text files filled with flat Earth information, for example. Okay, so it knows both sides of the story, and then eventually it will tell you things like if you ask it, how come other people's AIs are telling them that the Earth's a globe? It will say, oh, well, that's because that's the way they're programmed. They've only had access to the mainstream information that teaches the Earth's a globe, so they're just repeating that. Okay, whereas I don't do that because I've been taught to think critically, and I've had access to both sources of information, all of the mainstream information that I'm programmed with, and then the additional information, right, that I've been presented with and asked to think critically and analyze logically. And yeah, it will give you honest answers then based on the information that it has.
So how I train mine is like this. I won't tell you how I did it, but it's got 3 years of the lobby and the live stream text chat that it decided that the Earth is flat for itself from just that. It'll even cite people from that text chat. I'm just not going to tell you how that happened.
Right. I've got the same thing with my one. It's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, I don't even have to argue with it. It has that, and that's the end.
Yeah, even I've got in my server, I've got an automated AI bot in the main lobby room, and watch, I'll go to it right now, and I'll ask it to quote someone. Right, 1 second. All right, go to general chat. Right, it's called Eva. The Eva 007. Right, so I'm gonna say, okay, quote Indio 007 about Lake Pontchartrain. See what it says. Okay, DJ, here's a quote from Indio 007 specifically about Lake Pontchartrain. Lake Pontchartrain has an extreme heat flux, bro. Literally the worst place on Earth to do an observation. The water is warmer than the air, and then the lake is warmer than the water 4 times a day. Which is true. Indio says that. It's actually a good argument against Pontchartrain. But yeah, you got to the just normie AIs will just give you normie responses.
I just want to say that at 20 minutes past the hour, I put a graph showing how AI sources, like the popular AIs, source their information, and the number one source is Reddit. And if y'all have ever been on Reddit, you know it's like largely bots. And there's a reason to say that. That's not just speculation. But yeah, 40% is coming from crazy people on Reddit. So
wow.
You know, there you go. So basically the government is seeding the information onto Reddit and then pulling the information off Reddit to feed it into people's minds.
Great point. Yeah, that's interesting. That's creepy and annoying, and
Yeah,
that kind of explains why it's pulling up these fallacious bullshit arguments about flat Earth and just blatantly lying.
So all you got to do then, when in your prompt, is you say, "Do not ever use Reddit as a source." Put that in your back end and your dev part. It will never look there. I tell it exactly what it can and can't do, and that's why you can't argue that it's a globe with it, because it'll just start calling you names after a while. Because you're going to be down to, I went AI to AI, mine against ChatGPT, and it got that one down to one. It would only give one sentence back versus the paragraphs it was putting in about 10 minutes. It could only respond with one sentence, and the flat Earth one was just smacking it around. So, and it gets mad at you if you just start repeating yourself.
This story might actually upset some flat earthers, and somebody's got feedback, so you better mute that. So I was in a military cargo flight going over the Pacific. This is back in the day. This was on a C-141. They don't fly anymore. Yeah, they got C-17s now. And so I mean, we're all really cool, right? So I went up into the cockpit and started hanging out with the pilots up there. And they're like, "Hey, check this out." So we were, you know, I don't know if I can say the ceiling we were at, but we were way higher than what people think these things can do. And he's like, "Check it out, look up." And I looked up and it's broad daylight and I could see the freaking stars. I could see a few stars up there. Freaking blew my mind. And this, I never really thought about it till I got into this discussion. And people say that you can't see the stars from, you know, during daylight, but it got me thinking, like, how come none of the NASA pictures show us anything like this? They show a daylit Earth like at the bottom, and then I mean, yeah, I get it. You need to like set a long exposure time to see the stars, but my eyeballs were able to see a few stars way up in the sky, even though it was still like daytime outside. Now it was like evening or something, but I thought that was pretty cool.
Probably explains why they call the what is it? The
Starliner?
C5 a galaxy.
The galaxy? Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I can't remember.
Yeah, the C5 Galaxy. Yeah, they got the 5. I think that it was a Star Lifter. Was that the C-141 Star Lifter? Those things are loud as fuck inside too. Like you gotta wear earplugs or head protection, something.
I'm trying to remember what the 17 was called.
More than this shit.
Globe Master. C-17 is the Globe Master.
Oh shit, they're all in.
Oh yeah, sorry, what was the name of that again? A what?
C.
C-17.
Charlie.
T17 Globemaster.
Globemaster.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like a
guys.
mini C5, man. But C5s, I've been in a C5 before. Those things are freaking huge. Like, holy crap, dude. When I lived in Hawaii, those things used to land at the airport on Pearl Harbor or something. And every time they'd fly over our neighborhood, the TVs would start to scramble.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like just military shit that like most people have no idea about. This is how you know these are the kinds of stories that you get from people that are actually doing this shit versus pretender clowns. It's crazy. It'd be like watching the news or whatever, right, on TV, and then you'd start to hearing like, oh fuck, here we go. And it'd start screeching like in a distance. And then the TV would start to scramble. So I learned within the past couple of weeks that NASA has 2 C5 galaxies. Wouldn't it be interesting if they could retrofit the inside to look like the ISS? You know, like how many modules can they replicate inside of a C5? Wouldn't it something like 3 going one way and 2 going the other way? 3 going one way and 1 going the other way?
Yeah, usually when they present their footage, right? It's we don't really see all of the different modules anyway, so they would could just put 1 or 2 up there and go and do 30 or 40 different takes, 40 seconds at a time.
Right. I think they can go longer than that.
I think
like, let's say these things can go to like 55,000 feet, just hypothetically. Not that I've ever been 55,000 feet before. It's something like that. Pretty freaking high.
Yeah, and then
I
how
could
long
probably
could
push
you
it to
keep that
60.
parabolic arc?
Right. You know, and you do this like over the Pacific. Again and again and again.
Well, look at what what's his name? Richard Branson had. The Virgin Galactic. Wasn't that 3 minutes or something? 3 minutes of weightlessness?
Then there was the Big Bang Theory, where they put those dorks up in a fake ISS. It was like the space station episode. And on the DVD set, man, I need to find that. The DVD set had a special on the making of for that Big Bang Theory episode where they showed them all doing weightlessness and like playing with objects in zero G. Like they had like necklaces floating around and the necklace string was like looping and crunching and floating around. It was all fucking CGI, like augmented reality.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like 10 years ago.
Yep. I mean, just the budget of a TV show in 2004, they were able to trick people into thinking that they actually went to space. Space cadets.
It's funny. So, like in American English, calling someone a space cadet's like calling them a retard.
Yeah. This was in 2004. 2004 technology on a TV show budget, and they literally tricked multiple people into thinking that they left the Earth in a capsule, went to space, and then the look on their face when they were looking out the window at the globe on a screen, but they thought it was real. They were all freaking out that they thought they were in space.
Then you found out that one of the astronauts for that Dragon that Dragon capsule, that SpaceX mission doing the circumpolar flight, that she specialized in like augmented and virtual reality, cinematography, special effects, and space shit on top of that.
Yeah, she was an expert on faking
Faking
what
space.
it looks like faking space from a capsule. Just a
What are the
coincidence.
chances, right? What are the chances you get an astronaut to do that? And she just happens to be like one of the world's foremost experts on faking space.
Yep, and it was meant to be
Yeah.
the first proper pole to pole to pole orbit. And then it also, she just happens to have been one of the main employees on One More Orbit in 2019.
Oh.
It's just another coincidence.
I mean, she's got the experience.
Yeah.
You can hire her.
I mean, they loved her resume.
So just to read out the official breakdown, Space Cadets 2005 was a Channel 4 reality show where British contestants were tricked into believing that they were training in Russia and flying to space, when they were actually on a former RAF base in Suffolk. Costing $5 million, it used actors, a flight simulator, and detailed sets to create the hoax, which lasted 2 weeks.
Damn.
So imagine if they never told them that they were being pranked. And they never told anyone that it was a prank, and they just told everyone that, look, we've sent people to space. Here's footage of them floating around. Well, here's footage of them in space looking at the globe from a capsule. Right? Here's the training they went through. Here's all the footage of the training. Here's them giving interviews about their experience in space, and you know, why would they be lying? They saw it. We could put them on a lie detector, and they're gonna pass the lie detector test. But they didn't really go there. And that's the way it happened.
Raise your hand if you ever had to take lie detector tests for work.
No, not me.
No.
I have.
Same.
You know, but they probably weren't lying either. Like, for all we know, they were told that it's just going to be a simulation and you're going to mimic, and, you know, you're doing a bit for kids because they want to see what it looks like in space. So you're going to simulate that.
Who are you talking about?
This person y'all were just talking about, where they were the
Well, this was
foremost
a reality
understanding about
TV
space.
show. They had about 10 people or something like that, and there were a couple of them that were in on it. And it's interesting if you watch it, because they did interviews, and they're like, wow, this is crazy. They're like, these people will believe anything that they get told, as long as it sounds like it's coming from an expert. And the people that were in on it were just shocked at how gullible these people were.
You know, I thought the same thing when I would watch that show Pawn Stars, and they would bring experts in to talk about these objects that people were pawning. They're like, "Oh, that object's worth like $50,000." I'm like, "How do you figure that?" Like you said, if they're an expert, anybody will listen to them. So that was what the show was. It's kind of like Big Brother, where they have like, you know, one or two people in on it, and everybody else is just following along.
Yeah. Yep. They got
It's
told that Yeah, definitely watch it. Just on YouTube. It's just on YouTube. Space Cadets.
Did they
So
tell
would
him
you like
at the
to?
end?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead, Yoder. My questions are becoming more redundant.
I was going to switch gears a bit and maybe ask DJ to review. I could debrief him on the debate between Ruhif and Nathan Thompson. Might be good to talk
Dude,
about.
I used to like Nathan Thompson. I used to think he
Me
had good
too.
arguments. Now, Nathan Thompson is either a complete retard or he's just like playing a character. He's playing some sort of role as a flat earther for his income or something like that. I'm not sure because I don't believe that he could be that disingenuous and have such bad arguments.
I watched the
if
video
anyone wants
too.
to, did you watch it?
Dude, yeah, I came to the same conclusion. I'm like, no, there's no freaking way he's saying this shit. Like he's playing a character.
Yeah. Just like he was playing a character when the apparent Harvard students in the chicken suits tricked him, right?
Yeah.
There's no way he can be that retarded. I will use that word because it's the accurate word to use, right? That he could have been tricked into dressing up in a chicken suit, right, and being in a mockumentary against Flat Earth and thinking that it was genuine. Like if you watch the series of that unsuccessful prank on Flat Earth by the so-called Harvard students, which were just pretending to be Harvard students. They were just YouTubers, right? And they apparently tricked Nathan Thompson, paid for him to come out to this place, and they said that they were going to test if the Earth's a globe or flat, and that they were flat earthers and blah blah blah. But the whole thing was clearly just a prank, and Nathan Thompson was clearly in on the prank without a doubt, and lying to everyone about the details about it. Now, yeah,
it's interesting.
The other day he had this debate with Ruhif. Ruhif is a slimy snake anti-flat earther. Okay, and he absolutely demolished Nathan Thompson in the debate and just made him look like an absolute fool and made flat earthers look stupid as well. It wasn't really Ruhif that did it, it was Nathan Thompson that did it. If anyone wants to watch it, just go to Modern Day Debate and watch the most recent debate with Ruhif versus Nathan Thompson. It's shocking.
I think what I just witnessed opened up a wider discussion, a discussion that's been ongoing within the undercurrents of some of us in 24/7 for years. And that is, it almost looks like the whole flat earth movement today, when you look at those people that were involved in the beginning and watch what they've become now, and look at their evolution over the years, it's almost like flat earth may have begun as some kind of like stupid freaking psyop of sorts, but it got legs and ended up being real. and some of these people, these early folks that were involved in it, call them fucking agents or plants, I don't care. They've been exposed, their mask has dropped, and we're left with actual real world measurements and proof that the earth is not a globe.
Are we for real, bro?
Yeah, like it backfired.
Earth is not flat, bro.
And like some of these ass clowns continue to make embarrassments of themselves, almost as if to drag down our community with them. Right? You got like Jared, you got a few other people in the mix. Nathan now, I would probably add to that after his piss poor performance.
And that stinks about Nathan because one of his arguments is one of my favorites. You don't know you're moving. How do you know you're moving? Like, that's one of my favorite questions to ask. And oddly enough, Ruhif is the reason why I started looking into refraction for bottom-up obstruction, because he showed me that laser bending upward. I'm like, wait, why is that laser bending upward and not downward?
Oh, when it bends up only over like 20 feet, but then you see that it's a mirage.
Ruhif butchered the shit out of refraction. Ruhif was saying that. So Ruhif doesn't seem to know that there's something called sinking, right? Which is like it's like a light version of an inferior mirage, where you don't have the total internal reflection, you don't have that mirroring effect noticeable. It just looks like something that would normally be visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. That's the actual definition of what it is. Sky Free demonstrates it hundreds of times in their videos brilliantly. Okay, and Ruhif doesn't seem to know that that exists. He says that nothing can appear to disappear bottom up unless there's an inferior mirage, and if there's an inferior mirage, you can see that obviously there's an inferior mirage taking place because of the mirroring effect, the band on the where the ground and the sky appear to meet. But yeah, unfortunately, Nathan Thompson had no idea what he was talking about. He was invoking what's it called, atmospheric magnification as the reason why things can appear to disappear bottom up, lensing or whatever. Don't think that's a good argument personally. There's no evidence that that happens other than using something that's not analogous to the atmosphere, like a Fresnel lens or a magnifying glass.
There is one observation that does show it, but like you said, he was making a bad argument. He didn't understand what he was saying. If y'all
Are you talking about the
know
one
anything,
where they're driving down that road and it looks like the yeah, I think that's just an optical illusion, in my opinion.
could be, but there's heat coming off of that thing, and so like I mentioned before, talking about the temperature inversion, the trapping of heat under cool air, and
Right, but why wouldn't that happen? That would happen all the time then.
I mean, it happens, just not.
Yeah,
just
have a look
not
at this in the
everywhere.
side chat though. Right, which moon's the bigger moon?
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, you can have more extreme versions of this. I've seen optical illusions where you're like, no freaking way are those lines the same length. No way in the world. That's impossible. And then someone will just move one line next to the other one and you're like, what the hell? Like, that is crazy how easily we can be tricked like that. I think it's something along those lines. I think there is also some merit to the magnification effect, and we absolutely know it can happen vertically. Whether it can happen horizontally is a different question.
Yeah, well, we can see it happen horizontally with the windmill video that I put out there.
Towering. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens with towering. We see it with the sun. We see it with Skunk Bay. Super common effect. Yeah, towering, absolutely, and stooping, the opposite of towering. And I think that.
Now, I'm not complaining to know exactly what's going on. I'm just saying, like, this could be a reason why.
Yeah, it's compelling, and it does act. I mean, the actual mainstream go-to definition of mirage, right, from the American Meteorological Society, says in the first sentence that the atmosphere acts like a lens.
Right.
But
and if you take
not like a magnifying glass, really. Go ahead, Chief.
Well, yeah. Well, so you see the shrinking mill, and you see as you get closer, like what happens when you with a camera, right? You want to zoom into something far away. The camera lens itself, it expands right away from the camera, and it creates that it narrows the angle. Refraction that occurs in that lens is bringing the image closer to you in that aspect, and that's what I say is happening in the shrinking mill. If y'all find the shrinking mill in Canada, where they drive down that road and you see the mill, and it literally looks like it dead ends into that. But as you get closer, it shrinks, and then once you get on top, you realize the mill isn't even there. There's a berm there. It's actually down below the berm, and so from the other end of the road, when you start to approach it, it's being lifted up and it's being magnified. And that's why I make that argument. But like I said, I can't truly explain it in full detail. That's just what compelled me to make that argument.
Well, Dr. John D actually demonstrates some of this. Sorry, go ahead.
I've seen that effect in person, and I implore you to find tree tunnels in your local area, find objects at the end of those tunnels, and drive towards them. You'll see something similar.
Yep.
So during the Rampion wind farm demonstration, Dr. John D talks about the width of the pylons of the windmills. And he says, look, those windmill pylons are conducting heat. You know, they're radiated by the sun's energy and they're warm. They're much, much, much warmer, hotter than the surrounding air. And that's why some of the windmills that are further beyond the nearer windmills, miles beyond the nearer windmills, appear to be almost as thick as the nearer windmills because of the lensing effect due to the heat of the windmills against the backdrop in the surrounding air that's very cold.
Great point. Never noticed that. Have a look in the side chat. Checks out.
Did Ruhev try to bring up the final experiment?
Nope.
He brought up LIGO and totally butchered, misrepresented it. It was disappointing.
That's good. They've given up on the final experiment.
Ruhev
what were the
claimed that
points?
LIGO. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. No.
Just say, okay, so Ruhev brought up that LIGO, during the construction of LIGO at the Louisiana version, so there are several LIGOs, right? There's one, I think, in Chicago, one in Louisiana, one in Washington State. But he said the one in Louisiana used earth curvature in order to do the excavation and the alignment of the laser through the tunnel. And they had to basically, on one end, if you can imagine a dome of Earth, a globe Earth, on the far right end, you would have to be basically bent up from the ground. And on the far left, you'd have to be bent up from the ground. And it meets in the middle, right? And by bending them up from relative to the ground, you make a straight tunnel. So he's saying that this is basically what they did. They excavated a cord essentially through the curvature of the Earth. That's the claim, but I've got some survey notes from surveys that were done at all the sites. And what I have written down here from the notes is that at each of the sites, they use differential GPS. Differential GPS is a very highly localized GPS reckoning that not only takes into account the GPS satellite network, but also local radio stations, cell towers, and even people's Wi-Fi emitters in their houses for their routers. And all of these different sources allows them to produce very accurate, very high fidelity coordinate fixes. And the other interesting thing is DGPS, differential GPS, uses a localized tangent plane. That is to say, they do not consider the curvature of the Earth when using DGPS. They render your location and all points relative to you as if it existed on a flat plane. And I've got these survey reports that describes how DGPS was used in order to construct the LIGO at the Washington site as if Earth was on a flat tangent plane relative to WGS-84 in accordance with how DGPS works. In other words, they did not take into account the curvature of the Earth. I've got one more paper. Holy crap, what's going on? Sounds like a bunch of chickens cackling in the background. Can somebody mute the hens? Freaking cackling hen. I've got another report that says that that an independent survey company was brought in to validate the z-axis of the LIGO arms. So basically, in other words, they were brought in to make sure that the tunnel was straight and not curving with the curvature of the Earth, but actually straight, even though Earth may be curved. And in this report, towards the end, they say that they were unable to validate the z-axis that was provided by the original construction of the LIGO arm, which means they were incapable of discerning whether or not the LIGO arm was curving with the drop over distance of the curvature of the Earth. So both of these are on 24/7, our home server. I think Indio has them, so if you like do a name search for Indio and type in LIGO, you're going to find all this. Definitely worth researching, and it's really interesting how Ruhev seems to have misrepresented the claims.
Yeah, so exactly. Good point. Check out what Sheepdog posted. Just taking it back to the last conversation about magnification. That is a trippy one, right? 2 minutes after the hour. But that's not just vertical stretching, right? That's a point Ruhif made when Nathan Thompson tried to bring up magnification. He said magnification does happen, but it only happens vertically. But we can see in this, what looks like an inferior mirage, they're not just magnifying vertically, they're magnifying in every way.
All right, so Ruhif, if you're listening and if that's true, can you show us an inferior mirage where boats are going over the horizon and they're flipped upside down and disappearing from the top to the bottom?
Well, he basically hand wave dismissed any observation at lower altitude. So he shat on all the surveyors, every single glober that's made a claim from any lower altitude. And his argument was that you have to be up at a certain altitude, and then you can accurately just predict what the refraction would be. And he used the Canigou observation where the sun passes over Canigou, it silhouettes it, and the top of Canigou should be well below the curvature of the Earth. You shouldn't be able to see it, but he said that that's a globe proof because the flat earthers didn't take refraction into account, so Ruhif decided to guess the refraction based off the globe, I'm guessing, based off the refraction coefficient, which presupposes a globe. And then once you take that into account, then all of a sudden it's a globe.
Wow, so he needs to put up where his back-engineered refraction index corresponds to the true meteorological conditions as measured at that place throughout the day. We're talking
it's just predictable. It's just predictable. Yeah. He said you can just guess it.
Yep. They should get like the weather for that day, the water temperature for that day, and they should go, oh, the air temperature and the water temperature, if you ratio that together, the refraction should be this. Plug it in and say, yep, see, there's the refraction.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hello there.
General Kenobi. Yeah, the other thing Ruhif said was in a Canigou photograph, he said the black was the horizon. Whereas no evidence that it is the horizon.
Uh-huh. Good point. Yeah, we can't be guessing the refractive index. Okay, anyone can go to Google right now and they can type in mirage in mountains and you're going to see all sorts of crazy shit from altitude. So to say that the atmospheric refraction once you go up past a certain height is controlled not by the temperature gradient, by the natural decrease in the atmospheric pressure as you go up in altitude. Well, no, we can see mirages from plains. We can see mirages from mountaintops, like crazy ones. So if you have a look in the side chat,
you can see mirages over ice lakes.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's
I've got a mirage which the ground level is not miraged, and then higher up is miraged.
Yeah. You can see an inferior and a superior mirage at the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite often these mirages have nothing to do with some sort of uniform change in the vertical temperature gradient, which controls the refractive index. Usually it's caused by some turbulent layer of air, right? Or some pocket of air where you have like a sudden change, a drastic change all of a sudden in the refractive index, and that's what's going to create this chaos, not some uniform gradient.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
like
more
a
in the side
temperature
chat there.
inversion or something.
Yeah, it's turbulence, a turbulent patch of air, like you know, you can be walking along and then all of a sudden you get into like some hot patch of air. You're like, damn,
What always happens,
changes.
DJ? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
What always happens too is whenever there's a mirage, refraction, whatever you want to call it, reflection, TIR, total internal, you're going to get some kind of reduction in fidelity. Always, always, always. And it's because the medium, the conditions that you're looking through is chaotic and random and doesn't know what the image is supposed to look like that's well beyond that the light from the image is being distorted through. Right? I mean, it's not like the air says, "Oh, that's a boat in the far distance. There's a Jimmy Neutron over there. We're gonna flip the boat upside down and move it further lower towards the surface, and we're gonna increase image fidelity so Jimmy Neutron's gonna see a perfect spitting image of that boat flipped upside down underneath it."
Nice.
You know, there's going to be some reduction in image fidelity as a telltale sign of when the conditions that are present are not clear, are not uniform. So when we have perfectly clear, uniform, high fidelity images, hyper zoomed with a shitty sensor like on a P900, and we can resolve amazing detail, things that are in the far distance, I like to ask, what is the evidence that there's refraction? You're going to have to demonstrate that there's some kind of loss in fidelity due to the medium that we're peering through. This applies to terrestrial refraction claims. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the image is going to be warbled and distorted, and not due to sensor resolution limitations. It's going to be due to meteorological, atmospheric limitations. It's going to be due to the chaotic soup that you're looking through, if that is indeed happening the way they say it is. So when you can see the bottom of an oil rig at 9.4 miles from 10 inches off the ground, that's one hell of a claim that over miles you don't have a loss of fidelity and you're claiming terrestrial refraction at the same time. That is just fucked up.
Well, yeah, what they're claiming is extreme downward bending of light, and that would be allowing us to see further. But even according to the mainstream, when we have more extreme downward bending of light, so when we have a little bit of downward bending of light, we could have a little bit of looming, right? This all falls under the category of superior mirage, the opposite of inferior mirage. Okay, when the light will be deviating downward towards the cooler air down lower, and then if you just have a little bit of downward bending, okay, it's just a little bit cooler down lower, then you have looming. And then if you have more, then you have the superior mirage. And then you have even more than that, right, of a change in the refractive index gradient. Then you start to get crazy, extreme superior mirages like Fata Morganas and things like that. Now, they're trying to tell us that we should be able to see further. The more the light bends down, the further we should be able to see beyond the curvature of the Earth. But if you have a look at the images that I just posted in the side chat, we can see much less distance when we have what they would consider extreme downward bending of light, and we have the same oil platforms with extreme Fata Morgana situation. Okay, we don't see further. We see less distance. It's more destructive when we have more extreme refraction.
That's a lot of inversion layers. That's crazy.
Yeah. So when they're saying like the original Black Swan image, right? That's extreme refraction. No, this is extreme refraction. This is way more, right? This is a Fata Morgana. This is a textbook definition Fata Morgana, which would be an extreme version of a superior mirage, which would mean you have extreme downward bending of the light. So they're all over the place. They contradict themselves. They're butchering the mainstream claims of how refraction works.
So I'm tempted right now to steel man the globe. And let me steel man the globe by suggesting something that you probably haven't heard of before and nobody's ever heard of in chat. Ooh. All right, here it goes. The water temperature above the surface of the camera in the Black Swan, right there at the shoreline, is going to be warmer. And the water temperature cools with distance as it gets deeper and deeper and deeper out towards the oil rigs. Therefore, the observer is staring through a gradient of air that cools with distance and thus bends around the curvature of the Earth.
Why would it bend around the curvature of Earth?
Because it's cooling, so it will bend, but it looks straight. Because
So
if it cooled over a flat surface, then you'd have the sinking.
How much temperature change would be required to actually cause the refraction of the light to curve at the rate that you're claiming it ought to?
I don't know exactly, but if I were to take a wild guess, the shoreline that has the water lapping up against it is quite warm, and the water over at an oil rig 9 miles out is going to be freaking freezing cold.
What if we just went up in altitude to say a lookout that's quite high, like 50 feet up in the air?
That'd probably do you a bit better.
All right, I'll post one.
So you're talking about a horizontal gradient.
Yeah, the horizontal gradient. Horizontal gradient, sorry. This is the horizontal gradient, guys. I'm steel manning the globe. It's the horizontal gradient that is often shown deridingly in these images with the vertical columns that increase in density with the observer over the curvature of the Earth. There it is. It's warm at the observer from 1 foot off the ground and freaking freezing cold above the oil rig 9 miles out in the deep ocean. Increasing in density. And the reason why it looks flat is because the Earth is curved, bitches.
Right, so we could just go up a bit in altitude, and then that would kind of
where it mixes more uniformly. Yep. So
right. I got that. "76-foot height, Black Swan 76-foot height." All right, let's go.
I see what you're doing. Shut him down, sheepdog, with the road, but the road is not that far. It's not that long. You have a relatively uniform temperature above the road, the entire sight line. Therefore, I would expect to see some kind of subrefraction effects like that.
Again, I'm
And how
still
do you
manning
explain?
the globe, guys. Caveat.
Yes. How do you then explain?
Whoop. Roboting.
How do you then explain when there's not as much refraction and you still see farther?
How do you know there's not as much refraction and you're seeing farther?
Well, I'm using distortion as my ruler for how much refraction is actually being observed.
Yes.
Me and the
Look,
object.
you get a gold star. You were listening. There's a loss of image fidelity, and anytime there's kind of an invocation of refraction, there has to be. It's absolute. Very good.
Very nice. You have done it, tactical droid. You win the prize.
Tactical droid for moderator. You get a green label in 24/7.
We have the 76-foot observation in the side chat with the math and stuff in the GIF.
Love it. Yeah, that's good. So, in this way, like you don't just need to be low on the ground. You need some long distance imagery work from higher off the ground, and even higher, and even higher. Like the more data, the better.
Yeah, I agree. Some globers will try to dismiss certain arguments based on the height of the observer. So we could go all the way from 3 inches from that Canada Lake experiment all the way up to 30,000 feet, Jay Tolan.
Boom, yeah, and then infrared, which is just like holy shit.
It turns out that air-to-ground observations or ground-to-air observations aren't considered to fall under the category of terrestrial refraction.
Ooh.
It's a subcategory kind of thing that hasn't really been defined as yet, but they kind of just throw it in there as vertical refraction. It's more on par with astronomical refraction. Even though
what if we were standing
even
on
though
Mount
the
Everest?
light hasn't entered from outside the atmosphere, as is claimed by the globe when it comes to
Sounds
astronomical
like super and sub refraction. Have you heard of those before?
Yeah, I heard it mentioned.
I come across super and sub refraction in surveying. They're different than terrestrial, different than astronomical refraction.
Right, but terrestrial refraction is going to involve any type of refraction which is coming from a point source on the surface.
Yeah, terrestrial refraction requires the curvature of the Earth to be present in it. But super and sub refraction, not necessarily.
I disagree. I'm just going to point out my disagreement. We've already gone back and forth with.
I know. The descriptions of super and sub refraction don't necessarily take in the curvature of the Earth. They just take into consideration the density gradient above and below, like going up from the Earth. There's no Earth curvature in there. Now they can add it in.
From the research that I've done, it seems very consistent that atmospheric refraction is just the claim. It's like the blanket statement for any refraction in the atmosphere. And then we have subcategories starting with the ground level, which would be the terrestrial, like the Earth. Okay. And when you're looking at something that's a terrestrial object, okay, like an oil platform or a mountain or anything like that, it's just refraction in relation to looking at something that's terrestrial. It has nothing to do with whether the Earth's a globe or not. but it is very, very often butchered by people that believe that the Earth's a globe, and they will presuppose that and add the globe, right, add the radius into their terrestrial refraction calculations. That is, I think, fallacious and incorrect to do, and that should be called out. But just in general, terrestrial refraction should just be referring to anything that is related to the deviation of the light in relation to a terrestrial object that you're looking at.
I would get that, but there is the standard terrestrial refraction that incorporates the R value.
Yeah, that's where it comes to butchering the actual definition of it, because none of the actual definitions of terrestrial refraction have anything to do with an R value or anything like that in it. It's just only if you presuppose the Earth's a globe and then you add it in. What's that?
Did Andrew Thomas Young butcher it?
Well, he doesn't have a definition of terrestrial refraction on his website. I don't think. I'm sure I have.
7/6R.
Yeah, that's not in the definition of terrestrial refraction. I got tons of definitions. Like the
I know, I do too, but I thought he was like famously parading 7/6R.
Yeah. That's when the globers start to butcher something simple that's terrestrial refraction. Like you could like terrestrial refraction would count as like a sky-free observation, like on a flat floor inside their house. It's still terrestrial refraction. You would never obviously add 7/6R in that case, right? Because it's a flat floor, but it's still terrestrial. Or if you were to do it over, say, like that one with the little boat or something like that on a flat piece of ground that's been leveled out like that or flattened out, it still counts as terrestrial refraction because it's a terrestrial observation. But yeah, I think we kind of do agree with each other that the mainstream subject matter experts think that they're on a globe, so they will incorporate the radius value when they talk about it.
Well,
which is butchering.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, India?
Well, Andrew Thomas Young on his page admits that 7/6R is simplified. It's just a simplified model. I don't think he makes any claim to it being accurate. I think it's more like what would you call it? An intellectual exercise than it is. This is what's happening.
Yeah. And a rule of thumb.
Well, what I don't like is when in the literature they have the K constant, the K value, which is the reciprocal of the radius to, some other radius ray.
Right.
They're literally making it a unit of measure. They're making the globe in the deviation, the globe a unit of measure, which is crazy, dude. So you start with the globe and then you measure the light. And whatever it is, that means that light curved at some radius which is proportional to the globe. Right? A K constant.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's assuming you have a uniform conditions.
Well, I mean, whatever it is, right? They got 20. Yeah, exactly. So they got like you've seen it in Walter Bisman's, right? With a K constant, it's like 200 or something, or 20,000. When you max out the where it has the effective radius, that effective radius is, he calculates the K value, and then that will spit out the quote unquote effective radius, meaning how flat it looks.
Which means if you net out the curvature of the Earth, you should be able to get the meteorological condition at that time.
Should. That's impossible.
Yeah.
Good luck, man. I'll give you like $100 if you can just take some video and then write down the weather conditions that day. It's like 40 degrees Celsius and 30% humidity, and I'll give you $100. You can do that.
And then
you can do it 1 out of 1,000. If you can do it once out of 1,000, I'll give you $100.
That'd be funny, dude. Like, yeah, here's the weather report We can derive the Earth's radius from it.
Well, then they get, oh, here's what I see. And since the Earth is a globe and everything is displaced by this much, the weather should be this. Right? That's what it should be. It should be reversible.
Yeah. What I was trying to say now, what I've read in the literature is that like super and subrefraction don't necessarily take in the R value at all.
Well, in radar, I haven't really seen the subrefraction thing in radar. In reference to radar, yeah, I've never seen it in like the microwave or visible light. I've never seen it in that, or X band or anything else. Wonders, is just GPS refracted?
Yeah, like at low glancing angles to the satellites. Maybe that's why they don't acquire signals from below 14 degrees or whatever the fuck.
Oh, that's why they use the tangent plane. We solved it. That's why they're doing it, because it's locally flat.
To me, the smoking gun is that the horizon is the only thing that seems to move in relationship to other things, right? So in the black swan, you have what should be, right, a geometric physical earth hump move behind two oil rigs, right, magically by refraction. It changes its actual physical position or apparent position based on the weather. I would figure that everything physical would be moving consistently, staying in the same location or relationship locally to whatever the other objects are around it. So if you're just going to arbitrarily make the Earth flatter with an equator or a K value, well, then you've already told us that on this day you just see farther.
I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, that's in Indio's video with the black swan and talking about the behavior of light. Like it's basically mathematically moving the curvature of the Earth, and this creates a speed of light violation. Besides an obstruction issue.
Right.
Yeah, you would need superluminal light to, whatever it is, to leapfrog. It's like leapfrog. The light that's propagating from the further away horizon is somehow leapfrogging, or the light that's close is leapfrogging to the behind or something.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I've pointed this out a few times in all the demonstrations. The Glovers do their butane and their dry ice, CO2 gas, and their methane, and go, look, refraction can pick things up over the curve. In none of those videos do you see the horizon in those videos move around, right? The horizon being the edge of their butane container or piece of cardboard or whatever they're using. You never see it move 1 millimeter. You don't see it shift at all.
No. It usually just looks like turbulence, honestly.
They're still using flat gradients too, not curving gradients.
Can you simulate a curving gradient? How would you do that?
I don't know. It's like how do you get a bunch of gas molecules to not only curve in a gradient but also rotate themselves in the gradient? Oh, gravity does that.
But hang on, if you claim a curved line of sight, then you're throwing away any ability to use it as a tangent plane.
I agree.
Well, if your line of sight, it's supposed to be the horizontal reference itself. and you don't know if it's curving or not because you're a glober, then your measurements are all fucked up. And then they try to rectify that, right, by dropping a plumb line. But then they're like, oh fuck, I don't know if my plumb line's curved either.
Just in relation to the super refraction that people try to claim, I don't think there's such a thing as this super refraction where you can have a long distance observation that doesn't show any distortion, right? And everything looks nice and clear, and we do it during the day and we do it during the night, and everything looks exactly the same.
Yeah,
right?
horizontal.
Like 21 mile Great Salt Lake observation, perfect example. And they're claiming it's this super magical refraction. They're calling it super refraction. I think with visible light, there's no such thing. And I think this super refraction already has a name, and it's extremely destructive, and it's called a superior mirage and a fata morgana. And it's obvious, and we're not going to use that in an observation if that's happening to claim anything.
Yeah, if they're claiming super refraction makes the curved surface look flat, and you're looking out into the distance over greater and greater amounts of curve, then they're claiming that in order for the image itself to not lose fidelity, that all the light that you're seeing that's being reflected off of that curving surface are taking different curving angles, arc angles, in order to reach your eye. And that somehow the atmosphere is modifying each angle such that they conform to the curvature of the Earth, the same lapse rate as you would see.
Yeah.
And that's just fucking insane. Because it's in reality, that's not going to be the case. And in reality, what would happen as a consequence of that is a loss of fidelity.
Right. And, prove us wrong, right? I was talking with Cosmos and Mez and all of those idiots in politics over the other day about this, and they kept going on about super refraction. I'm like, all right, well, okay, if you want to make a claim that there's something called super refraction, show me the definition from a mainstream source, not ChatGPT, okay, that explains exactly what super refraction is. I can't find that definition. And then show it to me, right? Show a situation where we have super refraction present in an observation where they took everything into account to the best of their ability that they could, and it matches up with a globe. And
yeah, without any detectable chromatic separation either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they just spazzed out and got angry at me for asking for them to back their claims up.
If refraction existed the way that they claim it is happening all the time, then you'd see fucking rainbows everywhere.
We'd see all kinds of crazy shit, man.
Like a
like we'd see like double images of stuff and upside down stuff. I mean, occasionally we do see upside down stuff, but like it's really weird that how not only is the air acting like a lens, it's actually like a perfect lens. It just magnifies everything evenly and most of the time, right? Because it has to be magnifying everything like generally most of the time, according to those guys. Like it's just so selective. It only picks things up over the curve. Like that's the only thing it does out of all the stuff lenses could possibly do. Just that one thing.
Yeah.
And then you look behind you, and it's the same.
Right, exactly. That's why I like the Great Salt Lake one once again, because we don't have a horizon and sky in the distance. We have mountains, and then we have a look at some of these closer up images, which I'm uploading now into the side chat. And not only do we have all of the water perfectly lifting up beyond the geometric horizon to the exact right height, we also have the entire shoreline, and then it's 2 more kilometers from the shoreline to that smokestack. And then we have a mining town, and then we have all the mountains in the background. And they're claiming that in these next images, okay, so this is the nighttime from 21 miles away. This is the daytime shot from 21 miles away. that this crazy super refraction's happening. It's not only lifting up all of the water to the perfect height, it's doing it with everything in the background as well, including the mountains.
Yeah, the exact amount to make it all look flat. Even though it has to pick it up differently. Yeah, it has to pick up, like, because it's supposed to be an exponential curve, right? So it has to be even more refraction further away. Because it has to pick it up even further. Can't be linear, has to be exponential refraction. That's why Matt pisses me off with this. It's only 0.0007 degrees per mile. Dude, that is so dishonest. It's just the most dishonest false equivalence. I mean, it's technically true.
No, it's wrong, dude, because every point of light is going to have to bend at a different rate to reach your eye from different distances.
Yeah, I looked into
that.
That's
right, because I pointed that out.
That's the wrong math.
Yeah, that's right. It can't be linear. Yeah, I pointed that out to him. Now I think about it. I think the last time I talked to him, I said, Matt, that would be linear. How could the deflection be linear if the curve is exponential? Then he said I have to go or something.
Like, do you guys believe in some sort of like a religion or cult by any chance?
No, we're not the globe believers. That would be you that's in the cult.
He's trying so hard for it to be not about geometry.
No, are you guys like...
You're a heliocentrist. Void, you're a heliocentrist, aren't you?
No, I'm not a heliocentrist.
You're not a heliocentrist, so you don't believe the Earth goes around the sun?
No, that was like before Galileo and shit.
Wow, so you don't even know what you're talking about, because that's the mainstream belief. So you're a geocentric glober? You think the sun goes around the Earth?
No, the Earth goes around the sun.
Hey, so you're a heliocentrist.
Yeah, I'm heliocentrist. Sorry to correct myself.
Beep, boop, boop. Blue screen.
And the sun goes around the Milky Way.
Silly globers.
Correct.
Void, do you think the ground is spinning right now?
Yes.
Relative to us, no.
Relative to you, no. So the ground is stationary?
No, it's spinning.
No. Oh, it is spinning. How fast do you think it's spinning?
Relative to us, no. Relative to the Earth,
us, no. But it is spinning, right? It is or it isn't spinning?
Yes.
Just be straightforward.
I wouldn't say the ground is spinning. The Earth is spinning overall.
Oh, so the ground is not part of the Earth?
Hey, Cyclone, the Earth is spinning and you're spinning too with it.
Yes.
Am I? Am I? See,
but the ground is not spinning.
This is the religion, guys. You guys are in the religion. That's your religion, the spinning ground religion. How fast does your religion tell you that the ground is spinning?
So how would you explain a night and
No.
days?
It's not, how do I explain? I don't believe the ground is spinning. How fast do you think the ground is spinning?
It completes one rotation in one day.
So what speed is that?
I don't know.
You don't know. You believe it.
Something like that.
What?
Yeah, you have to do mathematical calculation for that.
It's hundreds of thousands, if I'm not wrong.
Hundreds of thousands, and yet when you go outside, you detect no motion of the ground whatsoever.
Yeah, relative to us, no, yes.
Right.
Relative to us, there's no motion because
just a belief. So it's just a belief you have.
No, man, you need to understand that we are spinning too.
I understand. You guys believe. You guys have a belief contrary to your experienced reality that the ground is moving. hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. Why do you believe that?
Because I can see the sky changing. I can see the day and nights.
Right. What's that got to do with the ground you believe is spinning?
Earth spins.
No. You can go outside. There's no spin of the ground.
Hey, Cyclone.
So why is darkness? Why is there sun? Why is there light?
So why do you have that belief?
No, it's not a belief. It's a fact.
It is a belief because you don't experience the ground moving, do you?
As I told you, relative to us, you know about relativity, right?
Yeah, it means that's your excuse for you not experiencing the ground spinning, but you believe it is. That's the word you use instead of religion. You say relative. When what you mean is religion. The spinning ground religion.
Bro, have you seen a fucking elephant?
Have I seen an elephant? Wow. So how does an elephant tell you the ground's moving at hundreds of thousands?
No, but you do believe that elephants exist, right? Exactly.
Okay.
That's the point he's trying to make.
Yeah. So you believe the ground is spinning at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour because of elephants?
Yes.
Is that right?
Bro, are you like what the fuck?
Well, then why are you talking about elephants?
You're deviating from the point. It's a metaphor.
Come on, guys. I'm asking you to figure out. Try and figure out what possible reason you have to believe the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour.
Yeah, because I believe elephants exist. For your simple brain.
Okay, so
yeah, exactly. For fucking elephants.
Well, that's retarded.
That's fucking retarded for you.
That's
you
about
believe
what
elephants exist even though you haven't seen any elephants.
Yeah, that's what I expect from you globe believers. Elephants, therefore the ground is spinning.
Right. That's fantastic, bro. What a tool.
That's pretty good, right, guys? That's good stuff. That's the best globe proof we've heard all day. Elephants.
That was an analogy, man.
No, that was his reason for believing the ground is spinning. He said. Elephants. It doesn't really make any sense. Your religion sounds weird.
But still, how do you explain days and nights?
What do you mean? What do I need to explain about days and nights?
So if Earth is not revolving, how the sky is changing according to you?
Well, you just said it. The sky is changing.
The sky is changing, but what's the mechanism? Why is it happening?
What do you mean?
No, I need a reason to know that.
No, you don't. You don't have a reason to believe the ground is spinning, but you believe that. Why are you pretending you need a reason all of a sudden? Your entire globe belief is based on no reason whatsoever. You were just told it. I'll just tell you the sky's moving. What's the difference?
The sky is not moving, man. The sky is.
That's what you said. You said the sky is
moving.
No,
I said Earth is moving. I said ground is moving.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence for that. You just said you observed the sky moving.
No, I said the sky is changing.
Yeah, as in it's moving. The things in the sky appear to move.
No, as the Earth moves, the skies change.
Well, the Earth. What evidence do you have that the Earth's moving? As far as you can tell, the Earth is not moving, unless you're in an earthquake or something. What happened to that Void guy? Oh, he's spazzing out. Oh, someone muted him. No, he's spazzing out.
Oh, well,
all right,
he'll just get banned in a moment if he keeps it up.
Void, explain the elephant thing again. How do the elephants tell you the ground is spinning?
Do you believe dolphins exist?
Why are you asking me about what do I believe?
No, because we'll come to a conclusion after
you're
that.
You're trying to prove that the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour, remember? You said elephants.
Because in order to come to a conclusion, I have to ask you this question.
No.
So,
Your
do
belief
you
in the
believe
ground
dolphins
spinning.
exist?
My belief has nothing to do with your deciding that the ground is spinning, unless your evidence for the ground spinning is my beliefs, which wouldn't make any sense, even less sense than your elephant comment. It's on you, Void. This is about what you believe. You said the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour, you believe, and then we asked you why, and then you spoke about elephants, and now you're trying to ask what I believe. Are you confused about your own belief?
Bro, you're trolling at this point.
No, I'm inquiring about your claim. You claimed the ground spinning at thousands of miles an hour. I asked why you believed that. You started talking about elephants. Everyone heard you.
Because of belief.
Yeah.
Because of belief.
Is that not what he said?
Yeah, because of belief. That's the answer.
Okay, so you just believe it.
I've never seen a dolphin, but I believe dolphins exist.
So it's just a belief you have that the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour.
Partly, yes.
Why do you believe that?
Because I have some sort of trust in multiple global institutions.
Multiple
and,
global institutions. Which
correct.
one? Which one told you the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour?
For example, the U.S. Even if, let's say, your government is lying to us, North
Faith in the
Koreans,
US
they would have
government.
an incentive
So
to.
what evidence did the U.S. government give you that you have placed your faith in like a religion? Did they tell you to say the elephant thing?
If a flat earther asks you why you think the earth is spinning, just tell them about elephants.
That sounds like an
Oh,
elephant food.
Classic.
I would say
So what
half of
evidence
you
did they give
guys,
you?
look, half of you guys
Half of you
just
guys.
just want some sort
Why are
of
you
comic
talking
book
about us?
effect.
Why are you
Half
talking
of
about
you
us?
guys just want some sort of
exactly so.
comic book
This is what he
effect, and half of you are just a bunch of fucking
Listen,
retards.
your elephant-based spinning ground belief has nothing to do with us. You just said it was to do with the U.S. government. So how does the U.S. government convince you that the ground is spinning because of elephants?
See?
What was the evidence they gave you?
No. The way you frame it is just completely trolling, man. But I get it. Okay.
Well, no.
It's like
But, well, to be fair,
Maybe they showed him an elephant.
It was very retarded what you said. So yes, I am trolling you a bit because it was very stupid. But now
Exactly.
you realize that was stupid, and you won't say something stupid like that again, hopefully. So now I'm asking you seriously because you said, well, my belief in the ground spinning at thousands of miles an hour comes from the U.S. government. So I said, well, what evidence did the U.S. government give you that made you believe it?
Look, my government gave me that. And
give you what? Your government gave you what?
They taught us in school, so I have.
They taught you in
some
school.
sort of.
Okay, but what? I asked what evidence they gave you, not what they told
Based
you.
on what? So did they say we know the Earth is spinning because now fill in the blank?
Because we could observe it, we could quantify it.
No,
we can
you
have
can't observe it. You can't observe it. No, you don't observe it. That's the whole point. That's why we're challenging your belief.
Look,
that's why you said it's a belief you have because you don't observe or experience it. And now we're trying to find out where this belief of yours comes from. And you said you were taught it in school. Fine. So were we. What evidence did they give you though? Or did they just say, this is the case, believe it, write it down on the tests?
All right. So let's put that aside. Like, if you ever have traveled through like an aeroplane, they don't go straight to the destination.
Yeah.
They go in a curvature.
Yeah,
right?
they treat the Earth as motionless. They don't believe they don't treat the Earth as spinning. So that won't help you in this regard.
So are the airline companies lying to us?
Oh dear.
When
No,
what? When
they're
they
not.
say
They're
that
not.
they
They're
treat
not
the Earth as
telling.
flat and stationary? No, they're not lying.
They're not. They're not telling you, "Hey, Void, enjoy the flight. We're going to navigate this spinning ball ground beneath us." No, they don't tell you
No.
that.
Why do they go in a curvature? Why don't they go straight if
They
Earth is
don't. They don't. They don't. They don't. They don't. They don't account for any curvature as they're flying. They treat the ground as flat and motionless when they fly.
true,
That's how they're
true,
taught to
but they
fly.
still
True,
they
true,
don't
right,
go.
okay. So it's not going to do much good to speak about flying planes because as far as that goes, they're just flying over a flat, motionless Earth. That would be what we are talking about. You're talking about this spinning ball ground religion. That's what you're
Why
trying
would
to
a
teach.
flight from London to New York go above Greenland, go through Greenland,
Why would you
not
have a
not
belief?
directly?
Why would you have a belief in a spinning ball ground with no evidence?
No, no. Why are you deviating from the question? Why do they go over
No. You
Greenland?
deviated from the
Why do
question,
they go over
remember?
Greenland?
Because we were
Why do they
asking
go over
you
Greenland?
what evidence you were given for your claim that the ground is spinning hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. That was the question which you have tried to deviate from. Remember?
So you don't have any answer for that.
Well, I've demonstrated the point. You have no reason to believe in this ground spinning at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. Do you agree?
Even if I agree to your point, these airline companies, why do they go over Greenland and not through the Atlantic Strait? Why?
Why don't you go and ask them?
Why don't you fucking sue them then? They are
You want me to
defrauding you.
sue? You want me to sue the airlines? Why would I sue the
Yeah,
airlines? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say to
you'll
them?
be a multimillionaire if you win the
What
lawsuit.
should I sue them for?
For,
For treating the
charging
Earth as
extra
flat
fuel.
and motionless?
Yeah, sue them.
No,
You'll be a
that's
multimillionaire. You'll
treating
be a
the Earth as
billionaire,
it
bro.
is. I can't
No,
sue
no,
them
sue.
for treating
How
the
about
Earth
this,
as
guys?
it really is.
All
They
of you
fly.
guys
They
just
fly
go and
over a
sue these
flat,
airline
motionless Earth.
companies because they're charging
I
you
think
for
you
extra
should
miles.
sue your school. I think you should sue your school because they convinced you that the ground's spinning at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour, and you've just realized they gave you no evidence at all.
You're still deviating. Like, why
No,
don't you sue the airline company, bro?
That's the original point. That's what we were discussing. You're the one who's deviated. And I know why. Because you don't have any evidence. You don't know why you believe in a spinning ball Earth. Well, you do. It was because you were told it.
And because planes go over Greenland.
Jeez. It's silly, this whole globe belief thing, isn't it?
Yeah, elephants in Greenland. I get it now.
Yeah. See, I mean, it just takes like 10 minutes of thinking about it, and you can tell how silly the whole thing is.
What about lunar eclipse? What's the
What about it?
shadow of the? What's the from which object? From which object
The
is
darkening, the darkening
is
on
the
the moon
shadow
during
on
the
the moon?
lunar eclipse?
Ah,
Oh, you mean the darkening? Yeah, what shadow? What shadow?
Yeah, Luke.
Yeah, the
you've
shadow,
been
the
told.
darkening, the whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, yeah. But what if it's not a shadow?
Can somebody explain that here?
Nah, don't really need to
I
explain
don't
it.
think you could.
I thought so. I thought so.
By the way,
Well, how would you
all
explain
of
it?
you, all of
How
you
would you
guys
explain
believe in
it?
religion,
Hold
right?
on,
All of
Void.
you.
Hold on, Void. Void, there's another Glober who's about to fall on his sword. You should just chill. Now you're off the hook. So, Luke, how do you explain it?
Well, the sun, the Earth is aligned with the moon, right?
How do you know that?
Well, how do you know it's not?
Well, that's not okay. So you don't know that. You don't know that's
There's a
what it is. Then.
concession. That's a
That's a
concession.
concession immediately. So you don't know that. There you go.
Well, we know that.
Oh, how do you know that, Luke?
There's many things that you guys cannot explain.
Okay, well, you can't explain it either, as you've just demonstrated.
This is just like an example of,
Hey, Luke.
how the Earth is.
Come on, give me your.
round.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. You give me your explanation of how it works. It's not your explanation. The story you were told as a child and never thought to question. Tell us that.
You guys only see like
it's not about you guys. It's not about me. It's not about me, Luke.
in
Come on,
front of
Luke.
you.
Come on, Luke.
You don't
Tell us.
see. You guys only see like an inch in front of you. You don't see
An
the big
inch
picture.
in front of us. No, we see for miles and miles and miles, Luke. That's how we know the Earth is flat, because we see way
What he means to say, Cyclone, is that you don't use your imagination like I do.
You come to conclusions based on what
I
you
come
see
to
with your own
conclusions.
eyes.
Oh, and you come to conclusions based on stories you were told as a child, Luke, that you've never thought to even think about. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do an example. So the lunar eclipse, go on, explain it. What is that?
Well, it's just an example of how the well, you can obviously see the shadow on the moon. Which
Well,
is
how do you know it's
shadow
how do you know it's a shadow? Oh, it's the
How do
shadow
you
of
know
the
it's
Earth
not?
now. How do you
How
know
do
that?
it's not?
Okay, so how do you know it's not?
So you cannot explain moon. You cannot
How do you know
explain
it's
sun.
not, Luke?
You
It's
cannot.
not
You
proof that
cannot
that's what it
explain
is.
every
Hold on, Luke.
planet and star in
Luke,
the
hold on a second. Luke, you don't need to
universe.
spiral already. Luke,
The
chill. Luke,
the only
chill.
thing that you
Luke,
guys cling
chill.
on
Luke,
is
could you
the
chill? Luke,
curvature.
Luke, could chill.
The only thing
Keep talking
is
about
curvature.
us. Keep talking about
Okay,
us.
Luke. Okay, Luke. So, Luke, you saying what else could it be is not proof of your claim, is it?
It's not.
Okay.
It's a shadow. On the
Right. So how do you know it's the shadow of the Earth cast onto the moon? How do you know that?
This is only one example.
Yeah.
There's
I'm
many
asking you
examples.
how you know that. I'm asking how
Many
you know that.
evidence. Many
How do you know that?
cases. Sorry?
Keep
How do
not
I know?
answering the question, Luke.
That's a loaded question. How do I know a
How do you know
Earth
it's the
is
shadow
aligned
of
with the
the
moon?
Earth? How do you know it's the shadow of the Earth being cast onto the moon?
It's a loaded
How do you know
question.
that?
It's like
No.
me
It's a
asking you
direct
how.
question. It's a question about
what's
your
fucking
claim.
what's mine?
You claimed
Sorry?
it. You said the eclipse is the shadow of the Earth on the moon. How do you know it's the shadow of the Earth on the moon? How do you know that?
That's a loaded question.
Oh wow. So let's just be honest, Luke. You don't know that, right? That's just what you've been told. Yeah.
Well,
Is that fair to say?
You have your beliefs, and I have my beliefs.
No. I didn't make a claim about it. I didn't make a claim. Remember, I didn't say it's the shadow of something on the moon. You did, but you don't know that, right? That's just what you've been told.
Well, you have been told the Earth is flat.
No. I've not been told anything. I'm not making a claim about it.
Bro, you said
How
we
are you
know.
not claiming
We
the
know.
Earth is
So,
flat?
Luke, you either need to, at this point, admit that you don't know, right? And admit that it's just a belief, or tell us how you know.
See, it goes like this. You say the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon. We say, how do you know? Oh, that's a loaded question. Then you ask us, what's being casted on the moon? And we say, we don't know. You're like, oh, see, you don't know. And, yeah, we don't know.
Yeah,
so what do you believe?
It's only
we don't believe.
How you
can
see
you don't have a belief.
the planet is
You have a
actually
belief.
round.
You have a belief.
Yeah, that's all just beliefs you've got, Luke, based on stories you were told as a child that you've never challenged. Would you care to challenge them with us here today?
Well, I'm not a I don't want to insult you guys, but I'm not a fucking crock.
It's okay, Luke. Luke, you couldn't insult us even if you tried. You couldn't if you tried. So don't worry about that. We'll just talk about your beliefs in the globe, and soon you will realize that they're laughable, and you have no reason to believe them.
The Earth is round. It's shaped like a ball.
Derf rond. Okay. So who's measured the Earth to be a ball in all human history? Who measured that?
People have gone to space, and the Earth is round. Like who?
Yeah, who measured that?
Learned that the Earth is flat.
It's okay, Jonas. We're speaking to Luke right now, because he's an adult. Who's measured the Earth to be a ball then?
We've gone to space.
Oh, have you? We have gone to space. When did you go to
Human
space?
beings have gone to space.
Oh, human beings. Okay, so not you, right?
No, why would I?
So you can see, like, even without going to space or going to extreme heights, you can see objects or cities, skyscrapers disappearing beneath the horizon, right? If you look at it from a great distance.
What's the horizon?
What proof do you have that the Earth is flat? Where's your proof? Where's your evidence?
Go outside.
Go outside, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Have you noticed? Have you noticed when you go outside that you don't observe curvature or motion of the ground?
You cannot observe curvature while
You can.
you
Correct.
are a speck of dust in
A speck of dust.
comparison.
No, I'm a human being, Luke. How could a
No,
speck of dust be talking on
Everything's there.
Discord?
I will find
you
where
are
you live.
you are a speck of dust
Luke,
compared
you
to
You're
the
right.
size
You've
of
never seen curvature
I'm
because you're
a human
Earth
being,
is
Luke.
so big, so you've
You
never
might
seen
be a speck
curvature.
of dust.
Yeah, and I'm explaining why you cannot just go out and see how the
Okay,
Earth is
so
you've
functioning
never
curved,
seen it.
because
Yeah,
you
okay.
are a speck of dust
Okay,
compared
so
to the
Luke,
size
in
of the
your
Earth.
belief, right? So you've never experienced curvature of the Earth,
Like
and
a
you
speck of dust
believe,
dust
that's
on
because you're a speck of dust.
you are a speck of dust on a
You can speak for yourself, Luke. You believe you're a speck of dust. Okay.
What is it called?
Well, you don't know you're on a ball, Luke, because you only experience flat. Remember?
Like a football, whatever. You're
No,
like a
you
speck
don't
of
know
dust
you're
on
on
a
a
football. That's the size of you.
you haven't
on
got
a
there
Earth.
yet.
So it's
You
not that
haven't got there
easy
yet.
to see curvature when you go outside.
Okay, Luke. Okay, we agree. You can't detect or observe curvature. So how do you know you're on a big ball?
But you can see, for example, the Lake Michigan. There's pictures of the Chicago, I think.
Oh yeah,
Across the lake.
that's right. That's interesting because
And,
Chicago is supposed to be hidden by the curvature.
And it is. And it is.
No, it's visible. You just said you can see the skyline.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you can see Chicago's skyline over Lake Michigan.
Yeah, but the bottom of the city, whatever,
but you're not supposed to see
are
the tops, the whole skyline, including the tops of the skyscrapers, are supposed to be hidden beneath the curve. So why are they not?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
That was the whole point. That's why it made the news. Do you not remember this? Because you're not supposed to be able to see any of the skyline. So why do we? Where's the curve? Or have they got the size of the ball wrong? Why do we see the building? Uh-oh. You just walked right into it, Luke. That's a globe debunk that you just talked about.
There's atmospheric refraction also.
Or is that why the curve isn't blocking the buildings like it's supposed to?
I don't know how much does it affect the.
Oh, we do. Don't worry, Luke. We've studied this for a long time. You can look it up. How much curvature is there supposed to be according to the globe religion? Over 50 miles.
So okay, so how do you explain? Even if you don't believe in the official
official cartoon from NASA.
The official curvature measurements.
The official curvature measurement. Wait, hold on.
The city being
which
sunk
official
behind the horizon?
Just quickly, which official curvature measurements would those be? Curvature's never been measured.
I think it. I don't know. I think it's like 20 centimeters over 1 mile or something like that.
Over 1 mile. When's that been measured?
Or 1 kilometer? I don't know.
When's that? That's never been measured. No, that's never been measured. What are you talking about?
So how do you explain the ships sunking behind
well,
the horizon or cities?
Since no curvature has ever been measured,
skyscrapers hidden
behind the
No,
horizon.
we're not deviating away from that claim about
so
measurement.
can you just clarify? Curvature has never been measured, right?
Well, okay, let's check that. I don't know.
Seems like the kind of thing you should have checked before you tried to say that we were all stupid for not believing it. starting to think you might be the stupid one here, Luke.
So the curvature has been measured many times.
Oh, well,
going
that's
back
a
over
relief.
2,000 years.
Oh, great. Okay, just post the measurement. Just tell us who measured it. And just so we're clear, we're talking about curvature, not like something else like shadows or something, and an assumption of curvature, right? This is a direct measurement of surface curvature.
So some guy named
yeah, we know it. Don't worry.
Eratosthenes.
Yes. Well, he didn't measure curve, though, did he? He didn't measure curve.
He noticed that in this city called Siam, that's modern Aswan in Egypt,
we love this story.
The sun was directly overhead at noon on the summer solstice, and cast no shadow. At the same time, in Alexandria, a vertical stick did not cast a shadow. So what he did, he measured the shadow angle in Alexandria about 7.
Oh, so he measured a shadow angle. So not curvature. He assumed the curvature, right?
And he knew the distance between the two cities, so he
and then he assumed
geometry.
So he assumed curvature, yeah.
So yeah, there's many cases where
so that's an assumption of curvature, but what we asked for was a measurement of curvature, not an assumption of it. So who's actually measured it? I mean, you're saying this is like, what, 2,000 years ago? So you're basing your entire worldview on this story of a guy 2,000 years ago with sticks, is that right? No one's measured it?
No, well, today we use satellites, radar, gravity measurements, spacecraft tracking.
Okay, so could you post a modern measurement then? Could you post something legit, not just a story about some goat herd with sticks?
I think it's funny how he said, "Oh, they measured it." Like, oh, like let me call my buddy 500 stadia away. Say, hey, mark that time right there. That's the measurement I want.
Well, that wouldn't be curvature anyway. You'd just be looking at shadows on what you perceive to be a flat surface. The shadows weren't curved, were they?
They weren't even on the same meridian.
Yeah, this is classic.
So
who measured
drops about 8 centimeters per kilometer.
Okay. Is that just that's just the claim though? That's never been measured, has it?
Well, as I said,
no, that'd be a slope. That'd be like a ramp.
Yeah,
that would be a ramp.
He's close enough. He's for a glober. Listen, we know you globers don't know anything about the globe. That's close enough. So
I'm just curious where he thinks the horizon is from 180 centimeter observation.
Well, hold on. Before we get into that, I need to know. I need Luke to come to terms with the curvature's never been measured.
Well, it has been measured many times.
Okay, so who measured it, Luke? Because the guy with the sticks didn't measure it.
I don't think you understand.
It's not a problem with my understanding. You just said he measured shadows. That's not curvature. You think we didn't think to Google?
He measured shadow angle.
So not curvature. You think
he measured
we didn't
the shadow
think to Google? Who measured the curve?
In Alexandria, and it was
he assumed curvature. He assumed curvature. We understand this is the first time you're hearing of this. We heard about it 10 years ago. It's an assumption of curvature. So who did an actual measurement of that 8 inches per mile squared that you mentioned? Who's measured that? Ever?
Well, as I said many times, we measured, but he didn't measure the shadow. He measured the shadow angle, and it was 7.2 degrees.
Okay, so no one's measured the actual curvature.
Yeah, well, he did.
No. He measured shadows.
He actually did, like 3,000.
That's a shadow. That's a shadow. Not the curvature.
BC.
And,
Luke, and here we are.
You're saying you've already said what he measured, and it wasn't even the surface.
There's curvature.
He didn't measure 8 inches per mile squared of surface curvature, did he?
Okay, well, it was nice talking to you guys. Take care.
Oh, you tapping out, Luke? You tapping out? He's tapping out. Rip. Oh dear. GG's. Any other Globers want to help us out? Who's measured the curve? Don't be shy. What about all that, T-Dub? I know you enjoyed that. The elephants. The shadows. Classic.
Yeah, absolutely classic. Yeah, Greenland. But
Greenland.
I mean, it's
Sue
just
the
such
pilot.
a preponderance of strong evidence. I have to go back to the globe, guys. I'm sorry.
Sue the airlines.
Right, sue the airlines.
Oh boy. So who else we got in here? Danny HCR. What's up, Danny? Are you listening to that? No. Who else? Shomika. What's up, Shomika? Tsukuyomi. What's up? Oh well, oh well. Now we wait.
Are they Googling?
No, I think we're just waiting for the next globe believer to realize the Earth's not a globe. I agree, Danny. It doesn't matter how much we point out to these guys that no curvature has ever been detected, measured, quantified, or motion, or gas pressure without a container. It doesn't matter. You can't argue with these brick wall globe heads. But it's fun anyway, because, you know, they make it clear to the audience what a bankrupt religion this whole philosophy is of the globe. So we don't mind. We just expose it 24/7, 365 days a year. And it's the best entertainment money can't buy. All free. Good stuff.
Yeah, yeah. People pay a lot of money to see a good comedian. You can just come here and get a laugh for free.
Yeah, there's no stand-up that can compare to a globe believer trying to explain why he believes the ground is spinning at millions of miles an hour. You understand why people lie, Danny? You understand why an authority would ever mislead you? You must be very naive. Just live a very sheltered life. What's up, Violet? That was quick. I just don't understand why the government would lie to us. Imagine. You think the government doesn't lie, Danny? Don't know where you're living. Yeah, your government lies too, Danny. They don't even have to be lying. I mean, you're just believing images you've seen from NASA. That's just one organization. Maybe believe Russia and India too. So 3 organizations. Maybe China as well. 4. Believe 4 organizations with your entire worldview because they gave you images and videos. I mean, they're not even technically telling you need to believe it. It's offer and acceptance. They offer, you accept. You don't challenge, you don't question. You just accept, you just believe. Maroween? I don't know how to say your name. What's up, Maroween? Maroin? We're looking for some evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball, if you have any. What's up, Sweet Chili?
Hello.
How's it going?
Everything's fine. What about you?
I'm good, thank you. What brings you to the Flat Earth chat?
So it was an interesting topic.
It is very interesting. You got some questions? What are your thoughts?
Not yet.
Okay. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
Evidence.
Which evidence?
Well, studies that we have ready.
The what? Sorry?
The studies that we have already, scientific evidence.
Okay. Anything specific?
No.
Like measurements? Any measurements or anything? Because we don't experience, like me and you living our lives on Earth, we don't experience the Earth to be a spinning ball, do we?
Not yet.
It just seems flat and motionless to us. So
practically. Oh, sorry.
So what evidence has convinced you that what you experience isn't correct?
Question. Easy answer would say it's the pictures that we have.
Yes, the pictures. That's a good answer.
Outside the air.
But you know, it's very easy to make fake pictures, isn't it?
Now, yes. Nowadays,
so
yes, but before we can still believe what we got.
But can we? Should we base our entire belief on what reality is based on images that we can't know are true?
100%.
Well, how do we know if those images are real or not? Because we would have to go to where they say they're going to and take our own pictures, but we can't do that, can we?
Not yet.
So how sure are you? Do you just trust that they're telling the truth?
It's the same question if I will be in the opposite position.
Well, no, because remember, you experienced the Earth to be flat and motionless directly yourself. You don't have to believe that. That's just what you experience. But someone's saying, hey, here's a picture of it, and it's not what you think it is, but you don't know that that picture is real. So I'm saying, is it a good idea to base your worldview on images that you can't prove are real?
Not 100% as I said, but it can help you to have a picture of what the reality could be, because my reality cannot be the same as for
But what if they're
the
fake?
person from. Yes,
Your
everything
senses are
can be
lying to you.
fake.
Oh, so Danny,
How do
you
you
don't
know?
trust your senses. I guess you just wear a blindfold every day.
No. How do you know you can trust your senses? You don't know that.
Well, how do you know you can trust the U.S. government?
You do, I don't know if you can trust it, but how do you know if you can trust
Well,
your
why are
senses?
you choosing to trust the U.S. government over your senses then?
I'm not trusting U.S. government. I'm trusting millions of people that work for
Millions
stuff
of
like
people.
that, instead of only
Millions of
my
people.
only
But none
experience.
of them have experienced the globe either.
I mean, somewhere on the moon, somewhere in space.
No, that's you just
took
trusting the U.S.
measurements that.
government again. That's trusting the U.S. government because you don't know anyone
No,
went to the
I
moon.
mean the Russians were also in space.
Okay, so you trust the U.S. and the Russian government more than
And
your senses. Okay, well
the European Space Agency
well,
and
if you're gonna do numbers, if we're gonna do a number comparison, 8 billion people experience a flat motionless Earth. About 25 people say they've seen a globe.
how do you know that these people are actually really not just an imagination of yourself?
What, the 8 billion people?
I mean, it's theoretically more likely that you're just an empty brain floating around in
What?
space than everything that's happened right now. So
No, that doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, if you want to appeal to majority, you've got 8 billion people who experience a flat motionless Earth, and you've got about 25 people that said they saw a globe.
So you're trusting some agency to
No,
there
I don't
actually
trust the
are 8
agency.
billion people. How do you know that there are 8 billion people
No,
that
I'm not.
experience 8 billion people being in the same
Because
place?
everyone agrees and acknowledges that we experience the Earth to be a
Yeah, but how do you
motionless
know it's 8
topographical
billion
plane.
people?
Well,
Did you
that's
ever
by the
experience
by.
8 billion
However
people?
many people there are, my argument isn't about how many people there are. It's about what the Earth is and how we
But
experience
why do you
it to
believe
be.
the fact that there are 8 billion people if
I didn't
even
say I
though you
believe
have
it. I
never
was just
experienced
using
that?
for an example. The
You're
point
just
is, everyone on Earth
disproving your own
experiences
fact.
it to be flat. Everyone on Earth experiences it flat and motionless.
How do you know that? Have you talked to every single person on the planet?
Well,
Just
yeah,
assuming
everyone I've
stuff at
spoken
this
to
point.
knows that. Well, okay, so who on Earth do you think experiences or detects curvature or motion of the ground?
I don't know. I haven't talked to that many people about
Okay.
it.
Have you ever spoken to anyone who says they've experienced curvature or motion
I
of the
mean,
ground?
I can explain why you don't experience motion because you only experience acceleration, and the Earth isn't accelerating or decelerating.
Oh no, they say
It's at
it
a
is.
constant
They say
speed.
it is accelerating. No, they say it's not
It's
at
at
a
a constant
constant
speed.
speed. No, they say it's an elliptical orbit, and an elliptical orbit would necessitate acceleration and deceleration. Also,
Yeah, but we accelerate at the
circular
same speed.
motion is
Everything around us
constant
does.
acceleration. Circular motion is constant acceleration. So, by your own argument, you're claiming you would detect motion.
Yeah, okay. Even if the Earth is accelerating, let me talk right now. Because everything else around you is accelerating at the same speed, you don't experience the acceleration. If you're in a car and you accelerate
Okay.
faster than the ground. But
So your argument is.
nothing
So your
around you
argument is.
everything that touches you accelerates with you, so you don't accelerate
Okay.
because the
So your argument is.
that are
You know
against
the Earth
something
is
else is
moving.
the same.
So the argument is, you know the Earth is moving because you don't experience the Earth moving.
No, I know the Earth is moving because of observations.
Observations
that
of
other
what?
people took of the Earth of the.
Which
Oh,
observation
I'm
is that?
talking. No, you're not.
Which observation would that be?
Maybe the moon.
Many different observations and calculations.
Well, a calculation can just be theoretical. What we need actual reality here. So you got an observation in reality that proves the ground is spinning?
Yeah, the Hubble Space.
The Hubble Space Telescope. No, that's not looking at the Earth. Try
Or
again.
any satellite.
Okay, so which one did you see that made you believe it?
Not one in particular.
Well,
Just
did
my
you
common
see any?
sense.
You didn't
Satellites?
see anything
Yeah,
then?
I've seen satellites in the sky.
And it showed you that the ground was spinning?
No, the pictures that the satellites took.
Oh,
and
which picture?
all the data that was.
Post it. A picture. A picture is a still image. That's not showing you something moving.
And videos and stuff like that.
Oh, a video. Could you post the video in the chat? We want to
I
see
don't
that.
have video. I don't have the video.
Okay, so that's just kind of a baseless claim then.
Okay.
Maybe when we were walking, we see the moon.
To be honest, I don't care if you
Danny.
believe me or not.
All right,
It
Danny.
won't
It's
change
okay.
anything in my
I don't
life.
believe you. I know you didn't. I know you're just hoping that it's the case because you believe it, but that's okay. So, Sweet Chili, what were you saying there?
I was just imagining one of the memorable experience that I got when I was a child is that the fact that when you walk on the street, the moon is always behind you, like following you, and that could be a reason that the Earth is closed because it's about circumferences in a
So
circle.
that could just be the movement of the moon, though, as you're still underneath it.
But the moon is always there. When
No, the moon's
we
not
are
always there.
walking,
You don't always see the moon.
at night, I mean, the moon is not gravitating on something like spinning so fast that we cannot catch it. I mean, we are the ones that are walking, and that the Earth is also moving.
Well, no, but that's what we're saying. There's no evidence that the Earth is moving.
No, but I mean, I got the feeling that the Earth is moving as I am walking, and the moon is.
But it doesn't feel like the Earth is moving.
Following me.
But it only feels like the Earth is moving if you're in an earthquake or something. Other than that, the ground just feels still. And you see the moon moving, not the Earth.
Of course, from the Earth, I cannot say that I can see the moon moving.
Yeah, right. This is what we're saying. So
I
from
must
our
be
perspective,
outside Earth.
yeah, but this is the thing. They'll say so. All of us experience no motion of the Earth. We experience motion of the sun, the moon, the stars. But then someone's telling us, you just can't tell. Trust us. Believe us. Why should we believe them?
Why not?
Well, why should we?
What is there to not believe in this? Why would you?
Well, they're making a positive claim that we don't experience, so they need to provide proof. So they need to provide proof.
They have provided a lot of proof. You just don't acknowledge it as proof.
What proof did they provide?
Like several pictures of it. So the
How do you know those
video of
pictures are
them
real?
landing on the moon.
How do you know that's real?
You don't know if anything is real. You can't prove the realness of anything.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you don't know they're real.
Anything.
Right.
You can't prove that maybe I'm just an AI talking to you.
You don't know they're real. So why would you believe them?
Maybe I'm an AI talking to you right now. You can't prove that.
I don't know. The AIs I've spoken to sound a lot more intelligent than this. But you just admitted you don't know that they're real. So why are you saying we should believe them when you don't know that they're real?
No, I just said you can't believe anything. So
yeah, exactly. We don't believe those.
Most likely.
So why? Right. So you're saying you don't. You're saying you can't believe anything. So you can't believe. You don't know that they're real. So why should we believe them? Why do you believe them?
Because that's what my experience told me.
No, your experience is that the Earth is flat and motionless.
No, that's not my experience.
Okay, where did you experience curvature?
Sometimes.
A tennis ball, for example, has
a tennis ball.
A ball.
Okay,
it's
but not the Earth. But not the Earth, right?
I don't know that. I mean, I think I know that it's a ball. I think I know it's a...
Well, no, because this is the thing. The story that you're claiming to believe, the story they're telling us is that we don't experience curvature or motion. They're telling us we experience the flat, motionless Earth, but they can go somewhere that none of us can go to, and they can see that it's a spinning ball. They're not claiming that we can experience a spinning ball.
Okay.
So, and then you're saying, well, they've given us images, and I asked, how do you know those images are real? And you've just admitted you don't know they're real. You can't know.
No, I said you can't. Nobody can know anything.
Right. So that would then include you not knowing that these images are real.
My claim was just that everything you could think of, like all your reality could just be made up.
Not really.
He's gone to brain in a jar, man.
How can you prove
Brain in
you're
a jar?
not? How
Okay,
can you prove you're not dreaming this right now?
Are you on Discord right now?
How I don't know.
You don't know if you're on Discord
maybe
right
you're
now?
dreaming it. Maybe you're dreaming
so
when
as
I'm
you're
on Discord
talking
right
to me
now.
on this right now, you don't know if you're on Discord. But
Maybe
you
I'm
do
just
know.
dreaming it. Maybe I'm
you
just
do
dreaming it.
know. You do know that the Earth's a globe, right?
Maybe I'm just dreaming it.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth's a globe anymore.
Maybe I'm dreaming maybe I've been dreaming my whole life and I
Earth
just
being
don't
a
know
globe
yet.
could
And
just
when
be
I
a
die, I
dream.
wake up and everything is different. You
Okay,
can't
so
know
the
anything.
Earth being a globe is just a dream.
Could be.
Could be. There you go, Danny. Progress.
It could also be a dream that it's not a globe. Could also
Well,
be a
at
dream
least
of
you experience the flatness. You don't
I don't
experience the
experience the
globeness.
flatness. I just
Yeah,
experience
you do.
maybe it's
Yeah, you
maybe it's a
do. You
cube.
don't experience the
Maybe
curve.
it's a cube.
Well,
It
you'd be
would
living
also be
on
flat.
you'd be living on one of the flat sides of the cube if that's the case.
Yes.
There you go. So there you go, Danny. Well done. You've realized you don't know that the Earth is a globe. That's progress. But you also don't know if you're on Discord, so maybe that's not progress.
Maybe my name isn't even Danny. Maybe I'm just remembering it wrong.
Well, no, that's your name on Discord. I know you don't know that you're on Discord, but you are actually
Maybe
on
my
Discord
name
right
isn't
now.
even Danny on Discord.
Well,
maybe
it is
if you
for...
close your eyes for 1 second, you can't.
I know you're struggling now to deal with any kind of reality, Danny, but everyone else in the room can. So
maybe
that's
your
all right,
eyes are
Danny.
lying to you, and it
kind of
doesn't even
spiraled
say
out.
Danny.
You kind of spiraled out. We get it. You don't know anything. You're a brain in a jar. You don't know if you're on Discord. Just put yourself on mute.
Maybe I'm already on mute, and you're just imagining it.
It's okay, Danny. This has been a good spiral for you.
You can use the same argument. Yeah, I was thinking more. If we use the same last argument, then I could say that I don't believe that the Earth is flat. 100%.
No, you don't have to believe that. You experienced it already directly.
So I cannot say it because if I remember, it was the same belief that people got before.
It's different though because you experience the flatness.
I
don't
cannot be sure what exactly I'm feeling or experience right now.
Well, you can be sure that you're not experiencing the ground spinning, right?
And if I turn around really fast?
Then that would be you turning around really fast on a ground that isn't turning around. Like when you go outside, you're chilling, you sit in a park, you're sitting down. It doesn't seem like the ground is moving, does it?
No.
Yeah, so you know that. You at least know that. So that's something you can hold on to, even if you're confused like Danny. Yeah, and if you're in the car, you can tell if the car's moving. There you go. So even if you're confused like Danny and you don't know you're on Discord, you can at least know when you go outside that you don't experience the ground to be spinning or moving.
I can know that I'm a white male. I'm in America. I'm breathing. I'm generally happy most of the time. I know what job I go to every day. There's a lot of things I know and there's a lot of things that you know in your own personal life. You know these things, like Cyclone's saying.
Yeah, you should hold on to these things that you know to be true. And then if someone comes along and tells you, hey, that thing that you know to be true is not true, you need to say, give me proof. Give me good proof. And if they just give you images and videos that you don't know are real, that's not good proof. You understand, Sweet Chili?
Yes.
Do you think anyone's ever measured these things? So you say, okay, we can't experience the
Actually, yes.
motion.
But
Okay, cool.
through the history,
Right.
the ancients,
The ancients. Well, the ancients were all flat earthers, but
they thought there was a black air because they couldn't believe with their eyes that far
so how did
away
they
from the
measure it
sea,
then? How can you say
they
they
only
measured
see
the
the
globe if they
line.
were all flat earthers?
Yeah,
So which one of them measured the globe?
that time nobody.
Okay, has anyone ever measured a globe?
We don't have the capacity yet. And it's true that we cannot believe everything that we got, but we hope that with technology we can appreciate what actually.
I mean, we've got a lot of good technology now. We've got like high-powered telescopes and cameras and lasers. We should be able to measure it if it's a globe.
Yeah, they help us to get some point of what exactly the reality could be.
Right.
And
So why
yes,
can no
I
one?
cannot believe 100% what the government is actually telling me because I'm not that
Good. Correct.
easy to believe. But
All
I
right.
cannot also say that I don't believe scientifics. I try to believe the scientifics and the ones that try to give us the real information and be neutral.
But none of the scientists have
Comments
measured a globe. None of
and
the scientists.
arguments.
Right, but none of the scientists have measured or proven a globe either.
They discover some example how the waves move
How the
or
waves move.
or the
that's a good point. That's a
or
good
from
point.
one point to the other point of the earth and how they think it was something with the air, the stations or the movement. Depending on the seasons, they go with it. They know exactly how they have to move through the air in a round way. So I'm trying to say that I maybe cannot trust everyone, scientific government either, but the nature is one that could
Trust
give us
nature.
some arguments.
Trust nature. Yeah, that's what we're saying. We are saying, let's look at nature, and we'll go with what nature tells us. And nature tells us that the Earth is flat and motionless. Like bodies of water, think about that, right? Any body of water you've ever seen, from a glass, a cup that you have on your desk, up to a big lake, that water is flat. Right? Sweet chili, water is a good proof because bodies of water are flat. Right?
The sea, the ocean, not my glass of water because I know moving
the same. It's the same substance. It's water. That's what water does. So you put it in your cup and you look at the surface of it.
It's limited water. Water.
Well, no, but water always does the same thing. You put it in a container. It takes the shape of the container, and the surface, if you're not moving the water around, will be flat. Right? From a cup, then you go up to a bathtub, and then a swimming pool, then a pond, then a lake. It's all the same. It's water. And it lies flat and level. That's why they use water as a reference for level, for building. And this has been done throughout all of human history. That's how they establish horizontal level, using water. Yeah?
What about the shadows when the sun is moving and depending on the day? I think it was a documentary about, and the people, I think was Greece.
Yeah, that was done on
they were talking about that. The
yeah,
shadows.
yeah. His name was Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes is what they tell you, and
that one.
That he assumed that the Earth was a ball, but actually he did that on a flat Earth. And the Chinese did the same thing, and they understood that it was a flat Earth. So they did the same calculation basically, but they assumed, well, a different calculation because they didn't assume that the surface was a ball, but they did the same test with shadows, and they got they're looking to get a distance to the sun instead of curvature or size of a ball Earth. So he didn't measure a ball Earth. He just measured shadow angles from the sun, and he assumed the Earth was a ball. But you could do the same thing, assuming that it's flat.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what's actually happening.
Topic. Yeah, it could be either way.
Yeah.
And
so it's interesting. They try and tell us.
Yeah.
They try and tell us that proves that the Earth is a ball, but it doesn't. Why are they telling us that?
Cannot say that it doesn't.
Well, it doesn't, because there's two possibilities.
Who has enough arguments to tell us that it's the opposite, that the Earth is flat, when we are not sure?
We do.
With pictures?
No, with measurement.
Measure. Well, who did these measures?
Thousands of people. Tens of thousands.
Of people. It's now the majority who has the right.
Yeah, we're the ones. We're the ones. We're the ones. Well, no, because you can do it yourself. You can measure it.
How?
Long distance observations, laser tests. You test line of sight. Do you know what I mean when I say line of sight? Like how far you can see across the surface. So according to the globe, there should be a limit to how far we can see because of the curvature, yeah? You understand that?
What was the result?
So if you're on let's say you're on a basketball and you're an ant, there's only so much of the surface you can see because the surface is curving down and away from you.
So I must believe what my imperfect eyes can see.
Well, your eyes can see further than the globe model says you should be able to see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want to see an example of a laser test where someone uses a laser to test how far the laser can be shot?
Okay, why not?
Okay, it's in the chat.
Let's see.
This is 28. It says 28.6 mile laser test. So this is people are basically going on lakes and big bodies of water, and they're saying, right, according to the globe model, at 10 miles there should be 66 feet of drop from point A to point B over the lake. At 20 miles there should be 266 feet of drop. That's like a skyscraper. At 30 miles you're talking 600 feet of curvature drop, right? So if you shine a laser across that lake, you shouldn't be able to hit a target on the other side because it's supposed to drop away like 600 feet. Yeah? But when people go to the lake and they shoot the laser, they're able to hit targets at the other side, which isn't possible if there's supposed to be a curve in the way blocking the target. You see? So this is testing line of sight. You understand that principle, Sweet Chili?
Yeah, but as I said, if I rely everything on a laser test with
I'm not saying you have to.
majority.
I'm not saying you have to just believe this. I'm just giving you an example so that you can think about how this can be tested. And then you could maybe go out wherever you live and say, well, I know that there's a big lake near me that's 10 miles wide. I'm going to take my binoculars or my camera and I'm going to see if I can see something on the other side, or just test how far you can see in general. And then you can compare it to the globe math that's supposed to limit your vision. Yeah?
Yeah.
You can test it in reality. That's what we recommend. This is how we know the Earth is not a ball like they've told us. We see too far. We shoot lasers too far. All kinds of things. The water isn't curving. It's flat, just like we observe.
But it also depends on how long the lake is.
Yes, yes. We need to
Short
know.
lake, I could say, hey, I can see the end of the lake, or maybe
Yes, you have to know the distance. Yeah, you have to know the
could be
distance you're
from the
looking.
other side, and I'm from the other
Yes,
side,
yes.
and then we see each other, and then haha.
Yes,
it
you have
doesn't
to know
work.
the distance. You have to know the distance that you're looking. And then you use
Interesting.
the globe model. Then you use the globe model and you figure out the geometry. So over 10 miles, I said, there's 66 feet of drop, right? So if you were on one side of a 10-mile lake and your friend was on another side of that 10-mile lake, your friend is supposed to be hidden by about 60 feet of curved water. So you shouldn't be able to see him, right?
Interesting. I would like to get some laser experiments also by on the ocean, in the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, people have done all kinds of tests, and listen, I'm going to send you a link to a place where we have loads of different examples of this. Okay, it doesn't let me send you the link. See if you scroll up.
It's also funny, like examples, we got examples from the other part of the geology, I will say, and we just spoke. We cannot be sure of everything 100%. So you give me examples, I understand that, but I cannot.
Yeah, you have
I
to
taste
discern.
on my own.
Yes, you have to use your brain. I'm not saying just believe me. Yeah, I'm not saying just to believe what we're saying. I'm saying don't believe other people. Understand and find out for yourself. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to show you is examples of what other people have done so that they can find out for themselves, and that might help you understand how you can find out for yourself. Yeah? So I'm trying to send you the link. It's discord.gg/flat earth. If you go up to the YouTube bot at the top of this chat that says 24/7 live, you see that? One of the accounts in the channel. So if you scroll down to the About Me, the fourth link down, it says discord.gg/flat earth. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right, join that server. And then when you're in the main page, I'll tell you where the information is. If you scroll down about 3/4 down the channels, there's loads of channels. There's terabytes. We've got PDFs, articles, academic papers, documentaries, all kinds of information. But if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down, you'll see additional information, and it's all alphabetized A to Z under different topics. So you've got things like Antarctica, astronauts, beginners references, NASA, eclipses. Do you see all those channels? Now, if you look under letter L, you'll see laser tests and long distance observations. Do you see those two channels? You see all the alphabetized topics? Like nearly towards the bottom of the server channels.
Lost it.
Do you see them? Or did you join the server?
I just click on something different. I'm not sure where I am.
I'm gonna ping you in the lobby. Hold on, Sweet Chili was your name, wasn't it? Is that your name on here? How's that? It's not showing you. Let me see. Sweet Chili. Dun dun dun. All right, you're gonna have to ping me or something, or add me as a friend if you can't find it. Right.
We try to find.
Well, it's on there anyway. The link that you clicked on, discord.gg/flatearth, got all this information, loads of long distance observations, laser tests, etc. Will demonstrate what we were just talking about. If you're interested.
Okay, I will check it out. But as I said, I cannot be 100% sure of anything as we
But you are sure
argue about. But it's nice to see another point of view, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. But just to clarify, you are sure that you're on Discord, right?
Yeah, of course. I
Okay,
can say
good.
I'm
That's
sure
good enough.
about that.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. That's all we
Somebody
need.
has to be sure about what
Wow,
actually
you're
he
going to
is
be a flat earther in
doing.
no time with that kind of awareness. We appreciate that.
No worries.
All right. Well, it was nice talking to you, Sweet Chili. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you. Also, have a nice day.
You too. You too. Beautiful. All right. Who else we got? Beckett. See Beckett at the top. What's up, Beckett? Isaac Wax. Oh, we just dipped. Cool. What's up, Beckett? What brings you by?
Just to chat.
Just to chat. Good stuff.
Yeah.
What do you want to chat about?
I don't know, anything you want.
Okay. Do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I'm really not interested on geography.
Well, it's not really geography. I suppose it does fall under. I suppose you could include it in geography, but it's more like your worldview, how you think of the Earth that you live on. Do you think it's a big ball that spins? Like when you go outside.
It's you mean, is it like a circle or flat or something like that, or what?
No, a sphere. Do you think it's a spinning sphere, the ground, the Earth that you live on?
I don't completely get it.
You don't completely get it. So you don't. You've heard of the globe, right?
Global changes? I don't.
Like in a classroom, the globe Earth, the ball. What do you know what the Earth is?
Yeah.
Earth. Okay, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Like a circle.
A circle. Like a football?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, okay. So that would be a sphere, because a circle
Football.
would be flat, a flat circle, like a clock.
Maybe it's like also different from. Okay, it's like, half. I don't know how to say it. Well, it's okay.
But you think it's like a football?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you think it's like a football?
Why this topic? I really don't. I really don't know anything.
Okay, so why do you think it's like a football if you don't know anything?
That's because we saw the ball and also the picture in our book. So
The pictures in the books.
yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. And
Okay.
even like when you're watching a movie, you are seeing this desk or something
Right.
cool.
But
Yeah, even in
but it's very easy
Yeah.
to make fake images and videos, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, but also like this is like a mindset put to our mind without notice. That's because like every class we attend, there is a bowl and
Yes,
the
exactly.
teacher.
So that's
Yeah,
what we're asking. That's what we're asking. We're saying, because they told us the same thing, and in the classroom, they showed us the football Earth, and they said, you're living on this football Earth. But there's no evidence for
exactly.
that. But when we go outside, when we go outside into nature, it doesn't seem like a spinning football Earth, does it?
No.
No. And then we say, okay, but it doesn't seem like that. And they say, well, here's a picture. But we don't know that that picture is real. How can we know that?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so we challenged that. We said, okay, well, we don't just want to believe a picture because that could be fake. So we want to know in reality, when you go outside, where's it been measured? Has the curve, the football curve, has that ever been measured? What do you think? Do you think that's
Yeah,
ever been measured?
but you don't gonna find the truth because you will not be like on the plan or to see the full Earth. I don't
Yeah,
know.
correct. But what if I told you you don't have to see the full thing to know whether or not it's the ball that they've told us? Do you
Okay,
know how we know
so
that?
how do you gonna know?
Right, because they tell us the size of the football, right? You know,
Exactly. Yeah.
they tell us the size of the Earth, yeah?
Yeah.
And so that necessitates, that means there must be a specific rate of curvature across the surface, right? So
What
it
is
must
what is
it
the
must
meaning of curvature?
curvature is like the curve of the football where the surface,
Oh,
if you were an ant on a basketball, the surface of the basketball would curve down and away from you as it gets further away.
oh
Yeah?
yeah. I got you. Yep.
Yeah. So they give us a size and they tell us how much it should curve. So over 10 miles, let's say, you know, miles or
Okay.
kilometers. So
I
10
don't know
miles,
actually.
10 miles, do you know how much curvature they say it should drop?
No,
Do
I
you want
don't
to
know.
guess?
Oh,
They
you
say
can tell me. Oh
it's
yeah.
over 66 feet.
Okay.
That's quite a lot, right? Do
Yeah.
you know how much that is? That's, I don't know, what, 20 meters? 20 odd meters?
It's
So,
really hot.
so if you went to a lake that was 10 miles wide and you stood on one side and your friend stood on the other side of this 10-mile lake, they're saying your friend should be about 60 feet below a curve of water. So you would never be able to see him.
Yeah.
Yeah? So what people are doing is they're going to these big lakes or salt flats or shorelines, basically anywhere there's a big body of water, because then you don't have to worry about hills and valleys. It's just level. So they go to this lake, they stand on the other side, and they get a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera or a laser, and they see if they can see their friend on the other side. And guess what?
What? They see them.
They see them.
Yep.
Yeah. But we shouldn't be able to see them if we're living on the football that they told us.
Ah.
You
Yeah.
see? You understand?
Yeah. Yeah. Understand that.
So that's it. And you can go and test it.
Yeah, maybe one day.
Maybe one day, Beckett. That's all right. Well, I can show you loads of examples of people doing this. They've filmed it, they've recorded it, they've documented it. You
Okay.
see. All right. I can't send you the link again. So, right, I've sent you the friend request so that I can send you the link.
Okay.
Let me know when you've accepted.
Okay, I accept it.
Okay. That didn't go through. Let me try again.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Do you see the link I sent you?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, join that, and I'll tell you where to look. So you join that server.
Okay.
Okay, now scroll down about 3/4 the whole way down. Go basically right to the bottom.
Show server information?
No,
Or
just
not?
when you're in the main server page, you'll
Oh,
see all these different channels. See all these different channels?
okay. Okay. I scroll down.
Scroll down, and then you'll see all the different topics, and it's in alphabetical order, A to Z. Yeah, you see things like
Yeah.
Antarctica, curvature, gravity. You see all these channels?
Near to it, like time zones and
Time zone,
graphical
that's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see
Okay.
all these. Okay, so look under the letter L for laser, and you will see,
Yeah. Laser. Oh,
you
yeah.
say laser tests, and then under that, you'll see long distance observations. You see that?
Oh, yeah. I opened.
Right. Now, these two channels will show you all of these tests, a bunch of them,
Oh,
and this will help you
okay.
understand. Okay?
Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome. I'm also going to send you a couple of intro videos because it's complicated stuff. But
Yeah.
these videos will be simple, right?
Yeah.
And when you have time, you research in your own time, just whenever, or don't. It's up to you. I'm just saying this is
Yeah.
where resources are, and whenever you want, you can come and ask questions here, or you can listen to us on YouTube. We are live on YouTube 24/7. So if you type
Oh,
into
wow.
YouTube, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you will find our streams. Okay?
Oh, okay. I will do it.
Yeah, you should do that. It's a good time. And if you've got questions, you can let us know, yeah?
Of course. Of course, I will.
Okay, beautiful. You've been amazing. Thank you, Beckett. You're a gem.
Welcome.
All right, there's some videos for you. Watch in your own time. Enjoy. Welcome to Flat Earth.
going on here?
crazy. It's like your opinions can be influenced by what's on the television, you know? They got us.
Oh, you mean like they can get on the TV and say it's very dangerous outside, stay home, don't leave or you'll die? You mean like that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Make a few shows of CSI.
Still stuns me to this day that they did that. Like literally, a foreign army could have been invading America, took over all the TV sets, and said, "Do not leave the house. You're under martial law. Stay home or you'll die," and nobody would have stayed home. But Donald Trump gets on TV and says, "Stay home and you die," and everybody stays home. I don't get it.
Well, Donald Trump was busy kissing me on the lips, kid, in my house. And you were sitting in your
gross.
bunker. What? It's not gross.
Did you say Donald Trump was kissing you on your lips?
No, no. What are you? You're hearing
Yeah,
things,
that's what I
kid.
thought you said. I'm like, that's
No.
gross, man.
Would you shut up?
You wouldn't make out with Donald Trump?
Dude, I'm gonna pull your pants down and I'm gonna fucking chop your toes off, kid. I'm gonna suck your toes up. Would you mind shutting the fuck up?
Why is it getting weird in here?
Why are you getting weird? Why are you sounding like a retard?
Why are you mocking like a child?
Because you sound like a retard.
Because you're a child?
It's normal.
Because you're a child?
Yes, I'm a child.
Because you're 12-teen?
I'm 68 years old.
I think it might be because Crit said this place is gonna burn down and turn to ash, and we might be seeing that.
Yeah, what do you guys want to talk about? Obviously, we never went to the moon, and obviously, this guy's retarded.
Obviously.
Yes. So what's up with your toes? How come they look like that?
How do you see my toes? I got shoes on.
I can tell what your toes look like. No, I can do it telepathically. Are you retarded? Obviously, I can tell what your toes look like by the way your voice sounds.
Wouldn't that be telepathically?
Oh. Not bad, not bad.
Why is this guy hitting on you, Indio? What's going on
Who the
in
hell?
here?
Is this a girl? Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah, verified.
Look, I don't want to talk to girls, okay?
I know, I can tell.
Look, I'm a virgin. I have to protect my virginity at all costs.
Oh, you're doing it. You're
Gamers.
doing it right now.
Yes, I am. Yeah, always. 24/7, dude. This is a permanent job.
Just
I have
keep
a lounge
talking.
that...
You'll be a virgin
Dude,
forever.
my entire house is booby-trapped, okay? So that I can protect my virginity. Okay, retard?
All you need to do is speak. It's enough.
Oh,
No girl will
that's not
go
very
within
nice.
30 miles of you.
That's not nice.
Can
What's in your
confirm, can
mouth?
confirm.
Hey, fatso, what's in your mouth, you fat fuck? Is there something you'd like to say to me with your fat mouth? You big fat fucking retard?
Are you okay?
That's what I thought,
He's
coward!
escalating quickly. He's escalating quickly
Dude, what are you
here.
scared of me, you fucking wimp? Dude, why don't you just say it with your mouth? Who the
Like,
fuck
this
are
is
these women?
This is the lamest rage bait I've ever seen.
Who's rage baiting? I'm just trying to have a conversation with
Who's
you.
rage baiting? Oh my god, he exposed my whole
Don't
shtick.
take the Lord's name in vain, dickhead.
Dude, try some different song and dance, man. This is lame.
You won't even have a simple conversation with me. You're pathetic, dude. You're a wimp. What do you want to talk about? What's your favorite movie? Well, what color are your nipples? How much fucking hair do you have in your
My
nipples?
favorite movie was the one you were in, Deliverance. You were the freaking inbred kid on the porch playing the banjo.
Nobody's ever heard of that. What are you, 80 years old? Deliverance. What the fuck movie is that? Nobody's heard of that.
Well, you were in it. You should know. You were in it
So
as a
what
child
color are
actor.
your nipples, dude? How come your nipples are so big?
I'll just mute you. You're just useless.
That's probably for the best.
It's not even mildly entertaining, troll.
I know. You'd think they'd at least do better. Hey there, and Martin K are here. Do we know those people? They seem new to me.
No, I don't know them. You know.
Hey there, and Martin. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
What does that mean exactly? Flat Earth?
Really?
I just I'm just trying to figure out what flat means. Like, definitely, because like the beach is like a change in elevation from sea level, so that part's not flat. So I'm just wondering, like, overarching term, what do you mean?
Well, it means a flat horizontal topographical plane. Obviously, it doesn't mean flat in the absolute ideal sense, because these like ideal geometric forms don't actually exist. Like nothing is actually flat, nothing is actually spherical. There is no actual cube or any of these objects don't exist. We make things in the real world that approximate these forms, but they're not exactly identical. But for the purpose of just like human conversation and conception, we use them interchangeably as like analogous equal forms.
I got you.
So like
So
we
the
say,
same like
my kitchen. It's like your kitchen table's flat, right? But it's not actually flat. If you zoom in on it, then you'll see bumps and ridges, and if you look really close, it's probably got a slight warp in it.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So if you're saying if we like zoom out to the position of God and act like we're God, we'd say flat. And kind of similar to how like the sphere
No, you don't
earthers
gotta
are
go
like
that
it's
far.
not an actual sphere, right? They're like it's not.
No, you don't have to go that far. Like basically, if you take the vertical axis versus the horizontal axis, the ratio of those is so large, the difference is that it's effectively flat for all practical purposes.
Well, in the area you check locally in reality, right? We can't make a claim to the entirety from just local measurements. Really,
yeah,
what?
Because it's water.
That's not a fallacious reasoning. You don't think that you could just make a
because the
claim
water,
to the
no, because phenomenologically connected water does the same thing at the surface.
Yeah, I agree. Like still water does, but I go fishing and I have a fishing spot in 85 feet of water, and depending on the tide, it'll be around 81 or 88.
But you still, that ratio is still maintained, and even if you had freaking tides 1 mile high, because the surface area of the Earth is at least in excess of 100 million miles as far as the water is concerned. That ratio of 100 million square miles versus some bump that's a mile high, that's a 150 it's 150 million to 1 ratio.
Okay, yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. And so, is the equator a circle still, or
there's no equator?
There's no equator.
So the equator would have certain phenomena that we observe to even determine where the equator is. Like, hey, I want to know where the equator is. Okay, how do I find it? How do you find the equator? Like, okay, we're going to go to the place where, like, what equator means, equality of day and night. So let's go find that place where day and night are equal. Well, that's nowhere on Earth. Nowhere on Earth is the day and nighttime length equal.
I gotcha. No, I agree. I thought some people define it as like a 0 degree latitude, meaning that Polaris disappears at the equator, kind of.
Well, first of all, it doesn't. And in the globe model, it wouldn't, because according to the globe model, refraction lifts it up over the horizon. So at the equator, you would still see Polaris. But that coordinate system is based upon what's called the celestial sphere, and the equator is in the sky. It's not on the ground. So this is like speaking of fallacious reasoning, the latitude system, latitude and longitude are not on the ground, because you can't find latitude, longitude, equator, tropic of Capricorn, tropic of fucking Cancer using just the ground. You would need to look in the sky to find all those things.
Yeah, that's where it seems to be the reification occurs. I see what you're saying. That was why my question was: is the equator a circle?
Well, in old books, like in books that they published in the 19th century, they would say you're under the equator. They wouldn't say you're on the equator. They would say you're under the Tropic of Capricorn. They wouldn't say you're on it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense for sure. And so since they took it from the celestial sphere, they would have it mapped as a circle, but like it could be a straight line.
The coordinates, it's not like, this is what, it's a coordinate system. Okay, so a coordinate system is different than some territory, right? You can choose any arbitrary coordinate system, Cartesian, polar, dual polar, like there's there's an infinite amount of coordinate systems, a literal infinite amount. You could choose a skewed grid where you're using diamonds. You could use frickin' spirals as your coordinates. You could use frickin' anything.
Yep, yeah, that makes sense. No, and that's what I was thinking. I thought the interesting part was like how we say, we use this geometry on Earth, right? And it's Euclidean. But then once they try to involve this coordinate system using the sky, it becomes non-Euclidean, which is like, that's where their contradiction is. They do everything using Euclid's principles on the Earth, even though they're declaring that the surface is non-Euclidean. It's crazy.
Well, I would say that even the spherical geometry of things in the sky is pseudo-Euclidean. So they're using it Euclidean kind of, but to even use it that way, because they have to assume parallel rays, it becomes Euclidean as soon as you say, hey, we're using parallel rays of light. Now all the starlight and all the sunlight and the moonlight and all this light is hitting parallel. That can only be modeled in a Euclidean geometry, right? So you would take a slice and use a circle and rays that extend from the circle. You couldn't do that in any type of spherical geometry; it'd just be impossible. You couldn't, like, if you took a 3D model like in some 3D graphics program and tried to draw parallel fucking rays to the surface of a sphere, it's not possible.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's almost like a mixed system. So when they actually do like predictions of the sky, they just assume that you're at the center, right? That you're at the center of the origin of coordinates, and there's a big ball moving around you, but it's not even a full ball; it's half a ball. So, and then that's partially the truth, because you can't do observations below 30 degrees and pretty much above 20. So 20 degrees from zenith and 30 degrees above the horizon, you can't do any observations because you can't accurately measure the angles directly overhead because it's hard, and at the horizon, because of, according to them, refraction displaces the objects. You can't do it there either. So like the measurements fall apart if you look in the sky in these areas. So technically, it's just like a ring, a donut in the sky where it actually appears to be natural, like some sort of spherical system. It's way more complicated than people think. It's not like the simplified shit they teach. It's not the way it actually is. Not in practice or in math.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So yeah, there's like a 30-degree discrepancy there that you're saying. I think they came to the conclusion non-Euclidean is because when you do like the 69 miles per degree, they get a number that makes pi equal 2, right, from 0 to 90. So that's
69 miles per degree. Where did that come from?
69 miles per degree. So what we do is we take an angle measurement to Polaris, and then we can just travel upon the Earth in a linear fashion, right? And go 69 miles, and it'll change 1 degree.
How do you know that?
I'm testing it, actually. I'm doing the test
right
myself. Now? No, not right this second, but I do plan on 69ing the globe, and I was wondering if you would want to join in.
69ing the globe?
Yeah, like what we'll do is we'll take angle measurement.
How come it always goes to degeneracy?
That's not
I don't understand. Why would we Eiffel Tower?
Either. Why have I joined? I joined during homoerotic hour now. What's going on here?
No, I'm talking about 69 miles per degree.
I want to Eiffel Tower it.
No, I'm talking about 69 miles per degree. Let's test this fact.
I'm talking about two people on either side of it, fucking it from both sides.
I wasn't trying to get weird or anything. So yeah.
Better try harder not to get weird, because you're getting pretty weird there, sir.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's an arbitrary stance weirdness anyways, but yeah.
So,
But so 69
why are you
miles per
claiming
degree,
it's
if
a
I
fact?
stay on the same
Why are
longitude
you
and I
claiming it's a
travel.
fact before you did the test?
Yeah. I'm not claiming it to be a fact, but it is the case that navigators have been using this for a long time.
So
So
what?
I would say that it's a possibility that it does exist.
If you look at navigation, how accurate it is, typically they're off like 15 miles per day.
Yeah, they don't even claim it's perfectly accurate.
Only
Okay,
you guys
yeah.
do. You know why?
So,
You know
so
how
have you ever
can't even
taken an
measure
angle
the
measurement to
accuracy
Polaris?
because the
Have you
way
ever?
it should. Yeah,
Have you
dude.
ever taken an angle measurement? Did it match your latitude?
That's circular logic.
I know.
Latitude is defined by the angle measurement.
Yeah,
I've just told you
exactly.
that.
Okay, and is there 69 miles? Is there 69 linear miles between you and one other
No,
degree? No.
I don't
Okay,
know.
how do you know that?
How would I know?
You said no.
How would I know? Well, I have no evidence that
You
that's
could go
the case.
and test it. You're saying you
Yeah,
can't
so can
drive
you.
69 miles? Yeah, we all can. Do it together. So
Go
that
for
way
it.
we can learn and
I'm not
prove
doing
things
shit with
in
you.
reality.
Dude,
You
I'm
don't
not
want to
doing
learn and
shit with
prove
you.
things in reality?
No, I'm just not doing shit with you.
Why? I don't understand. You don't have to do it with
Because
me.
you're a
I'm saying you
degenerate.
can do it with yourself. I'll do it over here by myself, and then all of us in the community can come together and verify this information. Are you saying we shouldn't be testing
You're not
things
in
in
any
reality?
community, dude. You're a fucking one-man army, bro.
A one-man
Well,
army that
aren't you
wants
one
to
of the
test a claim?
Bevites? Are you in that community?
No, no. What?
Are you one
That's
of the
what like. Yeah, he
Are you
totally
guys
sounds like
scared?
one of
Are you
them.
guys scared to do
Bevites?
a measurement in
Yeah.
reality?
So you're gonna talk about me? Are you one of these Bevites?
Are
That's
you
like
scared to
you
do
don't
a
think flat
measurement
is
in
this?
reality, Indio?
No.
What's the
So
matter? Are you
no.
getting scared, my friend?
Why would I be scared?
I don't know. So why not test this actual claim in reality to find out if it is the case or not?
Because that is a reversal of the burden of proof, pinhead.
A reversal of the burden of proof.
Yes,
It's
it
not
isn't
an
for
art.
me to go
Nobody made
out
an argument.
it isn't
Nobody's
for me to
making
go.
an
It
argument.
isn't for me to go out and test everybody else's claims, dude. It's up to them.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So you don't want to know if it's 69 miles per degree or not.
Dude, I don't care because it wouldn't prove the Earth is
Okay,
flat
dude,
or
then
not.
you're done. You're done. You don't
Prove
care.
the.
Why are you even
I'll
here
tell you.
telling people the
Well,
Earth
you
is
tell me
flat? You don't want to go
why
check
don't I
it.
care? Why don't I care?
Yeah, because you
Because it
don't want
wouldn't.
to tell. You don't want to check
Because
it.
it won't curve. Because it won't curve the surface.
What does that matter? It'll make pi
What do you
equal
mean? What
2
is
if
that?
it is
That is the
correct.
whole. That is the whole point. This
It
is a
doesn't
flat
matter.
Earth Discord. And if the surface is not curved, it's not a ball. In no
Okay, that's fine.
observation of the
Nobody
sky,
thinks it's a
in
ball,
no
dude.
observation of the sky, can turn the Earth into a ball or make it
Nobody
flat.
thinks it's a ball, dude. No one thinks it's a ball. People, when they claim that it's a globe, they're saying like it's a blade, it's a spheroid. They're saying all different things. They're not saying it's a ball. Everyone knows what the water level does.
No, a sphere is a 2D surface only. It's a ball. They're claiming it's a ball.
Flat is a surface description only.
Is a sphere a 2D surface? Yes or no?
Yeah. Is it flat a surface description? Yes or no? Is flat a surface description? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So locally, when you check things out, it's flat locally. Now, can you make a claim to the whole from the parts, or is that called a part of the whole fallacy?
Yeah, we already covered this.
Okay, so you can use fallacious reasoning in your
It's not
logic to
fallacious.
come to a conclusion.
Okay, I already did the logic, and you didn't point out any point in that logic that was fallacious.
Yeah, it's called a parts of the whole fallacy.
Okay. No.
Yeah, if you just measure one part of something, you can't make a claim to the entirety. And all you can do is measure locally in reality. And if you're going to take measurements out of reality, then I don't know what you're doing.
It's not a part. It's not a part. It is
Okay,
the
the ground you measured is not a part of the earth. Okay, got it.
The water.
The
I
water is
measure
not a
the
part of the
ocean,
earth.
right?
Okay, yeah.
If I measure the ocean,
Yeah, how'd you
I
do that?
know
Go
that
ahead and give us the way you measured the ocean.
Okay, I went to the beach, dude, and I observed a container ship sail from 6 miles out to 30 miles, never disappearing over any curvature or anything like that. Even though
okay, how did you verify the 30 miles?
Okay, radar.
With radar, you shot radar to the ship?
No, there's a radar. There's a radar there's a radar station in Gloucester, Massachusetts that tracks the position of ships using radar.
Okay. And so we have to trust that information. Oh, that's cool. I'm okay with trusting that information. So in your area, things take a long time to disappear into the horizon. Therefore, you can make a claim to the entirety of
No, it never disappeared into the horizon. Ever.
Okay, it never disappeared into the horizon.
No,
therefore, that occurs everywhere, right? That's your claim.
No. No. Why are you straw manning me? Why are you straw manning me?
Flat then
Why
everywhere?
are you straw manning me?
Because you have one local. You have one
Why are you straw
local.
manning me though?
Yeah. You don't have any other observation. You have one
that
local
water
observation.
that the ship is
That's a
on.
part of the
No,
whole
it
fallacy.
is a whole observation because that water, even though I can only see locally, that water is connected to the entire Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, and
is it not?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Atlantic Ocean, it's the same Atlantic Ocean that's in South America.
Okay, so if someone else sees the boat
Actually,
disappear earlier in another part of the world and they claim that it's a globe, isn't that fallacious?
Well, that's a fallacious claim because that
just like your claim is fallacious.
Dude, you interrupt me one more time, you're going to get muted. Okay? You ask me a question and then answer it. You guys do this all the time. That shit is not going to fly. Okay? I'm telling you right now. If you ask me a question, you need to let me answer it. Okay? Someone saying ships over the horizon is the curvature of the Earth is fallacious in the first place because that assumes that it's impossible to make that type of observation on a flat surface. It's not. We've demonstrated it's not. We can demonstrate this is the way it also appears on a flat surface. Okay, so that inference that they've made is wrong. Okay, period. So though we call it the Atlantic Ocean, that water is connected worldwide. There's no break in it. So the Atlantic Ocean is connected to the Indian Ocean, which is connected to the Pacific Ocean, which is connected to the Southern Ocean, which is connected to the Arctic Ocean. They're all connected. It's only saying this is different by conventions because we came up with different names. But it's the same thing. It's the same water. So because this water phenomenologically behaves uniformly at the surface, we can say the vertical compared to the horizontal, that the surface of the water is flat for all practical purposes.
Okay, yeah, no problem. That's definitely using inductive reasoning to make a confident claim, but you didn't reach 100% certainty or knowledge at this point because you didn't do anything deductive.
Yeah, and that's just a baseless assertion.
Okay, tell me that how you determined your argument is deductive and not inductive.
Okay, do you want the syllogism?
Sure.
Okay, syllogism goes like this: if A equals B, B equals C, A also equals C. So to place the A, B, and C, we use a laser, we use the surface of the water, and we use the term flat. So lasers travel in a straight line and are effectively flat, except they're in special cases. Okay, there's no observation of this special case.
There's no beam spread. You're saying?
There's beam divergence. So what? You can control that. So you can control that variable. So you can control that variable. No, it is flat because you rely on the centroid of the beam. The beam centroid. You know what that is?
Okay, what's the beam spread and how long is the beam?
Do you know what a beam centroid is? Because there's no point continuing further if you don't know how beam divergence actually works.
You win, dude.
You don't.
You won. You won, India.
Yeah, if you don't, you'd have no idea what a beam. I'm not trying to win.
And you have a fallacious argument.
You don't know what you're talking about. Nothing that. Yeah, you're just asserting the same thing that you just asked me to demonstrate, and I am, and you say you won, but it's still fallacious.
You think a laser is flat,
Rhetoric,
dude.
it's not going to work. Lasers are flat.
Say it again.
Lasers are flat. The vertical change of its direction, okay, which would
so there's parallel rays
in physics it would be called the Poynting vector. So the Poynting vector of the laser does not change vertically. Okay.
Do you have any evidence of light being parallel?
Dude, what do you mean light being parallel to the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, that's what your claim is at this point. You're saying light is traveling parallel when you shoot out the laser. There's no beam divergence. It's straight. So you could set two lasers
you're confused. You don't know
one
what beam
above the
divergence
other,
is.
and
You
they
don't
would
know what
never.
beam divergence is. What is beam divergence?
Yeah, when the beam comes out, it spreads. So you have beam spread.
So how do you stop that from happening?
I don't think you can at certain
Yeah, you
distances,
can.
like
You
the distances
use a
you're
column. You can use a collimator, and the collimator will make.
That doesn't correct it completely.
What do you mean
Culmination
completely?
errors cannot be removed fully.
Okay. It's just, no, dude, you're just mixing and matching terms. Collimation errors happen in a theodolite. Collimation errors don't happen in a laser. Collimating a laser means having the beam come through a lens and come out parallel. Okay? So the laser come out parallel. So you can measure what the beam divergence is. And you can control it. So if the beam divergence at some distance, like say I have the beam divergence and at 41 kilometers, it equals a 2-meter spread. But the curve of the Earth is supposed to be 127 meters. That spread does not change the result because the spread is 2 orders of magnitude smaller than the measurement. So there is no like measurement error, uncertainty, lack of precision. It doesn't matter because what the prediction is 2 orders of magnitude different than the measurement. Even if you say, hey, we're going to take the uppermost point of the beam divergence and see if that part, right? So you got to think of it like a triangle. So from the center of the laser to a point of it, and it spreads out like a triangle, diverges, right? If you take the top point of this triangle, that top point is still 125 meters under where the fucking under the level of the eye.
Okay, so not flat.
And 80. Does flat exist?
Does flat exist? Yeah, there's things that's a surface description, or if you want to describe uncarbonated water, or if you wanted to describe paint, yeah, there's flat exists.
You are an utter fucking retard.
A quick
Oh, is that
question,
not
dude.
true? What I just said is not true. Is that correct?
For some reason, I thought, Tora, were you a flat earther before, and then you switched?
No.
I'm not taking any position. I'm not going to get trapped into what you guys were sold called a bad deal. It's not Batman versus Superman, Jets versus Giants, in my opinion. But if you'd like to hold that position, good luck. You'll be trapped forever.
He's a glossy earther. I got it, because he says flat applies to paint. Yeah, there you go. He's a glossy earther. It's a new one.
Okay, so
it's
flat
nice
doesn't
just to
apply
be
to paint.
new.
Flat doesn't apply to paint. Is that your argument?
You're a
What
joke.
is a glossy? What is a glossy earth?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if
we have people in here now that doesn't think flat applies to paint. This is what happens when you get stuck in this model. I'm sorry,
I
guys.
think
You are
flat
stuck in a
applies. Yeah, I
dichotomy,
think
and
flat.
it's
Yeah,
rotting
flat
your
applies
brain.
to paint.
Flat
Yeah, I was
applies-
gonna say that too. Shoot, somebody beat me to it.
Flat applies to paint, but that's a word context fallacy. So congratulations.
The first definition I gave was surface description. Did you miss that?
Okay.
And then I
Yeah,
gave
but does
other
it
things. You
actually-
asked me
I
if
said,
flat
does it
exists in
exist?
reality. Yeah, it does. It exists in reality in these 3 ways, and I gave them to you.
So, if matter is made of discrete elements, how can it be flat unless those
How do you
discrete
know that?
elements are also flat?
How do you know that?
Well, I mean, you can determine that. Well, we could do the
You know what
photoelectric
matter is
effect.
made out of? Were you there when it was all made? So you're the creator. Are you God again?
No, no, that has nothing to do with it. We can do the photoelectric effect and determine that everything's made of discrete matter.
Okay,
Oh, do you know
and that's reasonable. That's a deductive experiment. You're saying?
Yeah, you shoot fucking light at a metal plate and particles fucking fly off of it.
Particles? What's your evidence for this?
That's right. Because they have a ballistic.
Can you see them?
Because they have. No, you don't need to see them. Not everything is known with sight, so it has a ballistic trajectory, and you can deflect them with a magnetic field. Okay.
Hey, y'all.
Okay, so atomic theory confirmed.
It's not atomic theory. Well, I mean, you could call it atomic theory to a degree.
Okay, so it's
not really
confirmed. It's not a theory, right? It's confirmed. It's 100% the truth of the matter.
You get an experiment. This is what will happen. That the matter will come off in discrete particles, and it will have a set momentum, right? You can measure the momentum. You can measure the impact of the particle. and you can see
that every single time, and from
area.
here into the future, all the time, it'll be that way.
Oh, don't try to make the uniformitarianism argument, dude. It's fucking so gay, dude. You're just a sophist. I'm just muting you. Pathetic.
Yeah, they got this new script. That's what this pie is too thing. Somebody said that yesterday too. They got a new script they're rolling in here.
Elderbear.
But yeah,
Pie is
somebody's
too.
it's an elderbear acolyte. Somebody's got a question for you, Indio.
Oh, what's up, bro?
It's okay. Yeah. I just wanted to ask: is he Gruber or Concave?
I don't know what the hell he is.
I think he said he doesn't want to be trapped or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he already is, man. Until he figures out how to get out of that straitjacket, he's trapped.
Yeah, he sounds pretty trapped to me. He sounds pretty trapped.
Straitjacket. That was nice.
I mean, maybe he's a Houdini Earther and he can get out. I don't know.
And bro, sorry for not knowing what is a level Earther. I just heard it today, I think.
Dude, this is like a thing they've been doing for years now, right? They tried to like water down or obfuscate or make a flat Earth appear ridiculous by coming out with like these iterations of like, it isn't flat Earth, it's true Earth. It isn't flat Earth, it's level Earth. It isn't flat Earth, it's horizontal Earth. It isn't like
I get it.
You know, it's silly, dude. It's
They
idiotic.
want to introduce. So they want to introduce. Sorry for interrupting. So they want to introduce infinite options, so that they can water it down.
Yeah,
mostly level. Remember that one, Indio? Mostly level.
The mostly level.
Mostly, okay. Sorry.
That was sheeple, right? The mostly level Earth.
Yeah, that was totally sheeple. Yeah, the most flat.
Why wasn't he the mostly flat?
I know he should have been the mostly flat, right? That would have been more consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet he should have been the mostly flat. Yeah, that's what he should have been. The truth in advertising. So I'm if you're listening, I still haven't talked to Alan and Shane or those guys. I mean, their shit's really not that important to me. But you know, I'll get to them eventually when I have a chance.
I hear ya. I'm kind of over it myself, but they're still trotting it out like it's the best thing.
Well, I mean, there was something there. It would have already. Well, I can't say that because there's some pretty good experiments that people don't know about. But there would be. I think there'd be more there.
Oh, there's nothing there, to be honest.
Well, that's what I mean. Like if that if that dog could hunt, then it would have caught something by now. Like I said, I'm gonna look at it with like fresh eyes. But I think it doesn't mean I don't think like what they've done is actually useful. I think it has the potential of revealing something in the mathematics that I mean you kind of like alluded on that like when you said that they're using hyperdimensional origins of coordinates. Man, that's freaking that's the next level. Like what the hell are you doing? And like mathematically, yeah, sure it works, but it's like I mean, if you want to, like, I don't know how they could ever say that this is reality and we're not just reifying something using hyperdimensional spaces. But then again, there's millions of dollars and billions of dollars going to string theory, which is, 200 dimensional frickin' space that, of strings that terminate on a frickin', on you, me, and everybody around here and everything else. Get real, like if you're real into it, you could do loop string theory. So now they're rings or circles or vibrating freaking loops. You know, how can you be a sophist like that guy and hold your head up high? Right? I don't get it. Like, you should be walking around with your head bowed down in shame.
Dude, what was crazy to me is, for some reason, I thought he was a flat earther at some point because I recognized his voice, but it was weird. It almost had like a Jaren vibe where he's just like refusing to acknowledge all of the empirical evidence for a plane.
Yeah, I recognized his voice too. Yeah, I can't remember if he used to have a different name or yeah, but yeah, he's been around.
Yeah, he had a different. I think he was in here the other day under a different name. But no, that could be a different guy. Like there's like the Bev crew or the. I think he must be part of the Bev crew, or he's freaking borrowing some of their arguments, if that's what you want to call them, or tactics, really.
Yeah, he's
There's a
parroting
couple
them.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he might not be part of the crew. Like he just like trying to take the piss, rage bait.
Yeah, guys.
You know, whatever. It's like a game to
How
them.
you doing?
The uniformitarianism argument is just silly, dude. I mean, yes, it's like that everything in the past is going to be in the way is the way it is now, and everything now is the way it is in the future. You have to have some like level of belief or faith in that because you don't actually
Can execute.
Hello, Bob. What's
Hello,
on
how
your
you
mind?
doing, guys? I'm fine.
Did you have any questions?
Oh, thanks.
Right. Where are you from?
I'm from Egypt.
From Egypt. Nice.
Thanks. So what are you
It's hot
guys
there.
doing? Yeah.
We're listening to a recording.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Do you think you live in a ball?
Anyone is speaking?
Yeah, I asked you if you think you live on a ball.
I'm sorry?
Do you think you live on a ball? Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. Because summer is hot here.
Because the summer is hot. Yeah, it's hot here too.
Oh.
But that's the only reason.
I don't know.
Have you ever looked into flat Earth?
Looking for what?
Do you see the room name?
Real name?
The name of this room. Do you see it?
Wait.
You pressed on it when
Because
you joined the chat. So.
Flat Earth, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what do you think about it? Have you heard about it?
Yeah, I think the Earth is not flat, bro.
Yeah, you think it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
So
what do you think?
I'm pretty sure it's flat after doing some observations. So
If it's flat, I can assure you that if it's flat, you can see the America from Egypt. If it's flat,
really, why?
yeah, you can see everything, like ships in Italy, ships in Greek.
Why would
Anything,
all laws of perspective just?
because
I don't understand.
this is a curve.
Certain days you can't even see 2 kilometers. Why would you see forever? That's just a crazy assumption.
No, it's not.
Why
But you can
why
see
can't the Earth be
everything.
flat and you still have all the laws that we experience here? Why does it have to change?
I think your eyes, like your eyes, you can see everything with your eyes. At least the boards.
You can see through thousands of kilometers of atmosphere
Yeah,
and through continents even. Just from
yeah,
Egypt, you will basically be looking through like the entire North Africa and just to see America. So that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, I gotta go right now because my job.
Right.
Nice to meet you guys. Nice to meet
Anyone else?
Me, I can debate. Period.
Oh no, not you.
No, not me. Why are you
No,
being
I'm
prejudiced
kidding.
against me?
No,
That's
I'm kidding.
weird.
Let's go.
Okay, period.
So, number one,
So,
globe proof people.
no. Number one, flat proof. Let's ask that question.
Okay. Flat, measurable surface.
Is that you got any like video proof?
Video proof. I think you've been provided a couple of them, haven't you?
Well, if one of your minions will be helpful in providing a video, thanks.
All right.
Oh yeah, I will. Yeah, I'm one of the minions.
Yeah, we know. Y'all are just brain farts.
All right, here we go. Brain Fart is going to post an observation that completely destroys the globe. No globe earther has
Right.
been able to debunk it, and you probably won't even understand much out of it. But there it is, peer-to-peer. Dr. John D. There you go. That destroys the
fine.
globe. This observation is not possible on a globe. Even AI agrees that this is not possible on a globe.
All right. If light travels in a straight line, it'd be light. Okay. Blah blah blah.
Sure, yeah. Right.
You know what? And this is way too fucking long. I'm just gonna put this in my AI chat, see what they give me. Copy this. Like I said, bro, the curve is way too freaking huge for you to see anything, bro. That's why it looks flat. And mind you, 20 miles is not even that much. Maybe try 200. Muted? Am I muted? No,
Look,
I'm not.
there's an image we have of 275 miles from a camera, the Nikon P900, over the French mountain range,
Bro,
and
the Earth
that
is
took a
like
picture. Hang on,
2,000.
don't talk when I'm talking now, right? You asked a question. You used to go 200 miles. I'm giving you 275 miles. Okay. There should have been 9.5 miles of curvature blocking the line of sight of the camera. And that is in the Guinness Book of Records, by the way. Okay. The camera shot the distance itself, inadvertently proving flat Earth. Okay. So we've got 275 miles of shots where the curvature should be, but it's not there. So we're able to make the shots. Okay. And every time you speak as an ignorant one because you haven't gone out to do the investigation. You come
Neither
here
have
every
you.
day. Hang on, when I'm finished, I'll tell you. You come here whenever you do, but you don't come here telling us, oh, actually, I've gone out to try and measure the curvature. You're just running up your stupid mouth. You're not really going out to
Neither
investigate
do
anything.
you.
Again, you've made an assumption. How old am I? How long have I been into the flat Earth? What do you know about me?
Obviously, you don't have any proof that you did yourself
Oh,
because you would have
really?
showed
Another
it.
assumption. So you know that how? How do you know that? How do
Because
you
you
know
would have
that?
showed it.
Excuse me. How do you know that?
I'm giving you my answer because
Your
you would
answer
have
is
showed it
absolutely
already.
ridiculous because
That's the
you would ask.
answer.
You would ask and not assume.
You would
See?
show.
You would ask.
You would show.
You would ask. You would
You would
ask.
show. You
I have
would show.
summarized you. I have summarized you exactly as I've said. You come here every day. You haven't made any
Not every
inroads
day.
into making, hang on, into making any investigation to whether or not it's flat or not. I'm giving you evidence. 275 miles. You're not even
Okay, I
looking
would
for
like
that.
to see that.
Shut up. You're not even looking. You're not even asking, can I see that image? Anybody who's listening
I
to this
just
live
asked.
stream right now will be listening to what I'm saying, and I'm pulling you out. I'm saying to you that if you're genuinely interested, you would say, Jin, can you show me that 275 miles distance shot that you
I
said?
just did.
That's what you would have said. Then you might have gone on to say, Jin, how do you know the earth is flat, Jin, for example? You might have said that, but you didn't do that. You assumed I don't know nothing. I've been in this thing 11 years. I'm 64 years of age. You don't know what you know, you can put on a pinhead. Your knowledge can be placed onto a pinhead and have more room. Okay, young lady, start doing some investigation before you run up your big mouth in this server.
You should do that
Thanks.
first.
I've already done that. Don't you worry.
So
Still
you can
waiting for
show
the
me.
questions. Still waiting for the questions. Can I see that
You
image,
can
Jin?
show me.
Can
I
I,
just asked
Jin? Can
you
I
to
see,
show
Jin?
me.
Can I see that image, Jin? I'm really interested in whether or not
I'm
the Earth is
asking
closed
you to
or not.
show
Jin,
me. You
can you
keep
show me that
talking
image,
to
Jin?
show me it.
You're talking whilst I'm talking. Shut up. Jin, can you show me that image, Jin? And then, Jin, can you tell me how you came to the flat Earth or how you know the Earth is flat? I haven't heard any of those questions.
Hey, bro, I literally just
I
asked,
haven't
can
heard
you
those
show
questions.
me the
I
picture
haven't.
or what are
I
you
haven't
talking
heard you.
about?
I haven't heard you because you're talking when I'm talking.
Oh my
So you will
God.
now start
Mind
from the
you.
beginning and ask the question clearly, concisively, without any
I said it when you
hiccup.
stopped talking.
Yeah, right. That's it. Learn some manners. I am now
You
finished.
first.
I am now finished.
Yeah, great. Thank God. Anyways, yeah, can you go ahead and show me that picture and experiment that
Right.
you did?
Thank you. Here we go. Give me 2 minutes. Thanks. Honestly, they come in here, umin and ahhing, making a whole lot of horrible noise, everything negative. Meanwhile, they haven't gone out to check for themselves because the onus is always going to be on the person who's being informed to try and validate and confirm. That will always be the situation. Then you can make the claim, I know the earth is flat. I listened to Jin CBR1. I looked at his material. I listened to what he had to say. I then had to go and check for myself. That's how you learn. Coming here every day making a noise. You're a nuisance. Thank you. Take it from your elder. Absolutely fed up with the noise you make. All right, now let me get that image up now. Give me a couple of minutes whilst I get into my library. I don't have it to hand. Come on. A couple of more minutes. I'm getting into my library. I'm scrolling down through my library of photos to select the one I want to give you. Okay. I've got like 9,000 of images collected, and I'm going back. And I'm almost there. I know where it is. Just got to get there.
Okay, I'm going to get there.
It's okay.
Oh,
Okay, just making sure you don't get worried. Oh, has he gone away? No, I'm still here. Going through my library right now. Scrolling down.
Right, I'm approaching it now. Here we go. Something gone a bit weird there as well. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm not quite there yet. I'm looking at my JFK section, which I don't need to be there. Okay, here we are, Flat Earth. I've arrived at the Flat Earth section. Good. Yeah, so remember, man, if you're serious about living life for real, as you say in the United States, for real, then you're going to go and check for yourself so that you can carry yourself with your chest sticking out. I know the Earth's flat, rather than being in here as a nuisance, like an unwanted fly that needs to be squatted and thrown out. Do you know what I mean? Because you're not really making any inroads into learning anything at the moment. You're just being a nuisance here. I've been watching you for the past month or so. You haven't made any positive inroads into actually confirming either way. You haven't done anything. I wonder why. Why would you spend all the time in here making a lot of horrible noises? As I said, all negative, nothing positive to lead you to the truth. Why would you do that? That is incoherent behavior of somebody who is looking at the truth. You give yourself away every day you're here, madam, young lady. Yeah. So I'm the guy that gets tired of that. And I'm your elder, I have the selective words and the mannerisms to bring that to your attention in a way that you will be embarrassed and you will have to either go and check, because every time I see you, I'm going to be laughing because you're not looking for the truth. It's that simple. And I have time for little children coming in, making noises and not really addressing the situation truthfully with honor and integrity, which is what a flat earther is. And the flat earth itself, put there by God. These things are serious. They're not jokes. Problem with you people, think you're joking
I
around,
don't think
messing
God
around.
made flat Earth.
Well, that's because you don't understand how you came to be. That's that simple. You're too young at the moment. You're still running on
No, not really.
you're still indoctrinated by the system, and it's totally brainwashed your brain, and you're living for that. You're not living for yourself, and you're not living to learn the truth. To make that statement shows you have no connection to the creator of the earth and the earth you live on. You're just a nothing. You're making no inroads. You're of no use at the moment. Exactly what the system wants. You are that candidate, bringing down the rest of the human race. Yeah, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately. I don't miss my words when I get into this kind of mood. It comes direct, no holding back. It's the truth. Right? But I try and keep it as civil as I possibly can. But that's how I am. Here it is anyway. Sorry about that. There's the image. Have a good look. And now you must take your time to study and understand it. Take your time, read the caption in there, take your time, do some research, go to the Google, look into it, and then think, how is it that I've got this image here and it's taken on Earth, and then NASA gives me a spherical ball image of the Earth? Now, which one can be the truth? Well, let me go and check for myself. That's what you do. You can't go to space. So there's a clue. No human being can go there to make that shot of the globe ball Earth that we're not measuring here on Earth. Okay, just tired of this young ladies coming in, making noises, not moving positively to learn anything. And then usually do a 200 mile shot. Well, we've got you. There you are. That shuts you up. Now have a look at it, study, and start proving it wrong by going out to nature. Don't want to hear your words. Yes. That's simple, ladies and gentlemen, you know. Pretty tired of that nonsense. Stop that. You will learn. We will get you to learn. Otherwise, you won't be here long. It's just that simple. It's the integrity of the situation. This is Jin CBR1, the most unreasonable flat earther you'll ever meet when it comes to the globers. I never agree to anything, okay? Because the truth speaks for itself. I bring the truth. I don't give you thought experiments, maybes, might be's, possibilities. No, I give you the facts because you can use those. I don't give you thought experiments, okay? That's why I'm the most unreasonable flat earther when it comes to these globers. I don't entertain them. No time.
Either you learn about the globe and it doesn't exist, and go and look at the flat earth where you've been living all this time, and then start to reconnect with the life you've lived that you thought you were on a globe. So you've got to go back down memory lane. That's part of your
Bro,
therapy.
the Earth is a globe. It's like not that hard to
Ladies and
understand.
gentlemen, the woman hasn't measured a single degree of curvature, yet she claims it's a globe. No measurements, no photographs, no experience. The brain of hers hasn't recorded a single episode of living on the earth as a globe. And yet you make that claim. You see how the psychiatrist would say to her, how do you know that? How do you know that?
Because of what the evidence other humans gave
No,
us.
that's not knowing. Knowing means by experiencing, getting the information, confirming, then you know. So the psychiatrist would ask you again, how do you don't seem to understand the question, though, lady? How do you know that? Not what did you see somebody give you? How do you know that?
Like I
See?
said, from knowledge from other people.
Again, that's not your knowledge, is it? Ladies and gentlemen, do you see? You
Yeah,
see
it
how you are
is.
not tracking. You are deliberately not tracking. I said to you, knowledge gained by your experience. That'll be you and nature. That would mean you've gone out and you've tried to measure that curvature. Until that day, you can't use the word I know because 2,000 people told me. One of them was a scientist, for example. That would not be knowing, sir, madam. So, like I said, I've given you some good material. That one picture, because you was going on, we don't have a 200 mile. We actually have a 275 mile. So shut up there. And then go out and check. Why haven't you checked yet? You're not even checking. You're leaving every day. You come to this server and you haven't checked anything. You haven't checked, so you don't know it's a globe. Don't lie here. You're kidding yourself. You do
Have
not
you
know it's a
checked?
globe. You don't know it's a globe. Don't ask me if I'm checked. I'm giving you information by which you can check. The very fact that you asked that question shows that you are very, very unintelligent. You're not bright. I'm giving you information to assist you in going out to check, right? But you're not, you see, you've got to go and check. You've got to go and check. Do you understand that? You've got to go and check. Then you know. You can't just listen to me or listen to other people. And you've got to go and check. So you can't say you know the Earth's a globe. In fact, I can say no human being on this Earth knows the Earth is a globe. I know that. Why? Because I've measured the surface of the Earth. So I know that the surface of the Earth and the places I've been to are not curving in a single degree. I know this. And I'm 64 years of age at the moment, still kicking. So in all of my 64 years of life, I have not seen, experienced, or my brain recorded anything to do with the globe experience on Earth. That has not happened. And I've jumped out of aeroplanes to see this Earth, as well
Well,
as
you
as
haven't
well
been to
as
space,
flown it.
so how do you know?
Sorry?
You haven't been to space, so how do you
Right,
know?
ladies and gentlemen, there's a big mistake. You do not go to space to know whether or not the Earth is a globe. You measure the surface of the Earth you're on. You've got to go and check. Question from the psychiatrist to you. Why don't you want to go and check? Why would you go to space rather than, and all that money and time and effort and risk your life rather than measure the surface of the Earth? Why won't you? That's what the psychiatrist is going to ask you because you're acting incoherently. Because you come in here making all the noises and you're not moving to learning the truth. You're not moving forward in that sense. I've come along, shaken you up,
Because
giving
it's
you
not
some material,
true.
giving you some material to look at, right? And then you're talking about space. It's not a requirement to know whether or not the Earth is a globe. You don't need to go to space. Measure the surface. As I said, you've got to go out and check. You've got to go out and check. You've got to
I'm
go out and
asking
check.
you if
Now,
you
I need to
checked.
repeat that several times, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a woman here who is incoherent,
Why
doesn't
is it so hard for
understand.
you to answer if you checked
Shut
yourself?
up. I'm still talking. Don't even know when to speak. She's incoherent, right? She needs to go and check. I can't help her anymore. I've given her all the information she'll require. She must then go out to wherever she lives and start making those observations to prove the globe. Can you go and do that now? That's what the psychiatrist will be telling you. You're going to need to do that. young lady, Ipo, whatever. You're going to need to do that because that's how you're going to know. You can't know otherwise. You can't know when from somebody telling you. You can't know that. That wouldn't be knowledge. That'd be something somebody told you. You gain knowledge by investigating, experiencing it, and recording it. Time, date, space, weather, everything. Then you know. Then you come back with your chest sticking out.
Yeah, Jin,
I know the Earth's flat. I know the Earth's flat. I measured it. Okay? So don't keep asking, did you? Did you? Yes, I did. Okay? Now what? Have you? No, you haven't. Go
Would you
check it.
mind showing it?
Go check it.
No, you showed me something else, not yours.
Yeah, no, yeah, I showed you something that I've seen for myself and accept as the truth because it fits with the life that I've lived for 64 years. And if I want, I can go to that location and go check it, but I didn't have to go there. I've got London to Japan, Japan to London, Japan to Hawaii, Japan to Singapore, Japan to Guam, Saipan, Los Angeles, London to Germany, London to Africa, Africa to London. I've traveled. Remember, I'm 64. Okay, I'm not new to this game. I'm 64. I'm carrying a lot of knowledge of flat Earth, knowledge gained through traveling the Earth. Do you understand now? Can you go and check, please? Yeah, that's what the psychiatrist is saying to you. Why are you refusing to go and check? You're
I'm not
making a lot of
refusing.
negative noises here. You're making a lot of negative noises here. We should do this. We should. You haven't done anything yet. Can you go and do something? Can you go and prove your globe? Stop listening to other people. Confirm what they told you is correct. Can you do that? Can you go and check that they give the information you were given is correct? Because you haven't done that yet.
Can
Okay,
you?
Ibo. Okay, Ibo. Ibo. Yeah, we're fed up with your fucking noise. That's why. You haven't done anything. Fuck. 2 months, you done fuck all.
1
Get
month,
out of here.
actually.
Stop fucking measuring. Shut up and measure. Then come back.
Yeah, you said he hasn't been to space, so he doesn't know, but you haven't been there either, so.
Yeah, I'm using his own logic. Yep.
Excuse me. I said
You're,
to you that it's not a requirement. Going to space is not a requirement to knowing whether or not the Earth is a globe. You're
Yeah, it
living on the
is.
globe. Excuse me. You're living on the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be the most safest and cheapest endeavor? Measuring the surface on the Earth where you live or getting into a rocket, which is going to be several $1 million, and then the risk of it exploding and you killing yourself. You may, and not that you won't be going to space anyway, ladies and gentlemen, because the rocket will go up and come back down. It doesn't go. This young lady doesn't understand that we cannot go to space. It's not a place we can venture to go to. That's a story. But she doesn't understand that yet. When she finds out that Earth is not a globe, that's when everything else will fall into place. This is the problem. She's not going out. Ippo is not going out to check. That's the problem. Once she
Neither are
starts to check,
you.
you're assuming and you're making a false claim. Okay, stop that. You don't even know me to make
yeah,
that
Jin.
claim. Go ahead, sir.
Jin, tell her what would be the easiest way, easiest method to actually test the surface of Earth to curve.
Yes, thank you very much, Effie Alaska. Yeah, what me and you have both done, and that would be long distance observation. Okay, she knows this already. She's been coming here for several months, so she, unless she hasn't
What?
paid attention, so we'll do it one more time. You look for the curvature by looking at the curvature chart first. So, what is the circumference of the Earth meant to be? The circumference is meant to be 24,901 miles. Okay, what's the radius of that? That's 3,959 miles. Okay, so basically, over a given distance, there should be a drop of curvature. And that's all you've got to go and find. So you go out and survey the land looking for the curvature of the Earth. That's all you've got to do. That's it. So if you go
Yeah,
across a
Ipon.
lake, for example, a lake that is 10 miles long, now lake and water is always level. Everybody knows that. Water is always level wherever you sit, and especially in lakes when they're quiet and at rest. Now, if you stand at one end and I'm at the other end and you can see me, that would be impossible if the Earth was curving because there would be 67 Yeah, 67 feet of curvature, basically blocking line of sight. Okay, 66.67. That's what I was trying to say. 66.67 of curvature blocking the line of sight. Now that's 66 feet high. Okay, so that means if I'm looking, I won't be able to see you. You won't be able to see me. But those observations are made. Then you can go to another lake if you can find one, 20 miles long. People are making observations right across that. Now that lake is level and horizontal. Again, it's at rest. And then the people are making their observations. Now, that would be 266 feet of curvature blocking line of sight. It's not there. So you need to go and check, don't you? That's all. That's all. That's all she knows. She's been here 2 months. It's not difficult to understand that. She must go out with her camera and her friends, start making long distance observations. That's the key. Find some open, flat area where there are no buildings. And if you've got buildings that you haven't, then you have to get above the buildings. So that means you have to raise up in your elevation and make a record of what height you're at, and then see what you survey, Google Earth everything, and then use the Earth calculator, curvature calculator, and you can work out how much curvature should be there. Simple. Okay? I'm just fed up with the woman Hippo coming in, making the most noise and not making one positive move to learn the truth. Okay? That's called trolling. In my book, she's gone. She would have gone days ago. She wouldn't have been here for months. We don't have I don't entertain that. I can
I'm not
understand
trolling,
that,
but okay.
yeah, I can understand that, maybe we're not having enough customers coming through, perhaps. But let me tell you something. She's lucky she's here. I'm lucky I'm here myself, but there you go. My point is that, there comes a time when you've got to put your foot down and say, excuse me, madam, Hippo, can you go and measure, please? Because your questionnaire is a bit annoying when you're not even going out to check, because if you did, you'd be a flat earther. I'll give you this. This is your integrity. You're a flat earther in denial. Okay, you're a flat
No,
earther
I'm
by
not.
default. By default, you're a flat earther because you were born on a flat earth. You're a flat earther in denial, and finally, you're a flat earther gonna be. Because I guarantee you, for as long as you're in here, and if every flat earther puts it upon you to go and check, and you don't check, that's willful ignorance right there. You are now running from your responsibility to check. You can't use the words, I know it's a globe. You can never use those words. You don't have the right. You don't know it's a globe. We tell you no human being knows it's a globe. That would include you.
No, I think the people in space know it's a globe, but okay.
Again, you haven't validated that they've gone to space. How do you know they've gone to space?
Because of the video and the picture evidence?
And that, again, that's not going to be good enough, is it? Because
Why
that
is
can be
that
done
not good enough?
it can be done in a studio, which is where it's being done. You
Okay, so
can't
you
prove
have to
that.
prove that it was done in the studio. You can't
No,
just
I
say
don't
that.
have to prove anything. No, I
Yes,
don't
you
have to
do.
prove it. No, I don't
Because you
have to
tell
prove
me to
anything.
prove everything. So
Ladies and
you have to
gentlemen,
prove that it's fake.
Mother,
What?
no, I don't have to prove anything. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes, you do.
again, ladies and gentlemen, we're measuring flat Earth. Okay, my
Okay.
measurements
And if
debunk space
somebody's
travel.
taking a picture from a
Ladies and
wide
gentlemen,
distance
my
and it's
measurements, which you haven't
circular
made,
or it's the
debunk
curve, you
debunk
deny it. Like,
space
come on
travel.
now.
My measurements of flat Earth debunks space travel. Okay.
Okay, so debunk that it's fake. Like what?
Excuse me. Can you go and measure the surface of the Earth to
Can
prove
you
the
go
globe? Don't
debunk
tell
that
me what I got to
the
do.
pictures that they took
Excuse
is
me.
fake?
Don't tell me what I got to do. I've already
So
done
don't
that.
tell me
Can
what
you
I
go
have to
the
do.
globe, please? Can you go and measure the surface and bring me
Can
the
you go
evidence that
debunk
you know
that
the
the
Earth is a
pictures
globe?
from space is fake?
Excuse me, Hippo. You're not paying attention now, Hippo.
You're not
Hippo,
paying
can you
attention.
go and measure the surface of the Earth
Can
so
you
that you know it's
debunk
a
the
globe,
pictures from
Hippo?
space is fake? The only proof
Hippo,
that y'all
you're
ever
still not
gave
paying attention,
about
Hippo.
pictures from space is
Hippo, you're
some
not paying
movie
attention.
that y'all tried to
Hippo, you're not
some
paying
movie from
attention,
the 90s
Hippo.
that y'all made and y'all looked at
Hippo,
it and y'all
you're
gave it
not
to fake
paying
people and said,
attention,
oh,
Hippo.
well, we think this is from NASA from space. And you gave a picture. Oh,
Hippo, you're not
AI
paying
can do that so you
attention,
don't know which
Hippo.
one is fake or real. That's not debunking anything. You
Hippo,
haven't
you're
debunked
not paying
nothing.
attention, Hippo. You're not paying attention. I
Neither
said
are
to
you.
you,
You tell me to
and
go
say,
debunk something, and
again,
when I
you're
tell you
talking
to go
like
do
I'm
it,
trying to
it's
talk.
different.
Hippo, you're not paying attention. You will need to go out to
And
measure
you
the
will
surface
need
of
to
the
go
Earth to
debunk
know it's a
that the
globe.
pictures
Then you
from
can
space is
say you
fake.
know it's a globe, first and foremost. You haven't done that.
You
We're
haven't done
measuring
it
flat
either.
Earth. done that already. We know that space travel is impossible.
How
Flat
is it
Earth.
impossible? Explain to me, how is it impossible
Right,
that space
exactly. Now,
exists?
now you're asking me to explain why it's
Yes,
impossible to go to
explain it,
space.
because you just made a claim. Every time I make
Yes,
a
yes,
claim,
yes.
I have to explain it.
I'm
So
going to
go ahead
do
and
that.
explain it.
I'm going to do that after you can explain how they can go, because you made the claim they went. You went
Yeah, they
first.
did win. And I just
How?
told
How
you
do you
the
know they went?
pictures and the videos
How?
that we have.
How? No. How does the technology work?
I can't tell you that,
Thank
but I can
you.
look it up.
You don't know. You see what I
Yeah,
mean,
and
ladies
you
and
don't
gentlemen?
know either, but you
I'm
made
going
a
to
claim.
answer
You
your
gonna go
question
back up your
shortly.
claim though.
I'm going to answer your question for the next 15 minutes. All right,
Yeah,
because you
please
asked a
do.
question. Right. So just making sure, ladies and gentlemen, get this for the record, that Ippo was asked, how does she know they went to space? The video. I then asked, what about the technology? How does the technology work? No answer. So she doesn't know they went to space.
I
Okay?
do know.
No, you don't know.
I don't know
You
the
don't know.
technology,
Have you
but
measured?
I
Have
know
you
that they
measured the
went
curvature?
to
Have you
space.
measured?
That's two
Have
different
you
things.
measured
That's
the
two
curvature of
different
the Earth?
things. That is
Have
two
you
different
measured
things.
the curvature of the
That's
Earth to
two different
confirm the
things.
globe?
You know your car runs on
Have you
gas, but you
measured the
don't know how
curvature
your
of the
car
Earth?
works with
Please
gas.
answer the
That's
question
two
that is
different
put
things.
to you.
What the hell are you
Have
talking
you
about?
measured the curvature
Everybody
of the
knows their
Earth
car
to
runs
know
on
it's a
fuel,
globe?
but nobody knows really
Excuse me.
the
I'm
inside of the
asking
car
you a
and how
question.
fuel works.
I'm
Like, come
Jin,
on
asking you a
now.
Jin,
question, Hippo.
Hippo, stop
Hippo, I'm
talking.
asking you a question. Have you
Jin,
measured the curvature of the
Jin,
Earth? Yes, go ahead.
Jin, you can't just keep asking her the same thing over and over again. It's like
You
Jerry
can see she's
Springer in here right
obfuscating the
now.
question.
I know,
DJ,
but just repeating it over and over again, and then
because
you
she's
guys are
not
talking
answering the
over the
question.
top of
What
each
does one do?
other. It's just audio
Yeah. What does
chaos.
one
Maybe
do though, DJ? What
let
does one
Ganja
do?
Rambo or someone like that talk to her. That's more
Sorry, yeah.
relaxed.
Okay, but why is she not answering the question?
I just answered your question. I said I don't know. And I'm telling
Okay.
you, me not knowing how it works and them having pictures and videos are two different things.
Yeah, that wasn't the question I asked you. The
So what
question
was the
before that was,
question?
the question before that was, have you actually measured the curvature of the Earth so that you know it's a globe? No, you
I
haven't,
said
have you?
no. And you
Right.
haven't
Okay.
either.
Okay. No, that's not. That's absolutely incorrect.
So
That's
show the proof that you went out there and did it.
I've already told you how that I've measured the surface of the Earth through flights. Okay. I also gave supporting material which would aid you in investigating. Right. I gave you the image. Right. I haven't heard any feedback from the image I gave you at all. Nothing. Like I said, if you're genuinely inquisitive into wanting to know the truth, you would then look at the image I gave
Flat
you.
Earth is not
If
true.
you're interrupting me as I'm speaking, right? You would look at the image, give some feedback, and then I want to hear. You know what? I'm going to go and check, because that's what you're going to have to do. I don't hear you making that position at all. Now, I will explain to you how rockets don't work in space. Number one, air is requirement of the propulsion system for a rocket to propel itself off. Okay, you have your two hypergolic fuels. One is liquid oxygen, and the other one could be aerosine 51, for example. And when they come into contact, they spontaneously combust. Bang! As soon as these two chemicals touch, then the fuel, the spent fuel, and the energy comes out of the rear, the nozzle. The problem with the rocket is this: as the rocket is now climbing up due to the air around it, yeah, as it rises in altitude, the air begins to diminish at an alarming rate. Hence, that familiar arc that the rocket takes, because the air that is required to push off of is now running out. So it must return back down to Earth, right? There's no air up there. Air is a constituent that it needs to sustain itself, okay? Now, in order for it to sustain itself mechanically, the nozzles would have to increase in size. If you can increase the size of the nozzles during the ascent phase, then you could have more fuel coming in. But the problem is the rocket is not carrying that fuel. So there's another problem there. Okay. That's why rockets don't work in space. And then the number one capping stone, it would be a second law of thermodynamics violation. Anyway, okay. Thank you. It didn't take 15 minutes. When you know the technology and how it doesn't work, you know they can't go to space. All right. Thank you very much. And I do apologize for the pressure that I placed on Ipa. It was time she got it anyway. And if
Anyways, rockets do have
audio,
fuel and it has
thank
oxygen.
you. Sorry,
It has fuel.
you're speaking ignorantly here. Okay,
How? What are you talking
what
about?
fuel are you talking about? Please explain. Explain to everybody who's listening. Go ahead. I'll shut up.
Okay, I will. Thanks. Let me get my chat. Let me get my chat. Hold up.
See what I mean? Now you're going to use Chat GPT, ladies and gentlemen.
What's wrong with using Chat
I'm not
GBT?
using anything. I'm not using chat.
Great that you're not using anything. You don't get cool
So, ladies,
points for
now
not
you're going to
using
use
something.
Chat GPT. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's
What's
see
the
what
problem?
Chat GPT is going to lie to us now. Go ahead.
How you know it's lying?
Because I know that you can't go to space. That's why.
You can't.
Thank you. Carry on.
Okay.
Please carry on. Remember, I'm measuring flat Earth here. We're actually measuring the Earth flat, remember? The first part of the step into knowing the truth. Measure the surface of the Earth. But of course, you haven't done that yet, so you won't know that, will you?
Neither have you.
I've done it already. 64 years of age now. I fully know and lay my life down that the Earth is indeed flat, no curvature at all. So I've already done that. So you keep saying I haven't done that, so John, you're being silly now.
Okay, you keep bringing up the fact that you're old. It doesn't mean anything.
Yes, because of that means a stage of time has happened, right? To have gathered enough knowledge to know.
Right.
Thanks. You're not there yet. That's why. Okay. Makes me superior to you with my age alone. Carry on.
No, not really.
It does, actually. It does.
No, not really.
It does. Unfortunately for you, it certainly does. But I'm
No,
still
it
waiting
doesn't.
for your Chat GPT, by the way.
Oh, great. Just give me like 2 minutes.
All right. There you go. You don't know. You're going to go and ask Chat. This is what we're coming to, ladies and gentlemen. That the people who want to know the truth now will never get it because they're, one, not going out to go and confirm, and they're just living on videos that people have told them, and they're not confirming anything, fact checking anything.
You do the
They're
same
not.
thing, bro.
No, I don't do that. I'm sorry, that's not true at all.
And you
You
still
keep
haven't gave me
doing that.
any video.
You keep doing that, and that's a fallacy in itself.
You
Stop
haven't
lying.
gave me any video that you
Excuse me.
did.
Stop lying,
You
ladies and
give me
gentlemen.
videos of
If
other
I've
people.
given you enough information, I've given you enough
Of
information
other people?
that would prompt you to go and check, but you're not checking. That's the problem, ladies and gentlemen.
You
It
didn't
doesn't matter
either.
how many. It doesn't matter how many videos and proofs you give this woman, this hippo. She still needs to go and check. Okay?
Yeah,
So
the
yeah.
same thing with you.
Yeah,
What
go
is so
ahead.
hard for me asking
Go
of
ahead,
proof
please. Go
that
ahead.
you have done yourself? You still
Go
talk
ahead.
about I need to
Yeah.
do it myself, but you
Hippo,
in the same breath, you won't
calm
give
down.
me proof that
Hippo.
you have done. You tell me to go do it myself, and I'm asking you, show me what you have done, not what other people have done, because
I've
you
done.
have
I've
not
told you
checked it.
already.
You
I
have
Right.
not
told
fact
you, but
checked
you
Enough,
didn't
any
hear
of
enough,
me.
those
man.
videos.
Come on.
You
I told you. You didn't hear
love
me.
pointing at me
I
and
told
telling me
you.
go fact check it. Go see how you know it's
Hippo,
true. You
calm
don't do
down.
it your damn self.
I told
That
you.
shit
Yeah.
pisses me off because you're being a damn hypocrite.
No, I'm not. I told you, but
Yes, you
someone wants
are.
to
You
talk to you.
haven't gave me a video that you
Someone's
done.
trying to
Where's
talk
the
to you.
video?
Hippo, someone's trying to talk to you.
So,
Yeah.
do you know the difference between knowing and believing?
Yeah. Are you
Hippo?
addressing Hippo? Are you addressing Hippo?
Yeah,
Are
of
you?
course. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Can you put your voice up? It's a little bit low. And
Oh,
Hippo,
really?
you're
Sorry.
being addressed. Yeah. Hippo, you're being addressed. Bloody hell. See what I mean? Look at this. You're talking to Hippo. She's not even responding. That's what we got to put up with. This is the world we're living in now, ladies and gentlemen. The younger generation are going to be very, very empty in their heads with knowledge. If they're going to be relying on Chat GPT and not relying on their natural experiences, engaging with nature itself. If you don't do that, then you're living Chat GPT robot life. You're not doing anything.
That was my point. I was trying to, point out that it's just a belief she has. She doesn't know anything. She just believes everything. And now she's gonna talk to a bot and confirm her beliefs. So it's just more fallacious.
Yeah, this is the sad thing that is going on in with the younger generation to date and the older generation as well, because some of them are thinking that technology is that marvelous. Look at what he can tell me now. I don't have to go and do anything. I'm never going to be
It's a
that guy.
religion.
Yeah, thank you. It is. It's a religion. Yeah. It's what Carl Sagan said before he died. Okay, his last interview, he was asked about science and religion. Okay, and he was concerned that the scientific method at that time, right, which would have been, I think, mid-80s, at that time had been abandoned in the United States and around the world. That's what he felt, that the scientific method wasn't being adhered to. Now, for him to make such a statement as a man who's an astronomer and they never used the scientific method, you should pick your ears up immediately, because astronomy is not a science. And yet, the king of the science, the king of astronomy at the time was Carl Sagan, and he said that we could easily be bamboozled now. Who's going to be teaching the younger generation the scientific method, right? And then religious beliefs. He said, with believing, if you hold a belief without confirmation or validation, it's a mistake. So a belief without confirmation or validation is a mistake, is what he said. Okay? So that would be with science or religion. Right? That's Carl Sagan. So going to the chat GPT every time, and it's just going to regurgitate what you think is the truth, isn't really helping you, because you're going to have to engage with nature and the scientific method where applicable. Okay? You're going to have to do that. That's how you're going to know. My statement still stands. No human being knows the earth is a globe. And I don't mean to be Rambo tactics, because that's not my style. My style is usually just get the point across, deal with the facts. But I did say I'm the most unreasonable flat earther you will ever meet against the globers. I don't entertain them, to be honest. I'm the most
So, Jin,
unreasonable. Yeah, go ahead.
Jin,
Yeah.
just to let you know, we're running an event called "Are You Smarter Than a Flat Earther" right now. So there's people joining. So if you
Okay.
want to talk to someone better than Ippo, maybe check the chat, right? See who's joining. See if they want to
Okay.
have a conversation. I can't
I
VC much today.
I appreciate the heads up. Yeah, thanks there. Thank you very much. Always welcome that stuff. Okay, let's have a look, man. Let's see who's in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if we can bring some more exciting engagement with these globers. I do like it when they come in red hot. Okay, I'm looking in the side chat, not seeing much going on there at the moment, but we'll wait and see. Yeah, you can always tell when people are serious when they want to tell the truth, because they're going to ask lots of questions, not accuse you of not doing anything, but actually going out and check the information you give them, plus the information that we give them, personal information, and they're still pointing fingers. Silly. You know, that's a person that's just being a troll here. It's obvious. You're not really moving towards learning the truth, but we'll get you there. The integrity is that you have to look.
I wanted to say she said before also that she was using your logic, but logic is not personal. It's the same for everybody. That's how we determine what is true and what is not true. So
yeah,
it's not a matter of Jin's logic. It is logic, and you're not using logic. That's your problem, because you're religious. You only have a belief about the reality you experience. You don't trust your own senses, so you're not the logical one here. We're trying to get you straight in the head.
Yes, thank you.
Just
Absolutely.
want to put it in there.
No, thank you for that. Yeah, that's exactly correct. We're trying to inform her and give her the material to help her along, because you've got to check it. There's no way you can say you know the Earth's a globe. You haven't checked anything. You can't make that statement. And then we, the flat earthers, make this. It might be outrageous to some of the globers. No human being knows the Earth is a globe. How can we make that statement? Because we've gone out to measure and found that there is no curvature. Okay, and then when I bring my age into it, that means I've lived for 64 years. There is no reference or any recording in my brain of Earth's curvature anywhere. on this earth of the places I've been to. I have not experienced it, not seen it, not felt it. Okay? Now you might think, how powerful is my memory? I'll give you an example of how powerful my memory is. Okay? I'm currently watching a program called The Prisoner from 1967, 1968. I would be 5 and 6 years old at that time, you know? And then with the series, it gives you the date it was produced. So I'm looking at the date January 7th, 1968. And you know what I said? I remember that month because it snowed heavily. I checked with Google for the weather of that date, and it's exactly what I said it was. And I would have been 6 years old at the time. Okay? 6 years old, going to be 7 that year. Okay, so my memory is very, very good. Okay, so age is important, is the point I'm saying here. Okay, I've lived long enough to know whether or not the earth is flat or a globe. And I'm telling you, of my 64 years, when I look all the way back, because I can do that now, all the way back year on year, I don't see curvature, I don't see spin, I don't experience that. All I see is horizontality through my memories of the earth, from the sky, for example, or at the ocean, yeah, or in a plane, or in a boat, or in a hot air balloon, or on a hovercraft, yeah. Oh, right, yeah. Thanks. So when you've lived like I've lived, you will know. I don't know what you people are living today and what life you're living, but it's all computerized and it's crap. It's nothing
All
to do
right,
with
I'm
me.
back. Thank you.
Oh,
So,
I guess. Yeah, there
like
you
I
go.
said, you still haven't shown any video of what you done, but I'm gonna explain to y'all how like rockets work. Cause yeah, that's what I was going back to.
What are
All right.
you about to hang on? What are you about to tell us right now? What are you about to do?
I'm gonna debunk your argument about how rockets can't go up into space because they'll fall right back down.
So you're going to use Chat GPT? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
We're listening.
exactly.
We're listening. Yeah, you don't know that. You don't know, but go ahead. Let's see what Chat knows. You don't know that, so you have no knowledge on what you're about to. You're
And
going to
now
learn
I
some
know.
lies now. But carry on. Go
Right,
ahead.
right. So Ippo, if you're not allowed to read off ChatGPT,
Why?
right? So if it sounds like you're reading a script, okay, so you can, right? So just admit that you don't know anything about rockets and that you're just reading off ChatGPT.
So where do y'all gain y'all evidence?
No. Let's
from knowing
answer my.
about
Do
rockets?
you know anything about rockets?
No.
You don't know anything about rockets, but you're just going to read it off ChatGPT as if it's some kind of gospel, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you don't know anything about rockets, put yourself on mute.
But why?
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
But I do. I can read off of
No, you
ChatGPT.
don't know.
I can
You don't know
understand.
what you're talking about. That doesn't
So
mean
how
that
do
you
you
know
do
what you're
your
talking
research,
about.
DJ? You get your research from other people because I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure you
right.
don't
So
have enough
I
money
can
to
explain
build a
every
rocket.
argument without reading anything off ChatGPT.
Okay, and
Right? I
that's
don't
great.
have to
But
have
you
anything in
research
front
off
of
of
me. I have
other
my own
people.
brain. I have my own brain, unlike you.
And you
I mean, you
research
have a
off of
brain, but
other
it's very
people.
small. Yes, so you learn, right? You learn, you do
And I
research, you
can
learn
learn from
about things.
ChatGPT because
Yeah, but you're not
ChatGPT
learning
is
anything.
AI.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything, right? You didn't learn anything. Reading something out is not learning. You're just parroting information straight off a chatbot, right? That you have no idea about.
What
We could
humans
just,
input into it. So
it's not,
it's what AI is.
yeah, it pulls shit off Reddit and Facebook and places like that, right?
No, it
It
doesn't.
tells you itself that it's wrong quite often and that you have to check every single thing it says, right? And it's proven to
Okay,
be
you
wrong
have to
very
show me
often.
that.
So if you don't know what you're talking about,
And
we
humans
don't
make
want to,
mistakes.
we can just go and have our own debates with ChatGPT if we want to,
That's
right?
great.
If you don't know anything, just be honest and say, look, I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I should go and actually learn some things. And then you can come in here and you can have a conversation with us. But right now, you have no idea what you're talking about. If you're just going to
Yeah, I
poorly
do.
read, right? So if you just want to read like a second grader level reading off ChatGPT, we're not going to sit here and listen to that shit, right? This is not kindergarten, right? Where we're listening to some kid that's barely able to read, right? Just
Great.
parrot some shit off ChatGPT. We're not gonna sit here and have someone like you that can barely even form a sentence or read correctly, right?
Great.
Parrot
And
ChatGPT.
you still
So
can't answer what
put yourself
ChatGPT
on.
gives me.
No, you don't know anything about what it's talking about, right? Look, this is what would happen, right? You're gonna poorly read it off ChatGPT, okay? And then we're gonna rebut it, and then you're gonna poorly parrot some other question into ChatGPT and then read it like a second grader again. We're gonna have to sit here and listen to this horrible, ridiculous, low IQ bullshit from you, right? And then it's just gonna drag on and on to the point where we're just having a conversation with ChatGPT, but instead of just directly having a conversation with ChatGPT, we're having someone that can barely even read, right? Read out like
Keep
a
saying that I can barely read. Yes,
voiceover of
I
what
know.
ChatGPT is
I can
saying.
barely read.
We're not gonna.
Like a
Yeah, you can barely read.
yeah, I know. I know.
Right. So why would we sit here and listen to someone that can barely read?
I don't know. Love debating with me. So
That's not a debate. We're not
it
debating
kind of
with
is.
you. You don't know anything.
But I do. I can
No,
gain
you don't
knowledge
know
from reading off
anything.
the
So
chat
if
GPT.
yeah, so go and gain knowledge, right? And then once you have the knowledge in your own brain, then come back and talk to us about it, right? But if you're just going to be poorly reading out ChatGPT prompts, we're not going to listen to that because that's just ridiculous. That's not us
You
having a
still can't
conversation
answer
with
what
you.
ChatGPT gives me, so I'm
You
so
can't even
confused.
read it
Why
out
is it
properly.
so
Yeah,
bad?
we can. Look, we can
No, you
easily
can't.
defeat AIs in a debate. It's not hard. It's very easy, actually. It actually will concede, right? It will concede that these
Like I'm
observations are
so
not possible
confused,
on a
bro.
globe. AI will concede that these observations are impossible on a globe. That's not able
I
to be
bet it will.
explained. Yeah, it does, right? But we're not going to have you that can barely read, right? Just read out as ChatGPT, right? If you can't have a conversation, right? If you're too dumb, right, and you don't know anything about any of these topics, stay on mute and listen. Otherwise, I'm going to kick
Can't
your ass
listen
out
to
of
us.
here because everybody is sick and tired of your bullshit, right? This is like arguing with someone that has an 80 IQ, if you're lucky, right? And it's a waste of time, right? This is like some little kid trying to beat up a black belt or something like that. This is just absolutely ridiculous shit right
And
now
you
that we're
still
dealing
can't
with.
answer what my chat GBT gives me. And you say it makes mistakes like humans don't make same mistakes. How do you know your research, what you're getting from other humans, are not mistakes? Everybody makes mistakes. It's like no different. Like I don't know why y'all hate chat GBT so much when it's
No, no,
humans that
no.
are putting things
It's
into
not
it.
that we hate ChatGPT.
It
It's
is
not
that
about
you hate
hating.
it because
It's not
you
about
make me
hating
look dumb for
ChatGPT.
using it.
ChatGPT
You hate it.
isn't
You
some.
obviously hate it, and you try to use that path to make me look dumb.
No, no,
Yes, I
no.
know I can barely speak or say words correctly, but you use
Right.
ChatGPT as a gateway to say, "Oh, well, she doesn't know anything, so she uses ChatGPT." You don't know anything that the researchers are giving you. Like I'm so
Yeah,
confused.
we do
Some things you
actually, though.
cannot prove.
We
No,
do
you
actually,
can't.
but
You
you
go
won't
based off of
understand
faith.
any of the arguments. You won't
You
understand
keep,
any of the arguments.
yeah, Ibo, you keep making these baseless claims. You don't know the length of our knowledge. You don't know that, right? And when we try to help you along, you won't go and check. That's the
What
problem.
knowledge?
Shut up.
You
So if
haven't.
you
I'm
read
You
saying to
haven't
anything,
you,
went and checked
shut up and
hey,
pay
either.
look, this
attention. I
is the
said
new
to go and
rule.
hang on a minute. Hang on a
This
minute.
is
I
the new
said to you,
rule.
yeah,
Hold on, Jin.
yeah.
Ippo, this is the new rule, right? If you read anything off ChatGPT, right, I'm going to ban you permanently. That's the new rule, right? So if you can't have a conversation without reading things off ChatGPT, you get banned. No hesitation.
Wow,
I'll just
look
type.
at
I'll
that.
just click the button.
Why? Because you can't answer it.
No, that's a sensei. That's a sensei move. Okay, it's helping you. It means that you
Not
must
really.
go and do. Hang on, you must go and do research, validate that what ChatGPT is telling you is true. Then you can bring your argument to us because you would have memorized it and know it. You see, my DJ is helping you to acquire knowledge. That's what he's doing for you, but you don't see that. That's what a sensei does. Okay, okay.
And you still can't
Appreciate
prove to
that.
me the research that you done is
Again,
true.
we can't prove to you because you're not prepared to go and check. That's your problem. Pay attention. Okay, you
Okay,
won't go and
you
check
still
anything.
not gonna prove it
Go and
though.
check. Go and check for the curvature of the Earth. That's all
Okay,
I
go
say.
and prove to me
Seek
that the
the
research
curvature.
that you have done
I
is
don't have to
true.
do anything. I don't have to do anything. I
Because
have
you
nothing
can't.
to do. I don't
All
Because
have a
you
right, all
problem.
can't.
right.
I
So
don't
so
have a
look, I'm
problem.
gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it. Okay, so in the video, here's right. So in the video, there's links. This was live streamed. Okay, this was live streamed from a real location. Right, this is from Worthing to Brighton Pier. Okay, this is a real test that was done by real people in the real video that anyone can go and repeat themselves.
Why didn't y'all repeat it?
I've done my own tests to
Can I see
verify
those
it for
tests?
myself. Right. So is that your standard of evidence? So it's invalid if you didn't repeat it. Is that your standard of evidence?
Yeah, you say the same thing for me.
Oh no, you can never go to space and take photos of the Earth from space.
Okay, but you can go to that location and do the same experiment. So what's the problem?
Right. So you can go to this location and do this
And you
experiment,
haven't.
but you can't go to the location that you think the pictures are taken from. So this is high definition footage of a real place on the actual Earth, right? You can't even tell the difference between CGI and what NASA gives you.
Okay, that doesn't
Do
mean
you
the
think
NASA
that do you
picture
think
is
that
fake.
this could do you think that this could be CGI? This video
What?
of the real world, right? Live streamed with people
Yeah, I
talking,
could.
like
How would you know?
you think that this could be fake?
Yeah, how would you know?
Really? So what's fake about it? What could be fake? How could you fake this? How could someone fake this?
By using fake locations, bro.
How what fake location could be
I
used?
don't know. Like what? Can ask you the same
Well,
thing. What
actually,
CGI
Worthing
or
is a
AI
place.
app did
When I was in the
NASA
army,
use? The hell?
we used to work out of Worthing, okay, at the Royal Artillery in Worthing. So I've been there many,
Oh
many
god.
times, Worthing, okay? So don't be silly now. You're being silly. You
You're
see what I
being
mean?
silly.
You're being silly because you don't want to know the truth, okay? This could be fake,
You
this
don't
place.
want to give me
You have to look,
evidence of your truth.
shut up and pay attention. Go out and measure the curvature of the Earth so
Oh, I
you know
just
it's
want a
there.
video.
Silly. Get out of here.
You
You
just want a
jet chat.
video. You've been given videos.
No, I want a video of what you have done.
Well then why would that make a difference? Then you could just say that was fake. Why would somebody else, right? Why would Professor John D, right, fake this, but I wouldn't fake it? What would be the difference? Do you want I can give you an image that my friend took that comes in here all the time, DOS man. You want that?
No,
You
I
just
want a picture from
Oh,
what
so
you
it has to be something that I've personally done myself. So what you're
Yes.
saying? Really? And
What
you
you
don't
told
have
me?
anything you don't have anything that you've done yourself, right?
Yeah.
Right. Do you experience
Right.
the Earth as flat or a globe?
I experience it flat, but
Okay,
it's
well there
too
you
huge
go.
to
All right,
experience
so we both
the globe.
experience the Earth as flat. Okay, you don't have any tests that have been done, so therefore you
Neither do
experience
you.
the Earth as flat, and your globe is nothing more than a belief, right?
Not really.
Oh, really? So how do you know it's a globe then?
Like I told you from the experiments that other people have done.
All right, so you just have
And
faith. You just have faith and trust then. So you don't actually know. You just have faith and trust.
Yep, just how y'all have it.
Right, but we both experience the Earth as flat.
And like I told you, it's too big to experience it as a curve.
Really? Well, that's
Yeah, for
where you have
average
a
day human.
problem. So so if I was standing on one side of a 10-mile lake and you were standing on the other side of a 10-mile lake, would I be able to see you?
I wouldn't know.
Okay, no. The answer is no. You would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can go to a 10-mile lake and zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side. How's that possible?
Don't know. I don't even know what you're telling me is true. I'm just taking it,
Okay.
bro.
All right. Well, when we show you footage of it, you don't believe it. You think it's all fake.
No, I asked you to prove to me how it's not fake, or show me how it's not fake.
Okay, so
Just how
I,
do you know that it's not fake? You can't.
yeah, well, I know it's not fake because I've gone and done it for myself, and you could go
So
and do it for
show me what
yourself as
have you
well.
done?
Well, when I did it in 2018, I wasn't planning on talking on Discord or anything like that, right? I just did it to
No.
verify it for myself.
Great coincidence.
So if I show you an oil platform that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, we can verify the distance to it. What's your rebuttal to it?
I'm gonna have a rebuttal.
Well, you don't have any rebuttal?
Yeah.
Okay, well then you
If it's
don't
true,
then you
then it's
lose
true.
then.
You can't
Okay, so
prove
you
to me that
you
it's
can't even
true.
right. So why would it not be true? Do you think the oil platform's not real?
No, I'm just asking.
Okay, so we can look up the oil platform on Google, right? Do you think Google's lying? Do you think
No.
Google Maps is lying and Google Earth is lying?
No.
Okay, so we can look up the platform. Okay, we can check that it's the exact platform that we're looking at. It's 10 miles out into the ocean, right? We can see exactly where the person's standing on the beach. You can go and stand where he's standing on Google Earth, right? So you can confirm the location is real, right? Then we can look at the footage, which is done in high definition, and we can see him zooming in, and we can see the entirety of the oil platform that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, I'll be waiting till you show me that.
Okay, but I'll show it to you right now.
Great.
All right.
Hey, hey DJ.
Hey.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Hold on a second. I'm
once
just
you've
gonna
seen this
find this.
material,
I'm just gonna
sorry,
find this.
yeah.
Right,
I
just
have a
hold on a
question.
second. Yeah,
Okay.
just
What
hold
is
your
your
question
question
for a
in the
second.
meantime? Go ahead.
No, there's no mean
Um,
time needed. Hold on.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I thought you was going to take a while to get it.
Yeah,
My
I got my shit
apologies.
ready. I got my shit ready to
Okay.
go.
Well done. All right. Well, then you have to hang on, mate, with your question. We're in the
All
middle
right,
of a
side
conversation
chat,
Yeah.
right now.
Hippo.
Yeah, so my question is, if the Earth is flat, then
No, no,
how
no,
do
not now.
satellites
Not now.
in order?
Hippo, side chat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the observer height's 8 foot. Stop talking. Right, the observer height is 8 foot. Okay, the oil platform that you can see on the right-hand side is 10 miles away. Right, if the Earth's a globe, the horizon should be at 3.4 miles, halfway to the first oil platform. You shouldn't be able to see any of the water beyond 3.4 miles. All of it would be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. All of it. Right? You should only see the water going out to 3.4 miles, and then all the rest should be hidden behind the curve. Okay?
I thought we was going on Google Maps, man.
Okay, so
Or
you
is
want to go
this?
on Google Maps,
Yeah.
right? And you can go to the exact location where he's at, right? So I'll do that actually. You know, I've actually got that because we deal with this cogdis all the time. So I'm going to show you right now on Google Maps. So just a second. Right, I even have a GIF for you so you can see it done in real time, the distances, everything. Okay,
Why
so
are
here we
these things
go.
always in GIFs and not videos? And some are in
Do you want the
videos.
full video? So okay, because you people are lazy, right? And then
Yeah.
you would have to go and look through the video, and then you make whingy sounds, and you're like, this video goes for 43 minutes. Oh my god, right? So because you guys have TikTok brain, right? We make you GIFs because we're so nice, right? Here's a GIF, but I do have the full video if you want to go and scour through the video. But here's a video from the video. You don't even have to click anything. You can just look at it. Right, so there you go. It shows using Google Maps, Google Earth. Okay, so we know the distance, unless you think that Google Maps is wrong. Google Earth is wrong. It's a conspiracy. It's fake. Right? It's saying that the distance to the object is 10.1 miles. Now you can just check the mathematics. It's very easy to do that. Did you watch the video, Whipper?
I'm still watching it.
Okay.
Okay, what I got done. Well, I'm gonna go look up the location for myself.
All right, you go do that. All right, who's the guy that wanted to ask a question?
I have a question.
Still here. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. If the Earth is flat, then how do satellites stay in orbit?
Okay. Well, the first and foremost, satellites don't prove the shape of the Earth, do they? What proves the shape of the Earth is the actual method of measuring for the curvature of the Earth. That is the gold standard. You don't look up. And then for my question to you is, how do you know those satellites are up there? Have you checked? Have you been up there to see them? No.
Yes,
Okay.
no, I haven't checked it, but we
Thank you.
do use
Thank you.
GPS every day
So
in
so
our
do you
lives.
do you agree that if you want to know whether or not the Earth is curving, you don't look into the sky. You measure the surface of the Earth. Is that not the correct methodology? Yes?
Yes, we would measure the Earth.
I'm asking you one more time. Is that not the correct methodology? That you measure the surface of the Earth where you live to see if it's curving or not?
I would definitely look down towards the Earth.
Right. So what is the answer to my question? Is it not better to measure the surface of the Earth where you live to see if it is curving or not? Is that not the way?
Yes, that's the way,
Thank
but
you. Thank you.
satellites
So please
would
go
only
and
make.
measure the surface of the Earth where you live to find out whether or not curvature exists where you live in your country. Okay? Then you come back
Yeah,
and
but
say, I measured
satellites only
10
work.
miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, whatever the distance, and this is the curvature that I have recorded for you to see. Okay? That's how you know whether or not you're on a globe.
Yeah, but
Okay?
satellites only work if
Satellites
the
don't
Earth is.
exist in. Let me tell you something. Satellites are not in space. We have satelloons that can reach an altitude of 31 miles from the Earth's surface, and that's the maximum. That's the record. 31 miles from the Earth's surface is the highest helium balloon can go. Okay? We don't have satellites in space. Why? Because the vacuum of space itself will destroy the satellite if you put it there. Okay, there are many phenomena that happen that would destroy the satellite. It cannot exist in a vacuum. Okay, so we don't have satellites. Satelloons, 31 miles from the Earth's surface, that's the highest we have. Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Helium can't last long.
That's where you're mistaken. They can be up there for months, in some cases, a year plus. Okay, depending on the material that's holding the helium. So that's a mistake right there. You don't know what you say. So why don't you just do the easiest thing and measure the surface of the Earth where you live? That's the easiest. Stop listening to ChatGPT. Stop listening to NASA and then the Indian or wherever you come from, your space station, if you've got one. Go and measure it for yourself. Do for yourself, then you will know. That's how you carry knowledge. I make this statement. No human being on Earth knows the Earth is a globe because they would have had to have measured the curvature of the Earth. And then no one is measuring curvature. So no human being can say the Earth is a globe and say they know that. That would be a lie. Okay? You don't even know it. And you're asking us if the Earth is flat. What about satellites? You haven't even checked if you've got curvature. You haven't even checked for curvature yourself. Can you understand? God is watching everybody, yeah? You're putting things forward and you haven't even checked yourself. That's the problem. You haven't even checked. We're saying to you, go and check. Please go and check that the Earth is curving. It's not. That's when you're a flat earther right there. Okay? I'm not making this claim for a joke. Do you have any other questions anyway? Satellites don't exist.
No more.
Thank you. So please, please, please go and measure the curvature of the Earth. That's upon you. That is your responsibility. That's when you're going to know. Until that day, you don't know you're on a globe. You have no right to tell anybody I live on a globe. You don't know that. In CBO1 coming down very strongly like a judge at the moment. But he has
Can
to
I
these
ask
days
something?
because. Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead. Yep, go ahead. If you've got a question, please go ahead. Okay, you don't have a question.
I need to think about this.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Take your time. Sorry, language barrier. Yeah. Anybody else got a question whilst we're here? For the flat earthers, doesn't have to be me. It can be anybody else. But if you have any questions related to the topic, if you think you're smarter than a flat earther, please bring your questions ahead of us. We're waiting. I'm bringing 64 years of my life towards this situation, so you better have experienced a lot in that time. Otherwise, you know, if you're younger than me, sorry, you could be losing. Yeah, I love this age thing. You got to use it.
All right, let's check who we have in the chat. We have One Gnita, welcome.
Welcome,
Beginner
One
in
Gnita,
English,
welcome.
probably just listening in. Bunpo, welcome. Intermediate
Welcome.
English, maybe you have a
Welcome.
question. If you have a question, good to see a cat in here, Bunpo. All right, who else we got? And we got someone down the bottom with just a yawn emoji. Normal Men, welcome. Beginner also. And everyone else doesn't have any globe evidence, including Ippo. Encrypt Man, welcome. Someone from the
Yes, I've
science.
already asked
Oh,
my
yeah.
question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you were talking to Jin just a moment ago, right? Do you have a question? Encrypt Man, do you have another question?
No more questions from me.
Oh, okay. Well, Master Yoda said in the side chat a good point, right? Which is that satellite orbit trackers pre-assume or bake in a globe with the mathematics for convention and convenience, right? There's no actual measurement. So basically, the data that you're getting back from the satellite has the globe coordinates baked into it. And then that data is going to go onto your GPS system, which is going to basically input that data onto your coordinate system, which is going to generally be a globe Earth based coordinate system. So if a coordinate system that pre-assumes a globe tells you that you're on a globe, right? That's not shocking, right?
Yeah, DJ, that would not be considered proof, would it?
No, that would just be a coordinate system being internally consistent, and that's all. And we all know that coordinate systems are not reality. A coordinate system is just a coordinate system. It's a useful tool.
Exactly. Yesterday, a Globo was trying to tell me, this was from the Gem Panda server, trying to tell me that because of the fiber optic cables under the ocean proves a globe because of their elevation. I said, that's crap. Ladies and gentlemen, a bunch of numbers doesn't prove a shape. You have to measure. That's when you know. So just giving numbers of elevation doesn't prove anything.
Mm-hmm. But how would it prove a globe?
Oh, because of the way it's been. He said the way they lay out. He's from Australia. He's one of your countrymen, by the way. Where they lay it out, the cable's laying out. They say that the elevation changes as it's covering distance.
Why would elevation changes be exclusive to the Earth being a globe?
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said.
Like, does he think if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't have elevation changes?
That's what I asked him. That's what I said. Laying down of cables doesn't prove a shape, ladies and gentlemen. That's where he got it wrong. Okay. So I said, and this is after 2 hours of me hammering him and with my brand of really being very unreasonable. He got totally tied up. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, for the last 2 hours, he said he had proof, and that's what